I would have caught that.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
I've got all the positions filled. I just might pull this off.
Give me that! I said give it to me! Are you gonna hand it over or not? Don't you backsash me!
He's just I've got all the positions filled. I just might pull this off.
Give me that!
What is it?
Rick Worley, he left.
Are you gonna hand it over or not?
Rags.
Don't you backsash me!
He's just I've got all the positions filled. I just might pull. You said you were
Moderator for chat.
Did I say that? No, I
Poop with the door open. I'm only a guest.
on the SS diarrhea.
There you are.
Clip.
You gotta help me.
Rags and such.
Aren't working out and
Chat.
almost here and
Clip.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Smaller.
what?
Every sentence, every paragraph.
Opening crawl. Trade Federation.
Don't you understand? My brain is full to bursting. If I have to memorize a single order, I think I'm gonna explode.
Clip.
Hold on. Let's just take a second here to relax. Little more. Little more. Good. Now, I want you to empty your mind.
Empty my mind.
Empty your mind.
Empty my mind.
Empty your mind of everything that
Deal with Star Wars. Logic and anything about stories. But Star Wars and logic.
and
Logic.
Just got an order from the boss. Dump everything.
Deal with Star Wars.
Everything. Everything. Come on, come on, come on. Quicker, quicker. Delete, delete.
how do you feel?
Clip.
This isn't working.
Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here on a Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite Adam Friendly Pants forever. And today we have a very special guest, Stephen Michael Davis. How you doing today, Stephen?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Great to have you. What you just saw was a perfect recreation of my 10-hour debate. 10-hour debate.
Yeah, who
Where I
debates for
talk
10
about-
hours? Jeez.
10 hours. 10
Christ.
hours. Motherfucker's like, Sitch, why don't you debate people? Bitch, 10-hour debate, motherfucker. Okay? On the most important topic of all, is The Phantom Menace a shittily written movie? And obviously the answer to that is yes. Anyways, who?
Let's not linger on it.
Yeah, let's not linger on. I gotta figure out who made that meme. It's a pretty good meme. Let me. His channel is a British Potato. So there you go. Very funny. Thank you, a British Potato.
Yeah, so much
Anyways.
confusion in the chat. Nobody really knew what that was. So
Well, now you know what it is. Now you know. Now you know the memes. Anyways, today we'll be looking at why centrists are the most evil, creepy, disgusting, terrible people of all time.
yes, we should introduce Steve a little bit here. Steve is another YouTuber. You can check out his channel. It's totally awesome. He does politically oriented videos. And you classify yourself as a libertarian still, right, Steve?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So he's very, very logical. It'll be good to have his feedback on this.
I
video.
try to be anyways.
Well, I would consider you kind of centrist libertarian. You seem pretty rational about this stuff, pretty pragmatic. I think you were a Hillary Clinton supporter.
No, I'm not. I wouldn't call myself a Hillary Clinton supporter. I voted for her in 2016.
Okay. So you reluctantly voted
What kind
for
of
it.
libertarian are you voting for Hillary Clinton? Come on.
Well, you
One who knows that the LP candidate's not going to win.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So-
I voted for Biden this time around too. 'Cause
really
I
in the
won.
primary?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Holy
I
cow.
would have voted for Klobuchar, but she dropped out the day before. But see, I wanted a brokered convention. I've never been in a riot, and I want to see what it's like. So
You're not a big Trump supporter?
No, I don't like Trump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
We
but I would have voted for Trump over Bernie because Bernie's just unacceptable.
we did a video, we did a live stream probably over a year ago now, where we talked to academic agent Steve and PSA Sitch and I about the Comey FBI stuff. Do you remember that?
That was like 2 years ago.
Yeah, it was forever ago.
Yes.
So
Was it about? I thought was it about Comey? Was it about Nunes or both? I don't remember.
It was about the efficacy of the investigation, and then
Okay.
yeah,
I don't even
Yeah,
remember
so
what
I
my
don't remember
position was
specifically.
or what his position was. I don't remember anything about that. But
academics agents position was basically deep state. The deep state is coming.
that's a great
as far as I
impersonation.
remember.
that's pretty. It's pretty good academic agent or the Penguin from Batman. I'm not sure which one.
I didn't know there was a difference.
There you go. Hey, look, their avatar very similar.
Yeah.
But yeah, I recall my position was basically, well, we'll just let them investigate, and that's the enlightened centrist position.
I like to think I had a very nuanced position. I never thought that Trump was a Russian asset. I think
Right.
that's ridiculous for a number of reasons. But I thought that there was enough probable, or what's the fucking term? I think they had enough. I think they had enough like reason to investigate,
Right.
to look into them. And obviously, there are problems with investigations, and that they can reach into areas that people really shouldn't be probing. But academics agent just steamrolled, like the deep state is going to stop the Trump administration. So yeah, just it's still out there. You guys can watch it if you want.
Right.
Yeah, totally.
Pretty dated, though.
That's why I'm pimping it right here. Check it out if you want to see some Sitch lore. Some Steve and academic agent fighting with one another.
Sitch lore.
People are always asking us to have academic agent on, so I don't think people know that we've done a live stream with academic agent. So go out and look for it. So we do. Do you have anything you want to tease for after the show?
There's lots of stuff. There's of course the Nuance Bro Destiny debate part 2.
What did they debate?
What did they debate? I think mostly it was about the plague stuff, plague that shall not be named stuff.
Okay.
The big problem. So the big problem with the debate, besides Destiny being,
we'll
like,
talk about
super
it afterwards.
a
I'll
dick.
just write it down.
Well, I just want to say I'll say this real quickly. It's just that they debated a lot of like things that I thought were completely pointless to discuss.
Yeah. Oh, I agree.
A lot of like stupid shit. You're like, why are they wasting their time on this? So,
To
so
score
to talk
internet
about
points.
that,
Dave,
we could talk.
Dave Rubin has a new book that Steve has actually read. So
Ooh,
Yeah.
Is it good? Bad?
we can interrogate him about that.
We'll find out.
I'll put it to you this way: it's not as bad as I thought it would be.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
That's
wow.
Ringing endorsement. There's the RB shooting. Everyone's talking about the RB shooting. You have to have some hot takes on that.
RB shooting?
Arbery. I don't know how to say the guy's name.
Arbery shooting?
The guy, the construction site jogger guy who got shot, and it's video. You don't know what I'm talking about, Adam?
I vaguely
Do you not live in the world?
These days, hard to say. Arbery shooting. I think I saw the video.
Yes.
I thought it was like a movie trailer.
Oh my! Ow! Wow! How dare you, sir?
Sorry.
How dare you?
Bad joke.
Bad. Too soon. Tara Reid stuff. I finally
Oh yeah,
Finally.
yeah.
looked into the Tara Reid stuff, and I'm not impressed. But we'll talk about that afterwards.
Yeah. Someone has. Okay, we'll talk about that afterwards.
Yeah.
I have responses. Last week, people gave me a hard time about the Gilgamesh thing. I went back and looked, and I don't think I got it that bad, but I'll respond. And there's a couple of other comments that whenever we talk about right-left spectrum, we get a lot of comments.
Yes. People get very triggered.
Yeah, exactly. So I have some responses to some of the comments about, Nazis being left-wingers and also the conception of the family. I think listener 523 I responded to, and Big Baller I responded to in the comments. So I'll respond to those. I took some notes.
Cool.
Shall we jump into the video? We're trying
us-
to jump into the video early on because people
complain. They say you spend 2 hours talking about other shit, and I go, yeah, we do.
Whatever's clever.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
fucking do.
So now we talk about that stuff at the end
Yes.
for our super fans who want to hang out and listen to us gab about that stuff.
Anyway, this is a video by a guy named Sheep in the Box.
Mhm.
Centrism is a garbage ideology, and here's why.
Calm and relaxed. Everyone's just having a good time. The atmosphere was
Whoa.
just great.
You just wanted to skip to Sargon saying the word blacks. I see how it is.
No, I backed it up. I don't know why it was jumping to there. That was weird. You must have watched it on Watch Together.
Must
Water
must,
with the
must
sheep
be my fault.
in the box.
First, I must confess that over the last few years, I have been gravely disappointed with the white moderates. I have almost
That's you, Sitch. He's disappointed in you.
Yes, we all know Martin Luther King Jr. was in a jail cell and he was very sad about moderates. Okay, we've all heard this a million times. Everyone knows the quote. Look, even someone like Martin Luther King Jr. can be wrong sometimes. Okay, even they can fall prey to their emotions when they're in dire straits.
Yeah, exactly.
You guys consider yourself centrist, right?
Yeah,
Enlightened.
Enlightened centrist.
Please,
Okay.
please use the correct terminology, Steve. Okay,
I apologize.
enlightened centrist TM.
Okay.
Yes. Hashtag TM. So I'm just gonna skip this fucking.
Oh, you
Hour-long
don't like
quote.
the intro?
It's just everyone knows the quote.
Okay.
Everyone knows the damn quote. Okay.
than outright rejection. I hate centrists. I
There
don't
you
think
go.
it would be possible for me to dislike a group of people more. Don't get me
Hold on. He hates us worse than Nazis.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see.
wrong. Neo-Nazis, the extreme far-right bigots, TERFs and so on, are scum and absolutely don't deserve to continue breathing. I'm not letting them off.
But where's the but? I feel a but coming on.
No, I like it. It's like he just said like wait, okay. Let me go. Who did he say deserves to die? Let me go back a little bit.
It's like a group of people more. Don't get me wrong, neo-Nazis, the extreme far-right bigots, TERFs and so on, are
Okay, so we have Nazis, neo-Nazis. Fine, I guess. Okay, that's fine. It's extreme far right. I don't know what that means, right? That could be anything. You have bigots and TERFs and so on.
Dude, this
So a lot
guy,
of people
this
deserve to
guy
die.
needs to look up the definition of bigots because
Yes.
he qualifies as a bigot. Bigot means
Oh.
obstinate, unwavering in your political opinions. That's what bigot means. So
Well, I don't think- I mean,
technically
bigot-
we're not the
I don't-
bigots here.
I don't think that's what bigot means, Adam.
It is.
Where
Look
you're
it
getting
up.
this
Look it up.
definition. A
Look it
bigot,
up.
a person who's intolerant towards those holding different opinions.
Oh, snap.
It's even better. It's even better. I get. See, look, this is the problem. This is really a self-harm video. He's crying out for
Totally.
help. He needs our help.
Yeah,
Don't do it, sheep in a
he's
box.
technically he's the bigot here, right? Because centrists are not intolerant of other people's opinions. That's the whole point of
Right.
centrism.
Exactly.
Sorry,
are
dude.
scum and absolutely don't deserve to continue breathing. I'm not letting them off the hook here. They are some of the worst people on the face of the planet, and yet I respect them more than I respect centrists.
That's right. He respects Nazis more than he respects centrists. Listen to that. The respect, dude.
So, well, it's funny because I feel like a lot of people who are on the extreme ideological ends feel the exact same way. They will despise the people on the other end, but for some reason they just really hate centrists more.
Yeah, we're the kingmakers.
Why do you think that is?
Steve, you have an opinion?
I think because the perception of centrists is that you guys act aloof. Like, man, I'm above it all. I see things for how that. And I think that comes across as smug to some people. But,
but
God, he
we
nailed
deserve to
us.
be smug.
He nailed
'Cause,
us.
yeah, totally. We are above it all. We see the truth. We see reality. We see what's really going on. I don't think that's what. I mean, it's part of it. I think a lot of it is that there's this sense. I talked about this before. There's a sense of betrayal from the centrist. Everyone gets the most pissed off at betrayers, and they feel like we're betraying them because we're like sort of on their side, but not quite.
Yeah.
all right, what do you, I know you've had this argument, Adam, with like SoFan stuff. What do you think about the perception that internet centrists are really just right wingers?
I don't even know. I don't know. You think there's a lot of right wingers that are calling themselves centrists? I mean, people call us right wingers all the time. We're so far from being right wingers, it's laughable.
See, like I think a lot of people see centrists go easy on Trump. They think,
Mhm.
and therefore, because I don't, for whatever reason, therefore, and then they just bash the left because it's fashionable to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the perception, but I don't know.
Well,
I don't know if it's true.
I think what happened was you had a lot of people who started off as anti-SJWs or skeptics or something like that, and they've kind of usually what's happened with those people is that either they've shifted to the right or they've shifted to being communist, apparently, or social or sockdams, I guess, if I'm going to be more fair. And so there's a couple of us who have sort of tried to maintain our positions in the center. And so since a lot of us started off as anti-SJWs, obviously we're going to have audiences that are more probably going to be more on the right than on the left, and thus it's easier for us to criticize the left and not feel like we're pissing off our audience. So maybe that's where some of that feeling comes from. But everyone knows that Sitch is a maverick. He will piss off his audience every day of the week. He will go full TDS.
Yeah,
because I am a true gentleman and a scholar, and I stick by my beliefs.
I think more than half our audience believes Sitch stuffers from TDS. So.
Hey, but if it's half, that's good, right? I mean, that's exactly where it should be. That's exact centrism. Half the audience. Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect. Oh, did I talk about... No, I didn't. We have to talk about Michael Flynn after the stream. I know some people gonna send me some super chats about it. We gotta talk about Michael Flynn. Sitch has gotta be angry. Sitch has gotta talk about it. And talk about Scott Adams.
Was Michael Flynn? Michael Flynn was the guy Trump pardoned, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's right. If you don't follow me on Twitter, does Sitch agree with the pardon or does he disagree? You'll find out. You'll find out.
That's coming.
See, unlike centrists, the monsters of the right wing at least have principles and materially cause and
principles.
It's okay if you rape children and eat babies, as long as you're principled about it.
Yeah, exactly. Centrists we have principles, guy.
What are the centrist principles?
Well, they could be different.
Anti-tribal.
Yeah, they could be different for different centrists, obviously, because centrist isn't really a group. So there's maybe he could make the argument that there's no overarching principle. But I mean, I would consider myself a truth seeker. And sometimes the left gets it wrong. They don't have the truth. So if I can't find it on the left, I'm going to go searching for it somewhere else. And that is what I think the left perceives as the betrayal, like Sitch was saying. Like if you don't throw your lot in with, gender as a social construct and there's no biological component to get with it whatsoever, then all of a sudden you agree with the right, you dirty betrayer. I'm just looking for the truth.
Do you know anyone who looks into politics who doesn't consider themselves a truth seeker?
Well, that's an excellent point. That is an excellent point, that they all consider themselves a truth seeker. Yeah.
They're all lying themselves. Not like us. We are the true truth seekers, but everyone else is,
just to give you a little preview, that's one of the problems with Dave Rubin's book. It's a manual on how to think for yourself. Like that's not something you can just assert. It's something you have to prove. And I think a guy who is too afraid to disagree with the person right in front of him has no business calling himself like a free thinker.
I didn't know that's what his book was about. That's pretty ironic coming from Mr. Rubin.
It's very self-serving. Just say that.
What do you think the chances are, though, that one side of the political spectrum has everything right and the other side of the political spectrum has everything wrong? That one side is aligned towards truth. Yeah,
big
exactly.
Old zero.
Yeah, I agree.
So if you're truly searching for the truth, then you are going to get positions on both sides of the political spectrum. That would be the argument I would make against that. Everyone is searching for truth.
I would say the overarching centrist principles should be anti-tribalism and just you're not going to fall into believing whatever a crowd or group tells you to believe. You're going to believe things based on their individual principles and individual issues. You're going to judge things accordingly.
Right.
Which is the way it should be. Okay. Did you see Scott Adams' Periscope last night, Adam?
I think I listened to some of it. What was a
where he talks about the interface for reality,
the simulation thing? Yeah. I even went and listened to the podcast that he talks about, and I have huge problems with that podcast. I was thinking of doing a live stream and listening to the podcast and telling him
I haven't listened to it.
Telling him how full of shit they are.
In regards to the simulation stuff.
Yeah, because just so you guys know what we're talking about. Scott Adams believes we live in a simulation. He made a prediction that evolution would be proven untrue, and he thinks that living in the simulation is proof that evolution is proven untrue. But they don't distinguish between evolution and biological evolution, because as I've said many times on this show, evolution is simply a computer program of reproduction, variation, and selection.
Well,
and
yeah,
if
but
we
we
live
know-
in a simulation,
Wait a minute.
all artificial intelligence is predicated on that algorithm. That is machine learning right there.
Well, we
evolution.
would assume, right? I mean, there could be some.
We would assume. Oh, okay.
There could be some aliens that could create artificial intelligence without machine learning, theoretically. So.
Theoretically, yes, but it's difficult for me to imagine. When we talked about this evolution stuff, people were savage with you in the comments, dude. I don't know if you read any of those, but
no, but they're wrong.
They're like, I'm losing all respect for Sitch. He doesn't even understand how evolution works.
Well, okay, if you're just talking about things changing, no, I disagree. We're not going to get into that argument again, but
no,
it's everyone's wrong. I'm right as always because I'm an enlightened centrist. But
it's the truth seeker here.
That's the truth seeker right there. But no. The reason I brought it up was interesting because Scott Adams came out as a centrist. He said that neither side of the political aisle has all the right answers, and neither side has all the wrong answers.
True. Exactly. Yes. A fellow truth seeker.
Very well, sort of. Depends on the subject matter.
Yeah. Anything dealing with Trump, truth, window, boom.
Yeah. This is the guy who says that Trump is playing 800,000 dimensional chess, right?
Right.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so,
do you have a take on Scott Adams?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm blocked on Twitter by him, but
What did you do,
Steve?
What did you do, Steve?
I sent it was like Trump had some disastrous week. And I tweeted out I wonder how Scott Adams is going to rationalize this. He did.
God.
Is this the bleach week?
No. This is years ago. And then for literally my mentions were just filled with frogs telling me what a moron I was and how Donald Trump was making America great again.
Well, it's
that's
funny
true.
because because I listen to him pretty regularly, and there's one Periscope where he was so triggered. He was cursing. He was madder than I've ever seen him be, and it was all about he was so pissed off at how terrible the federal government's response to the pandemic has been, and yet he separates that from Trump entirely. No, that's nothing to do with Trump. It's just the federal government, this amorphous blob. This is just completely awful. But Trump is,
I love how Trump is the master of the universe when Scott Adams needs him to be, but he's also this hapless victim of bureaucracy in Washington.
Right.
When he needs him to be as well.
Yeah,
Anyway,
a little confirmation bias there.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
But he's a truth seeker.
Yeah. About certain no one's an enlightened centrist all the time about all issues.
Totally. Okay? That's why you got to have other people telling you when you're off your game. And being willing to listen to them is part of that.
Right. And so when I say that The Phantom Menace is a poorly written movie,
you listen up.
I know it hurts. I know it hurts some of you guys. You can still like the movie, but it's
I'm genuinely amazed that somebody took the other position in that one, but
there was lots of people that took the other position on that one. Okay,
they're probably all young.
That's my theory. Yes, that's my theory.
That movie came out when I was 10, and even then I knew it sucked. But
me too. I was a little bit older than 10. I think I was in middle school, and I saw this. I'm like, this movie's fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Same level of harm to vulnerable people and communities. Those principles are terrible, horrendous even, and are driven by malice, prejudice, and a sadistic urge to hurt.
Who's someone's echoing?
I think it's
only when I play the video.
I think it's bad sound on the video, to be honest with you.
Oh, is it the video is echoing? Maybe.
It's so funny. He conceptualizes conservatives as sadistic. He falls into the same category that they're just, they just want to see the world burn.
Well, I don't know if he's talking about conservatives or he's talking about his quote far right and whatever that encompasses or whatever.
Oh yeah, maybe so.
So
inferior to the in-group, but they at least exist. They're wrong, and their worldview is fucked up beyond comprehension, but their ideology does exist, and as a result, can be opposed and fought against. The centrist ideology, on the other hand, is non-existent. The only thing they believe in is maintaining the status quo no matter...
Okay. Is the centrist ideology maintaining the status quo?
No. Wrong. Bad.
Steve?
Stupid. Not as far as I know. What how does a centrist decide what's best though?
You consult your gut.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same way everyone else does.
You say, let me see here.
They go, let me feel my stomach here.
You have less confirmation bias though, because you're willing to listen to points on both sides. So this is why centrists really are the kingmakers, because they're listening to both sides of the argument and they're saying, okay, well, the progressives sound crazy now. So I'll go with whoever doesn't sound completely insane.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think he's not even really talking about centrists. He's talking about like the uninformed voter, like moderate voter who's just kind of like wandering around haplessly in the world, doesn't watch the news, doesn't really follow politics. That seems like he thinks those people would be classified as centrists, which I don't think is accurate at all.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they would be. Maybe they would classify themselves as centrists. And I see this all the time. There's two types of centrists. There's like us who are politically motivated and paying attention and trying to actually decipher the truth. And then there is also the aloof people who just don't care. They're like, oh yeah, they watch like TV commercials and vote based on those.
Well, but I don't know. I think if you ask those people, do you consider yourself a centrist? I don't think they would.
Really?
Usually, even I don't know, even the people that kind of don't follow politics, I think if you ask them like, what political party are you part of, they would generally give you some answer.
Right.
No matter how monstrous it is, and so usually find themselves trying to find compromises between the left and right in order to do so, to the point where they will both sides conflicts like that between neo-Nazis and Antifa and or oppose any attempt by the left to...
Maybe that is. Maybe I have another watch together window open or something.
Yeah, that echo's killing me.
It's crazy.
It hurts. It hurts me.
What's going on there?
He's right. Antifa
You guys-
Antifa as bad as the neo-Nazis?
You guys check your stuff too. Make sure you don't have like a second
one
watch.
window open, as far as I can tell.
Hear my cat in the background?
Yes, I do.
My cat has dementia. My cat, I think, has dementia. My cat and
Really?
Yeah, and Joe Biden have something in common.
How would you know if your cat has
Yeah.
dementia?
What's the
It's the
difference
same
between
thing.
a regular cat and a cat that has dementia?
Didn't you just hear what she was just saying? I didn't sexually assault that woman. Did you just hear that?
I didn't hear it. I missed it.
All right, I'm restarting. This may end up horribly bad, but we'll see where it.
Calm and relaxed. Everyone's just having good.
It's still echoing. Wait.
Act of white.
It's not me because when I pause it, I can hear it for like a quarter of a second after.
I can hear it for just a tiny bit after. you
Ooh,
pause it.
so that means it's Adam.
Intended to be a sweeping statement referring universally to all centrists. It's not totally applicable in
I
all
restarted
cases.
the
and
window,
it-
so
I think it's you, Adam.
I restarted the window. It sounds great now.
Okay. It sounds better. Are Antifa as bad as the neo-Nazis, Adam?
Antifa? Oh, they're
Yeah.
worse. No, they're all the
So
same. They're all bad.
You say worse.
Come on.
So I think people get into the sticky widgets about this because you could say, oh, well, if you look at just the ideology, technically the neo-Nazis should be worse. But then it kind of gets overshadowed by the fact that this seems to be a lot more Antifa than neo-Nazis, and the fact that everyone in society hates neo-Nazis, so they never gain any traction.
Yeah,
where
exactly.
Antifa kind of, I don't want to
There
say
are-
fully skate by, but obviously gets a lot more leeway.
Steve?
There are people on left-wing YouTube channels unpopular left-wing YouTube channels that apologize for Antifa. I don't largely see that for neo-Nazis. So there's a distinction right there.
No,
Oh, yeah,
that's
big time.
That's a great point.
And it will deal predominantly with generalizations, but my critique will mostly center around well-documented trends amongst those in the middle of the political spectrum, and I believe them to be worthy of discussion and acknowledgement. These are my opinions and observations. You are perfectly at liberty to disagree.
And we will.
Yeah.
The
Vigorously.
Tiananmen martyrs, whose free speech was so brutally quelled. And I cheered when Mandela walked freely after so many years in a cell. But Chelsea Manning had to face justice. Those secrets were not hers to tell.
Centrists have no principles.
Do liberals don't have a new updated song? That song's from like 1,000 years ago.
Is it? Did you hear it before?
He's talking about Chelsea Manning. Jeez.
That's
like
that
an
was
eternity ago.
What year was Chelsea Manning?
That was like Obama was president then.
Yeah.
He commuted her
2010. Oof.
Yeah, 10 years ago. Jeez, write
Back
another
when she was
song, you
Bradley
guys.
Look, there's not a lot of centrist songs out there, Adam.
That's not a centrist song. That's a leftist song there.
Well, it's supposed to be like these
Progressive
are the
song.
dirty liberals. Okay, that's the point of the song.
Yeah.
Dirty liberal centrists.
Yeah. Write
Chelsea
some more
Manning.
songs.
Any opinion on Chelsea Manning?
An American hero. I don't know. I can't even remember the Chelsea Manning ordeal.
I don't even remember what she leaked.
Oh, she gave all the stuff to WikiLeaks, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't remember what she gave.
I don't remember what it was either.
I know she was kept in solitary confinement for like a year, which sounds awful, but
I know
Terrible.
she
Oh my God.
transitioned. But that's about it.
Principles. I went over this in my video about Sean Head, so apologize if this seems like a rehash of that, because it is. There will be.
It's still echoing.
Yep.
Who's it echoing through? Someone has their speakers on, right?
I have headphones. So
I have headphones.
Everyone has headphones?
What the fuck?
This is
This is madness.
It is madness. It's driving me insane. There's someone else, I guess maybe, I don't know which user. I'm going to try to kick one of these. Can I kick one of these users out?
Kick Sma Davis.
Yeah, kick that guy out. I can't do it. Oh, I guess
You
I
have the crown, Adam.
Oh.
You have the boomer crown, okay?
It's
up to you. It's up.
All right. Read some super chats while I deal with this nonsense.
I was about to do that. Alex Cares for $10 says, point to personal privilege. Apache he tomahawk Cobra Imin. I don't know how to say that. You've stumbled me. Sitch has always gotten my name correct for super chats every time. Unlike Hunter Eduardo Rodriguez Sarganino. You deserve better treatment, Hunter. Hey, Hunter, sorry. I usually get Hummer's name right, okay? I usually get it right. The Pizza Jaffa $5 says, this feels like somebody angry because centrists are totally on their side and is now trying to guilt trip people to join his ideology. You are correct. Derek Drummond for $4.99 says, half of my family is liberal and the other half is conservative. All of them hate me. Hashtag centrism. Boy! That's where it's at. Right there.
Yeah, hated by everyone.
Derek Drummond, a true centrist hero.
Yeah.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Madrano for $5 says, we rally a lot against the left because they are the most hostile toward us. They have a whole subreddit and a straw man meme to attack us. That is true.
Hell yeah.
Didn't the Donald get shut down or put in the private mode or something? Got erased from the internet.
The conservatives are like, let's be nice to these people. These idiots might actually vote with us.
Right. Yeah, that is a good point too. That is a good point. The right is typically not the far right, but the right is typically more nice to us centrist. Ken Dorrigan for €2 says, have you two done the Big Five personality model?
I have done it once, yes.
I don't remember what my answer was. I mean, what came out, but yeah, I've done it. Maybe we'll do it on stream at one point. Alice Cares for $5 says, I heard the magical word. Speaking of which, Enlightened Centrist has a new music video and it's hilarious. Oh, awesome. Check it out. Roots for $1.99 says, review Ben Shapiro playing the violin. God, no. Rakus News for $5 says, Adam is on the side of truth. Sitch is a soda propagandist. I will fucking die on that hill. Okay? Steven.
Yeah.
Where are you on this soda issue?
What is the controversy?
How do you say the word soda?
Soda.
Thank you. You're allowed
you
to
primed
remain on
him.
the stream.
You primed him for soda.
I've always said soda. See, when I went to the country,
what if I offered you a Coke?
I would say, okay, how do you say it, Adam?
Is it actually a Coke?
Yeah. Is it? That's what they say in the South, right?
Yeah.
Some places in the South, they say Coke for everything. And it's
So if
fucking
I want a diet creamsicle Shasta, I
Give me
say
a Coke.
I don't know. I don't know.
What do you
Give me a
say?
diet creamsicle Coke.
Doesn't make any sense. It's
Yeah.
insane. It's psycho.
Everyone here says pop. Hey, you want
Oh.
a pop? I'll get you some
Oh.
pop. I know, that drives me nuts.
Oh, I want to vomit. I don't know why. I don't know why. I have no clue why it pisses me off so much, but it does. Something
Oh,
about
it pisses me off too. What are your thoughts on soft drink?
That's fine, I guess. I don't know.
Soft drink is more like generic than anything. Like,
Yeah, that feels like you're going to the store to get like the generic brand Coke or Sprite
Yeah.
or whatever.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
the Dr. Thunder or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Frost519 Frido says they don't update their ideology. Why update their song? Consistency will bring in utopia. There you go. There you have it. Zara Richards for $2 says, do you two have tiers planned out for SVA?
Supervillains Anonymous. We haven't planned really tiers.
No,
I
we
mean,
don't have tiers yet.
we thought about including people in the book, which I think is
Right.
something people might like.
Like you would be like a random supervillain in the background or something.
Yeah, but you're welcome to give us some suggestions. Throw them in the comments.
You know,
I read the comments.
we're really bad at them. We forgot
To
to
what?
wish all the mothers out there happy Mother's Day.
All
Yes.
you motherfuckers. Oh,
all
I mean,
you mothers that we know love the stream, happy Mother's Day to you. Wing Woman for $2 says, I wonder who this is, says, need a gift for Mother's Day? How about a perfect boyfriend to make mama proud? Sitch is the hottest single on the market. He will tell you about his bowel movements. He will reply to your messages eventually, and he might publish a book and or a comic. Date him now. There you go.
wow.
A ringing endorsement.
That is good.
100%. Thank you, Wing Woman. Mysterious Wing Woman, thank you.
Is
Paradox
that
for $1
Zofrats?
says- That might be Zofrats. Paradox for $1 says, conveniently forgetting Sitch, you thought Obama didn't sign off on spying on Trump. It looks like he actually did. Conveniently forgetting a conversation I had 2 years ago, Paradox. Conveniently forget. How
It's
do you
funny
fucking
that how
remember
does he remember that shit?
I don't know. Yeah, because it turned out, well, I guess it depends on how you define spying on Trump. Because it turned out Obama knew that they were spying on Flynn, right?
Mm,
That's what was revealed. So
which we will talk
we'll
about later.
that later, yes. Paradox for $1 says Nazis are socialists, Adam, not left wingers. No one except D'Souza, and even he does it indirectly, is saying Nazis are left wing. Don't people generally classify socialists as on the left, though?
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I don't understand what you're saying, Paradox. I mean, they don't classify them as liberals. If that's maybe that's a distinction.
Nazis
Paradox
are
1 says-
economically left wing. Yes.
Yes, sure. I guess.
But there's so much other than just
Socially
economic
involved,
systems.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Paradox for $1 says centrists are hated because they gatekeep the radicals, and by radicals I mean a person so vested in their ideology they're willing to kill and die for it. That is a good point, Paradox.
Yeah. They
Be a
just don't,
timestamp
they don't
on
want us gatekeeping them. That's the problem.
That's right. That's right. They're mad.
Screen right now to skip ahead if you don't want to listen to it again. The main problem with the centrist tendency to sit on the fence like fucking cowards is quite simply that, unlike the left and right, which actually have ideologies, centrism is incoherent because by necessity the centrist doesn't believe in basically anything.
Is it like, how stupid do you have to be that you're like, well, if you don't have a strict ideology that I can look up on the internet, then you're just incoherent. Like, can't someone just have individual opinions based on each individual issue? Like, why do they have to have some grand narrative that they follow?
No. Come on, you have to join a tribe. We're all going to war here.
Like, that's the height of intellectual laziness. It's like, tell me your tribe label so I can judge you immediately. I don't want to have to listen to the things you say and make a decision.
Yeah.
Centrists love to say that they just pick and choose positions from the left and right as they see fit, but the
Okay, at least he got that right.
Yes.
Props for that.
fact is that everyone believes in voting for policies, not people, or at least so they like to think, but at least when we on the left...
Wait, okay. Wait, hold on a second. First of all, that's fucking not true.
Yes.
That's not true whatsoever. I don't think most people vote on individual policies. They vote on party basis. And then
yeah,
they
tribalism.
kind of, right, and they kind of wire their brain that, oh, I magically agree with all the policies that one side comes up with. But even he says that. He says, he literally said that, which is why I'm very confused by this. Let me go back.
Centrists love to say that they just pick and choose positions from the left and right as they see fit, but the fact is that everyone believes in voting for policies, not people, or at least so they like to think.
See, so he says, or so they like to think. So he acknowledges.
Yes, exactly.
So he acknowledges that that's not true, that people don't vote for policies.
Right.
So what the fuck is your point?
Exactly.
What's your point? Huh?
But at least when we on the left oppose something, we can explain why using our ideology and a belief in equality and justice. Even right-wingers can do this.
Usually people, if they're for or against something, can give you a reason why. I don't.
Yes, exactly.
What the fuck is this? I mean, maybe he's saying, well, because you can't go down to like the most deepest, base philosophical level to explain where your beliefs come from, then I guess you're just a fucking dirty centrist loser.
They aren't. I don't know that their policy prescriptions are ideologically consistent anyway. A lot of them just seem random. I mean, constantly they're pointing out ideological inconsistencies in various positions that are on the left or the right.
Sure. I mean, you remember it used to be, the left was so pro science, and then but it was like, no, exactly. It was just because of evolution. They're pro evolution, and then they were pro climate change science, and then it's like, now when it comes to gender and sex, we throw science out the window. Now when it comes to evolution affecting your brain in psychology, we throw evolution out the window. So yeah,
there's also the death penalty and the pro-life things, which are seemingly inconsistent on the right. So there's all kinds of
that's a good point. Or being very pro-life, but not pro, helping babies once they're born. Sure, government programs.
Yeah,
so, no, it's all bullshit.
Their ideology is fucked up, but at least it's justifiable and consistent. However, as I just mentioned, centrists believe in picking and choosing what sounds nice
to maintain consistency with the truth. The truth. To maintain consistency with reality.
Well, this is like his conception of this is like, people like centrists just wander around in like a void, and they just throw darts at like
whatever policy,
political opinions, and they're just like, that's what I believe now because it feels. But this is very weird about this is showing a lot about him because he's saying they just pick and choose what they think sounds nice. I was like, well, wait a minute, why would you choose a political ideology or issue that you thought sounded bad?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, exactly.
I mean, is he like, because I think he's a socialist. I'm assuming he's some kind of far left guy. So is it that like, even if I don't agree with individual policies, I have to stand by them just because I label myself a socialist? Like, who the fuck does that?
Let me see if I can guess what he's arguing here. Okay, so I'm a libertarian. That means I think people should be free to do things I don't approve of.
Right. Nazi.
I'm trying to. I don't think drugs are good, but I think you should be able to use them.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
You're just not doing the right drugs, Steve.
I guess.
But you're not. But you're agreeing with the principle. The principle is people should be able to do what they want.
Right.
Right.
I don't know. I guess I don't know what he's getting at here.
He's saying centrists don't have he's saying that in order to have an ideologically consistent position, you have to be a tribalist. You have to throw your lot in with progressives, libertarians, or conservatives. And if you don't throw your lot in with them, then you're logically inconsistent, which is just horseshit.
That's like insane.
Yeah, centrists are the only ones that I can figure are trying to maintain some kind of ideological consistency with the facts, with the truth.
Right.
Like that's what's go ahead.
Right. Well, no, I was gonna say this is the whole thing that made us anti-SJW in the first place, was seeing the left, which used to be the guardians of free speech and anti-censorship and all that stuff, suddenly take a full reversal in 2014, 2015.
Yes.
So we were being consistent, saying, wait a minute, we still support all this stuff. So should we have just gone along with the liberals because it's our tribe? Would that have been more consistent? Would that have been more truthfulness, according to this man?
Who was betrayed here, actually? I feel like we were the ones that were betrayed.
We were the ones who were betrayed.
consistency. For instance, using the same example of abortion I used to respond to June in that video, a leftist can say that they believe in the freedom, liberation and autonomy of people to choose what happens with their bodies, whether that be the choice of whether or not to carry a baby to term, or not being exploited by a capitalist who would seek to use their body as a tool to build profit, which...
So, okay. So
Yeah,
we know that this guy's a communist now.
Totally.
He's hit all the dog whistles.
is all work is under capitalism. Or alternatively, we could argue that actually what's important is the health and well-being of people, and since abortion being illegal only leads to deaths and injuries owing to illegal backroom abortions, or pregnancies that would lead to both mother and child dying having to be carried out, it's both kinder and in line with our ideology to keep them legal. Likewise...
So much motivated reasoning here. I think it's important to say that conservatives care about, the health and well-being of people too. Like the idea.
Do they really?
No,
Adam?
see, I hate that. I totally hate that straw man. Obviously, it's conservatives in my mind believe in the law of karma. Like they don't want to see people making bad decisions and those bad decisions being rewarded. It's often conflated on the left with people who just don't care about the well-being of people. If people make bad decisions, conservatives believe they should be responsible for those bad decisions and should suffer the consequences. Are we in agreement there? Do you agree, Steve?
That sounds about right.
Likewise, because this is a major concern for us, we believe in nationalised free healthcare, including performing gender affirmation surgery free of charge. A right-winger...
That was a weird, like out of all the things to choose, he picks that one.
What if it's breast augmentation? Do you think free boob job should be free, Sitch?
Well, as long as they have gender dysphoria, apparently. If they don't, then fuck them. Right?
Hold on. What if the boobs? What if they're making their breasts smaller? Is that should be illegal?
That should be criminal.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. We have unanimous. We have a unanimous panel.
Unless they're going to use the excess fat to put into their ass, in which case I'm for it.
All right, this thing just got real sexy.
On the other hand, opposes abortion rights because they believe in an ideology that prioritizes personal responsibility above all else, and a fetus shouldn't be punished for their parents' poor choices. Likewise, they also oppose welfare programs and schemes to help those in need, because in their view, these people should have taken personal responsibility, not relied on the government to cater for their needs. Centrists, since they don't have...
So he does a pretty good job of laying that out then.
Yes.
Of anything like a consistent ideology, cannot perform the same rationalization of their positions without admitting to actually being either left or right wing all along. Because at the end...
So did you catch that? This means that if you have a belief like, oh, well, I'm pro-choice because I think women have the right to control their body or whatever. That means that if your belief system about controlling your body doesn't also translate to every possible argumentation, then you're just a fucking faker. You're just an inconsistent piece of shit. If you're pro-choice, but you're pro-capitalism, well, you're just an inconsistent asshole.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, that's a pretty big reach right there. Here's Adam though, holding his horseshoe.
Yep.
No,
it does look a little like Adam,
Sitch.
doesn't it?
No, that's Sitch all the way.
No, I don't look like that. That looks like you, Adam. With just fire pants instead of red pants.
Do you believe that people should be allowed to use people for the creation of profit?
And you believe in pro-choice? Centrist.
Inconsistent.
Jesus Christ.
End of the day, all
and also this guy's not, obviously he's not American. I assume he's British or something. I thought a lot of Brits were for, who are on the right, who might be pro-life, are still in favor of some kind of national health service.
Yeah.
Right?
It's like welfare chauvinism.
Right.
That's pretty common in Europe as far as I know.
Right. So according to him, that makes you a hypocrite. If you're pro-life, but also believe that some forms of welfare should exist, you're a hypocrite.
I think I'm realizing the problem. He thinks the European far right are centrists.
Maybe he does.
Centrists believe in is that having deeply held beliefs, morals, and values is for losers. It's literally impossible to, for example, justify opposing single-payer healthcare, as many centrists do, preferring instead half measures like Obamacare and whatever bullshit Pete Buttigieg is promoting nowadays, and pro-choice.
Wait a minute. I'm okay.
Well, I do like the Pete Buttigieg slap down there.
Buttigieg healthcare.
Medicare for all who want it, I believe, is his position. Essentially a public option.
Oh, so he has the same plan as Biden, basically.
I think
Centrist.
Buttigieg would offer public health insurance to those who want it. Okay,
Centrist claptrap.
So, but this shows how fucking stupid this guy is, and how trapped in this. He literally is showing the dangers of being trapped in his ideological bubble. He's like, oh, whatever the fucking Pete Buttigieg wants, because the leftists were so angry. There's this time period, if you guys forgot. I know, like, anything that happened a week ago is already forgotten. There's a time period when the Democratic primary was still going on, where every time a candidate started to surge ahead of Bernie in the polls, they'd all start hating on that candidate. They didn't hate them before, but for that week that they were ahead, they fucking hated them with the passion of 1,000 suns. Okay. And so there was that week where Pete Buttigieg started to pull ahead. I mean, I guess it was during the first primary.
He did win Iowa.
Yeah, where he won or didn't win or was close or whatever in Iowa. And they all fucking hated Pete. They're calling him a rat. Everyone's, they're so fucking triggered about him. So this guy's point is, oh, well, these terrible centrists who hate single-payer health insurance, even though, like Pete Buttigieg, even though it's literally the plan that Pete Buttigieg is offering. But blinded by tribalism, can't see it.
Without admitting to an extreme level of ideological consistency. Either you believe in bodily autonomy and that saving the lives of pregnant women is a priority, or you don't. The middle ground there is basically just made up. There's a reason memes like this, which centrists hate by the way, and it's hilarious to see them cry over people accurately describing their ideology, or rather lack of one, exist. Which is...
Has anyone ever advocated for anything remotely close to this? Ever?
We want civil... Yeah, exactly. No. That's,
I mean, the closest
ridiculous.
you could get is that the dirty centrists were like, yeah, we want civil rights. We just don't want, to destroy everything to get there, right? We want to get there through the process. And you can make an argument that the process is too slow, but that doesn't mean you want to compromise with the horrible racists.
Yeah, totally. I mean, working within the system is much different, but I mean, I would tend to agree with the left's position that if things are extreme remedies might be necessary.
Well, but that's it. I don't necessarily disagree with the sentiment. It's just very dangerous because what people consider extreme is very up to their own interpretation. I'm sure there's lots of leftists right now that consider what's going on pre-quarantine as extreme, and there needs to be an extreme revolution to forcibly, violently remove Trump out of office. And I'm sure there's lots of people on the right currently who think that the quarantine right now is an extreme solution. We need to have a violent revolution to prevent this. So
I'm talking more about like slavery.
I know.
Well, okay.
That's why the centrists should be the ones who dictate what is extreme, man.
Go ahead.
You heard this guy talk about how like wage labor under capitalism.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Right. Exactly.
So, he probably thinks that's more or less the moral equivalent of slavery.
Right, yeah. This guy right here thinks capitalism is an extreme evil, probably. Don't want to mind me.
On par with slavery? Seriously, I don't know how you could say, like, working a dumb job that you're completely free to find a different job or educate yourself or work up the social hierarchy, and being a slave where you're like living in a fucking barn somewhere, like getting beat if you don't work hard enough. Like, how are those things equivalent? Come on.
Is to make the rather obvious point that centrists, being in the middle of the political compass, tend to favour a middle ground solution and are usually the ones saying shit like both Antifa and neo-Nazis are terrorists or just as bad or whatever, when in reality the fascists...
This is so... I fucking hate it. It's so disgustingly dishonest. No, I've never seen anyone on the left ever properly categorize Antifa. They always say like, well, Antifa's sole goal is just to fight against the Nazis. Fucking no. That is a lie, and you know it. Antifa, for the most part, is pro-anarchy and pro-communism.
Yeah,
okay?
Exactly.
That's why we're like, they're both pretty bad, because we don't want anarchy and we don't want communism.
Yeah.
Okay. So just
communism leads to the Nazis taking over.
Well, that's a good point too.
Yeah.
But just be honest about how can we trust? This is why you don't trust ideologues, because they're never honest about this shit. Because they don't care about what is true. They care about forwarding their ideology. You know, and I think actually, I'm trying to remember.
See, that's why they hate centrists. You just nailed it right there. They're like, we got a pack of lies here to sell our shit, and these goddamn centrists keep coming along looking for truth.
Right. And you asked at the beginning, Stephen, is anyone consider themselves not truth seekers? And there was someone on the left. I don't remember if it was Hassan or Vash. One of them said that that their primary goal is to push their ideology, not
rhetoric.
to seek the truth. Yes. I don't remember.
Interesting.
So at least they're honest about it, even though that's horrifying.
Want non-white people wiped from the face of the earth, and Antifa opposed them on that, and so the centrists decrying any and all violence are only supporting the far right, because they're basically doing this shit.
If you're gonna fucking lie to our faces about Antifa, why should I trust anything you say? Huh? Just be honest. Just be honest.
You shouldn't. Don't trust anyone.
Except for us. Trust Adam and Stitch. And maybe Steven, because he's here, but no one else.
And not when he's not here, for heaven's sake.
Yes.
If he starts tweeting nonsense at me on Twitter, you drop that motherfucker.
Right.
If you're in the center of fascism and anti-fascism, you're halfway to becoming a fascist. Similarly, if the government is...
If you're in the center of fascism and anti-fascism, you're halfway to becoming a fascist. Okay. Again, there's no one on the planet that considers themselves an anti-fascist, and that's their sole primary ideological motivator. It's just their anti-fascism. They all believe something else.
Yeah.
That's usually communism or anarchy or some other far-left ideology. Okay.
And not to mention, they set the bar real low for fascism, too.
Oh,
That's
true. Yeah.
Well, I mean, this is why I got I don't give a shit about Antifa at all anymore, is I saw that video of Antifa fighting with, I don't know if it was Patriot Prayer. Who's the other people they always protest?
Was this an Oregon thing? They seem to have taken over the whole city.
Yes, they've taken over
Portland.
Oregon. Yeah. They were either fighting with Patriot Prayer or I forget. There's some other group they always fight with. And I saw both groups of people come together, and then they agreed. They're like protesting each other. It's all fucking LARPing. Okay, these people want to go on the street and they want to play a game and they want to pretend like they're politically involved. So they go and they try to find the quote bad guys to protest. Okay, it's literally LARPing. And so the two groups of people, the Antifa and the Patriot Prayer, whoever they were, come together in the street and they're like arguing over who's allowed to protest where, because this is part of their LARP. So they decide that they're going to have an impromptu street fight. A one-on-one street fight, like fucking Troy. They're like, send out your champion. It is now time to see who can protest where. And so like one side sends out Brad Pitt and the other side sends out, the really tall guy. And they fight for like 15 minutes. And then at the end of the fight, they shake hands and decide who won and that they get the protest in that area. And I'm like, what the fuck is this?
This is
awesome.
awesome.
Politics.
That sounds cool.
That sounds great.
Like, this is like the goofy shit. Like, these people don't believe shit. Like, this is insane.
Well, it's better than Civil War. Are you kidding me?
Trial by combat, yeah.
Yeah, it's a fucking game. That's what it is. That's why I'm like, I don't give a shit about Antifa. I don't give a shit about Patriot Prayer. I don't give a shit about any of this stuff. It's just a fucking game.
They need to set up the protest ring. They need a big ring in the middle of the park. The protest ring.
There you go.
Step into the protest ring. We're going to protest together.
Condoning the far-right murdering protesters with their cars, the left-wing opposition is opposing this with violent means, then as we've seen, the centrist position has historically been to either condemn the left for stooping to the same level as those opposing them, or to claim that both sides are equally bad and should compromise, which, yeah, the comic supports this hypothesis. After all, Adolf Hitler himself once wrote about his rise to power that only one thing could have stopped us, if our adversaries had understood its principle and from the first day smashed with the utmost brutality the nucleus of our new movement. As fascism.
And why did Hitler rise to power?
Because of the coalition of the rainbow coalition of the dispossessed.
Yep. And the communists.
Yep. They had a bunch of communists.
Bunch of communists to rally everyone against.
Fascism takes hold throughout the West. It's these.
I love that quote too. Like that quote is supposed to be some big like gotcha. It's like Hitler's just saying, yeah, if people realized that we were like totally evil, they would have stopped us before we started. It's like, really? Yeah. Wow. This is some big brain take. Oh my God.
had understood its principle and from the first day smashed with the utmost brutality the nucleus of our new movement. As fascism takes hold throughout the West, it's these people, the ones who...
The fascists are just taking over America. I mean, you just walk down the street.
It's Portland.
Fascists
It's
everywhere.
only Portland. It's Portland. Come on, it's one city. It's one city with an internet connection. Jesus Christ.
Encourage the categorization of Antifa and similar movements as terror groups, try to stop them opposing neo-Nazis, and in some cases declare them the same or worse than the fascists.
So I guess I mean, look, I'm not a big Andy No fan, but doesn't mean you get to, punch him in the face and the head just because you don't like him. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess this guy's defending this because Andy No is a fascist sympathizer, so it's okay.
So that makes this possibility of preventing fascism before it causes too much damage or gains too much power less and less possible. And do I really need to go into all the times throughout history that the centrists have sided with the far right in times of trouble because above all what they desire is a continuation of...
Oh my God, the echo's getting worse.
It's so weird because it like starts off like non-existent and it just builds and it builds and it builds.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on.
It's very weird.
I keep waiting for it to be, because he has clips from other people in here, and if those have an echo, then it's not just his thing. I don't remember there being an echo on his sound, but I think it might be his sound. Do you know who Owen Jones is? The new centrist party is the far right's dream.
I can listen to the video real quick.
Dun dun. Oh.
No, there's no echo in the original video. It's all you, Adam. It's all you.
I wonder what's
You
going
boomered
on.
it up.
I didn't do it, man.
We'll blame Steven. Fuck
All right,
you, Steven.
I'll take the fall for this.
Yeah.
the status quo, and the right are more readily...
Well, actually, wait a minute. Talk again, Steven?
Test 1 2, test 1 2, test 1 2.
Because sometimes you get really loud, and sometimes
Okay.
you're like really not loud.
Huh.
Like maybe your sound system is boosting it when the video's playing and it's picking it up. I don't know. He's got headphones on though. That would be tough.
Yeah.
That's true. You do have headphones, so it shouldn't be possible that it's you.
I'll try. I'll try
Very
something.
strange.
I'll try
able to offer it than the left. The right
You want me to pause it while you're trying
No,
to?
go ahead.
Okay.
will preserve capitalism, preserve injustice, and preserve many of the intersecting systems of oppression currently being maintained by...
Oh my god, I can't even understand it. That goes so bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
neoliberal capitalism, and if you're a privileged, cis-het, able-bodied, middle-class
Sounds
white
good
person
now.
like most of the alt-centrist chocolate fox, well, you're less...
No, it doesn't. I'm gonna rejoin. If it's me, everyone can call me stupid.
less likely to be really affected
now it's
by a
even
right-wing
worse.
government than a left-wing
Can't
one,
wait. I
right?
don't
That
see
explains why
anything.
they spend so much time exclusively attacking the left for their
Sorry,
utopian thinking,
guys.
aka having a vision for a better society. More on that later.
Well, wait a minute, it's not me. I can hear it being played through someone's speakers right
It's
now.
not. It's not echoing on the clip though.
No, but
Do you want me to drop and you guys can see it?
yeah, you drop real quick.
For the race he stole from Al Gore, and I love hard-working Latinos.
Well, can you just mute him?
As long as they don't move next door.
Social
Adam,
Yeah, what?
can you
What's up?
can you mute Steven in the Zoom real quick?
Sure.
Oh, okay, wait, just play it now. Press play now.
I did some stuff and now it's not really working for me, so.
My God, I hate you.
I know, I hate me too.
Because I can't even get the Watch Together room to work now.
I know. We got abandoned ship.
Everything's fucked.
We got abandoned ship. Send me a
my
new
God.
link on well, no, I'll do the watch
okay.
together. You read some super chats.
Everything is fucked.
We'll fix
Everything is fucked. Stuart King for $5 says, I'll have to admit, Nuance Bro's dirty take on LA was kind of, I don't know, concerning in my opinion. Can't believe he never heard that dog whistle. I mean, he said he knew it was a dog whistle. He just didn't agree that Tucker was using it that way. I mean, obviously, I'm not 100% sure on that, but yeah. Corey Roberts Friday says, can you make an ideology out of anti-centrism? Like not left, right, liberal, authoritarian, just anti the middle? I don't know. It's a good question. Can your only ideology be anti the middle? I don't think that's possible. No, I don't think it's possible to just be anti-middle.
That is pretty funny though.
That is funny. Squeezy Lewis $5 says, Sody Pop Master Race. I'm so close to kicking you, Squeezy.
Oh my God.
How fucking dare you? Daniel Collective 1 for $4.99 says, I'd give my mother Sitch's house crashing video for Mother's Day if we had one. So sad.
All right, I sent you guys a new link on Twitter, so.
Okay, let me.
I'm dumping this room. I made a new room. Oh, look, you're already in there. Quick.
Okay, let me put the video in. Let me press play.
The system
Sounds better.
restored, and I'll never forget.
No echo. Okay, get Steve back in here.
Nah, Steve. He's bored of the video. We should do it for a minute before Steve comes in to see if it's him. Then we have full.
Okay.
Give Ralph Nader for the race he stole from Al Gore. And I love hard-working Latinos as long as they don't move next door.
Oh, he doesn't want the city getting dirty.
Yep. You know, it's funny because we talked about this on a stream before. There was like 1 million people, or no, maybe it was less than that. I don't know. There was a lot of people in Florida that voted for Ralph Nader over Gore.
Right.
Ralph Nader, okay, the green candidate, right?
Yes.
And instead of voting for Al Gore, who turned out to be super environmentally conscious and dedicated the rest of his life to talking about climate change, we had 8 years of George W. Bush, who didn't give a fuck about climate change, got us into the 2 longest wars the country's ever been in, and and then watch the economy crash. You can blame him for that, or maybe not blame him for that, but whatever. So it's so like the whole Ralph Nader thing is literally the perfect example of the people who are like, I'm not gonna vote for the lesser of two evils, guys.
Yeah, just think if all those Ralph Nader voters were centrists.
Yeah. And they said, well, I'm gonna be an adult and I'm gonna vote for the candidate who aligns more with my values, even if they don't completely align with my values.
Yeah.
Shocking. You could probably get Steve back.
Steve's
Steve is
in.
back in.
Yeah.
Oh, he's connecting.
Now we
to
know.
Audio. Maybe. Are you here, Steve?
Social justice is an intrinsic.
Oh my God, it's fixed. It had to be a watch together issue. That room.
It might have been.
Was bad.
It might have been the room.
I think it
bugged
was
or
some.
something.
He joined and then left, and then I don't know. I still blame Steve. Steve,
It's all your fault, Steven. Steven can't hear us or respond.
why?
I don't know what's happening. I don't know. He's not responding. The Loser for 199 says, what is up with all the leftist bashing of Elon? Well, because Elon is a successful capitalist billionaire. So
Yeah,
he's a bad guy.
Yeah.
Yo,
He's
is it
bad.
still messed up?
No,
Let's
it
find
seems to be
out.
working good.
Let's wait.
Okay.
Let's find out now that you're back.
Part of
Flynn and break
leftism, or
again.
at least it is if you understand. Social justice is an intrinsic part of leftism, or at least it is if you understand intersectionality and aren't just a reactionary using left-wing aesthetics or class reductionist. If you're not.
So how's that square with us being on the left, really, but like having a disagreement over the social justice intersectionality stuff?
Well, but it's all bullshit because he doesn't define what social justice is. I mean, you can
Well, he
make.
said intersectionality. That's what
Well,
we're
but that's
definitely
fucking
against.
That's fucking stupid,
Yeah,
obviously.
totally. But he's basically saying you can't be a progressive unless you endorse this intersectionality nonsense.
Right. Because if you say like, well, you can't be on the left unless you're pro-social justice, it's like, well, how do you define that? Like, if we go back in time to when slavery was a thing, like, yeah, you're a social justice warrior if you're against slavery. Like, I get it. Okay, it's very dependent on the time and the issue.
Sure, totally. Well, it's kind of the equivalent of saying that you can't be on the right unless you're a Nazi. I mean, that's basically the same thing. Unless you're a total ideological extremist, you're not really on that side.
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't say Nazi. I'd say it'd be like saying you can't be on the right unless you're a tradcon. That's what I would say.
Okay.
A dickhead, basically.
Tradcons aren't like extremists, though.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying just because you're like an intersexual social justice warrior, I don't think that's the equivalent of being a Nazi.
Really? You don't think intersectionality is like extremist?
It is extreme, but I don't think it's as extreme as being a Nazi. Like,
okay,
you think so? I disagree.
It is racist. I don't like intersectionality because it's straight up racist. I don't like it for the same reason I don't like the Nazi stuff. It's racist.
We've seen the Nazis in charge of a place, and it didn't end well. Have the social justice warriors ever ran a country?
Yeah, it was the Soviet Union.
No, that's not social justice.
It was Mao's China.
That's class reduction and communism.
The Great
right?
Leap Forward. That's exactly what they're for. That's exactly
well, no, because
what
he's
they're
no,
for.
because he's criticizing class reductionism.
Okay. Are you sure?
I don't think there has been. Yeah, he just did. I don't think there has been a social justice country yet. I don't think there ever could be one, technically. I don't think enough people care. But
exactly.
Too many dirty centrists running around like, I just want to get paid for my job. Put food on the table for my kids. I don't what is this? What do you
Bigot.
mean I'm everyone's racist? I'm just trying to get by.
Bigot.
I just want to get married and have kids and have a happy life. What are you talking about?
Heteronormative patriarchy bullshit.
You want to cut off your genitals? I guess, if it's just you. I don't do whatever you want. I mean, what the fuck does that do with me? I just want to watch the TV.
You want to cut off your pee-pee?
I want to watch this new episode of RuPaul's Drag Race. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Equality is antithetical to the right wing, and as such, they actively work to undo as many of the most recent.
Wait a minute. What did he just say?
Reductionist, if you're not a dickhead, basically. Equality is antithetical to the right wing, and as such,
equality is antithetical to the right wing.
Yeah, that doesn't fly. That doesn't square.
Well, I don't know.
Oh no.
No.
This doesn't end well.
Obviously, there's the way that we first hear it and we go, oh, you're saying the right wing hates equality. Like they want people to be racist. Obviously, that's not true. But I don't know if you're saying, well, people on the right tend to believe in hierarchical structuring, right?
Yes.
That's anti-equality technically.
Right.
So I don't know what he means by that.
Well, no, they believe in prestige hierarchies, though.
Right.
They wanted to call Obama a domineering alpha as much as long as it's their guy, they're all for hierarchy.
Oh, you're saying the left believes in prestige hierarchies. Right.
No, I'm saying the right believes in prestige hierarchies. Just Obama doesn't meet that prestige criteria for them because he's not their guy. Then Then they're all about everyone. Yeah. Then they're all about getting rid of.
Well, I mean, look, there's like almost
Mr. Obama, Mr. Hussein Obama.
I mean, all these people talk about flattening hierarchies. No one really wants to flatten all hierarchies.
No.
Right.
No.
I mean, if you were to flatten all hierarchies
on the top,
right? If you were to flatten all hierarchies, that'd mean that if you had a successful communist YouTube channel, you would just randomly allow people to just stream on it instead of you.
Yeah, Bosh.
That's flattening the hierarchy.
They actively work to undo as many of the most recent social justice victories as possible. Centrists believe that the correct amount of social justice and civil rights is whatever we currently have. Many centrists will fight to defend.
Yes. You want to comment?
I don't think that's not true.
Not true at all. No. I was mortified that California passed Prop 8 and made gay marriage illegal. I was like, what the fuck? If that can happen in California, that's embarrassing. That's totally embarrassing. So I always supported gay marriage even before it was acceptable. I still support it. So.
Well, I mean, that's why this guy's all over the place. Because originally he's like, well, centrists just pick and choose. And I'm like, okay, I agree with that. But now he's like, but centrists just want the status quo. It's like, well, wanting the status quo and picking and choosing is completely different things.
Yes, big time.
I mean, there's lots of centrists who are like, oh, we want some drugs to be legal.
I want all drugs to be legal. How's that status
Adam wants all drugs to be legal. There you go.
Sanctity of gay marriage after a few years of it having been made into law, but will completely oppose the concept of trans people using the bathroom
for a completely different reason. You moron.
Adam, look, it's like with the abortion thing. It's all the same. You either believe in all social justice or none of it. There's no middle ground anywhere.
The idea of social issues is such a canard. The idea that gay marriage and abortion and, I don't know, drugs are just lumped into the same category.
Oh, I know. Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you're not consistent, whatever consistent means in that context, then you're somehow incoherent. It doesn't make sense.
Go ahead.
I don't think there's some centrist consensus on bathrooms for trans people whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, we have a position that, your position has really informed my position because I think it looks at the world credibly. And I've used your position many times.
I don't even know what my position is.
Well, no, so a lot of times on the left, they want to say that there was a time when gay marriage was considered wrong, and now that same thing is unfolding with trans issues. Like we should as a society learn to accept trans people in the same way that we've learned to accept gay people, which I have no problem accepting trans people. The problem lies with how we're going to define it in the realm of mental illness.
Yes, and how it's going to be treated medically, not societally.
Exactly.
But on terms of the bathroom issue, I mean, specifically the bathroom issue, I don't think there's any consensus. I mean, I'm basically of the moniker that you should use whatever bathroom you're presenting as. I don't think that's a very contentious.
A little off topic, but is there an issue that's talked about more and inflames more people yet matters less than trans bathrooms?
That's a good point.
I think it matters a lot to women. I think the trans bathroom issue matters a lot to women.
Really?
More.
Well, no, but it doesn't matter in terms of that there's such a tiny percentage of trans people that you would probably never even chance of you being in a bathroom with a trans person is very low.
Sure, but there's 50% of women that are going to worry about that regardless of whether or not it's infrequent. The worry about it is what the issue is. Worry can change your behavior just in the fact that it could happen. Yeah, exactly.
Fear is a powerful
motivator,
exactly. Of course.
So just the idea that, and this is what a lot of people play on. They're saying now that even if the person isn't presenting as female, they can just walk into the bathroom.
I don't agree with that.
I told you we went to that show. I can't remember. I think it was Melanie Martinez, and it wasn't Melanie Martinez. It was Tim and Eric. We went and saw the Tim and Eric show live, and I don't know. Tim and Eric is on Adult Swim, so it's hard for me to tell if they're just fucking with all of us. But they had genderless bathrooms, so you would go in the bathroom, there'd be guys, girls, everything. Like guys,
and it wasn't a single bathroom.
It wasn't. No, it was open bathroom. Yes, so everyone ended up waiting in line for the stalls. But
damn women.
Well, I went to the women's room because it was way more. It was cleaner, nicer. They had a couch in there. Obviously, come on. I think most people once people realized the distinction, most people went to the women's room. But that still affects everybody. That affected, hundreds of people. Maybe 1,000 people, maybe 2,000 people.
Obviously, a completely different issue.
Well, hold on. How is that a different issue? That is the
saying that
bathroom
your bathroom is
going to
be genderless as opposed to saying it's transgender presenting. Okay, because transgender presenting is 0.01% of the population, and genderless is 100% of the and all genders is 100% of the population.
All of the 2,000 people. I don't even know. It could have been 3,000 people at that show. It was a huge venue. All of those people at that show had their normal behavior interrupted for what?
Right. As a joke, I assume.
I don't know. Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah, but again, that's a different issue. I think there's
that
very few people.
Is very much a trans bathroom issue. How can you say that's not the trans bathroom issue?
Okay,
Steve,
I think it's a very different issue. That's people saying that they want all genders to be allowed in all bathrooms at all times, as opposed to I think transgender people presenting as whatever gender they're presenting as should be able to use that bathroom. I think those are two completely different issues.
Well, you were saying that the issue only affects a small minority of people. And I'm presenting you a situation where the issue affected 100%
a different issue
of
affects,
the people.
Yeah, a different issue completely.
How is it a different issue? How is it a different issue?
Because they completely strip gender from the bathrooms. Whereas if you have gendered bathrooms and people go in as they present, that's completely different.
Exactly. Right. I don't know why this is hard
why.
To understand.
Why did they strip gender from the bathroom?
I don't
because
know.
It's Tim and Eric. I don't know. Yeah.
No, I don't. I was only joking about that. I think if you went back to see any show, it would be the same way.
Well, then it's because they're totally woke intersexual social justice warriors.
Right, but that affects everyone.
Yeah, but no one's in favor of that. But that's not the same issue. Let's be centrist about this, Adam. Let's be nuanced about this. These are two different issues. We have to separate.
Okay. They're not stripping they're not making genderless bathrooms for cis people.
I just realized I started this whole derailment.
Look what you've done.
I apologize.
Well, here's a better way to ask Steven's question.
What was
Is there an
Steven's question
issue
again?
Is there an issue that's both so meaningless and yet so contentious as the transgender bathroom?
Well, this is why it is contentious, because people are going to shows. People are going to shows like that, and 3,000 people are all in the women's bathroom.
Yeah,
and
that's
women are
fucking
going.
stupid.
Women are going. Where do I go to the bathroom? Like, so that's all. That's the only reason I brought it up.
Well,
I know,
Adam,
Yeah.
you live out. Sorry, you live out in Loopy, California. Here in real America, we know a difference between men and women.
That's true. That's true.
What California does, the rest of the
Okay.
country follows. You
Adam.
guys it's coming your way. Don't think it's not.
You agree? Do you think Blair White should go into the men's bathroom or the women's bathroom?
Come on, the women's bathroom.
Well, but this is
obviously.
a real question.
Well, the thing is, where is she? Is she at a Tim and Eric show? Because luckily, at a Tim and
she's
Eric
in a
show,
restaurant.
she can go to whatever bathroom she wants. She can
goes to
saddle up to the
Denny's,
urinal
okay.
if she wants
Blair
to.
White is at Denny's and she wants a grand slamwich because they're very popular. Okay, so which bathroom is she going to go into? The women's bathroom or
all
men's
the
bathroom?
restaurants in Los Angeles have genderless bathrooms now.
Well, that's Los
It's
Angeles is crazy.
Pretty
I don't
much
tell you.
unanimous.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I get you.
She
You have
can
that
go to
choice
whichever
because
bathroom she wants.
There you go.
It's always used to work fine, and now you want to radically change everything, ignoring, of course, the fact that for many people the old status quo didn't work fine, and that's why they want to change it. Any steps forward for social justice and
And they want to
Did you
change
know-
it everywhere, okay? Even where you guys live.
Did you know that like black people getting hit by fire hoses because they want to be allowed to eat in the same restaurants and sit in the same seats as white people? That's the same as people fighting, to have their pronoun on their Twitter bio. It's the same thing, guys. Same level.
Oh, so Adam, you were talking about fear earlier. In the southern states, there was a lot of fear that like if they let the coloreds in the restaurant, that they would overrun the place.
They would get the cooties.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you say to that?
Ooh, good point.
Ridiculous.
How so?
It's totally ridiculous.
When fear becomes a thing unto itself, then isn't it legitimate as an issue?
I don't necessarily know what you mean. Like,
So when you're talking about trans bathrooms, you said it because it scared women.
Speaking of
became a
bathrooms,
thing
I'm gonna
unto
go to the bathroom. I'll be right back while you yell at Adam for being
No.
a horrible transphobe.
the trans issue is different though, because it's just as much a question of inconvenience, which I would argue inconvenience is like worse than fear.
Really?
Well, in our society, fear isn't as strong a motivator.
I guess. I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, I'm not afraid of like sharing the bathroom with a transgender person. That would be much better than, I guess, maybe the reason that they're changing it is because of the fear. Maybe the fear, the backlash from women about the fear thing was strong. So they're like, okay, well, we'll just take the issue off the table by just not having gendered bathrooms.
I suppose.
We'll scare everyone.
They probably just didn't want to get into a whole bunch of trouble, and they thought that was the most elegant solution. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, it probably is. Well, I'm sure they made some state mandated thing where they have to have at least one genderless bathroom.
Sure.
And if a venue doesn't have an extra bathroom floating around, they're like, okay,
Right.
we have all genderless bathrooms. Because it seems
Speaking of-
wrong to make the men's room genderless and the women's room gendered.
Speaking of California, did you see what Elon Musk tweeted today?
No, what was it?
He's talking about leaving California.
Really?
Overall.
Yeah.
Leaving California.
I just read his biography. Yeah, he's in Los Angeles. I didn't even realize that.
Is Adam the only person that read a biography just to win an argument?
No, are you kidding? Come on, people read books all the time to win arguments.
That's true.
That's the number one reason people read books is to win arguments.
Arrogant Media for 199 says, "Yo, Steve, good to see you here. Keep growing."
How
Hi.
did you poop so fast, man? That was incredible.
I peed. I didn't poop.
Okay.
Okay.
Which bathroom did you use?
Yeah. Which gender?
I used the little girl's room.
Is your bathroom genderless?
I'll have you guys. I'm coming out. This is it. I'm starting the transition. I saw ContraPoint's success and I decided I want me some of that.
There you go.
Cool.
There you go.
Congratulations.
First ever face pick of PSA Sitch.
So stunning and brave.
Girl.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello for $2 says gender is a spectrum, but politics are a binary. That's pretty funny.
We're the non-binary. Stop hitting us. Stop
that.
beating us.
Yeah, that's right. We're not enlightened centrist. We're politically non-binary, and you're a fucking bigot. You're a fucking bigot if you hate us.
Yeah,
Fucking
exactly.
Transphobes. Stuart Keating for $5 says, did y'all watch Elon Musk on Joe Rogan? He's such a genius that his tech will render verbal communication obsolete in 5 to 10 years, according to him. I started to, but he's just so awkward and boring that it's hard for me to listen to him.
I listened to half of it, and Rogan I didn't think was doing a really good job. He kept asking him like weird stoner questions. I'm like, dude, he should have read his biography.
DJ Coin Factory $5 says, I don't see how a centrist could vote for Biden, even if he wasn't in mental decline. That guy has no principles, the opposite of us enlightened one.
Yeah, agreed.
I don't know. I mean, I understand the mental. You're saying if you remove the mental decline, I don't agree with that whatsoever.
Does Trump have any principles?
Yeah, I was going to say, I hate to break it to you, TJ. No politician has any principles about anything. Okay. They're just going along with whatever their party wants. And that's how you have to align yourself.
Biden, though, is confused. He could be tricked into launching nuclear weapons.
Right, but the question was if you remove the mental decline aspect.
Oh, okay. I missed that part. You can't remove that.
Yeah, I understand that. You're right. Jarful Love for $2. Thank you very much, Jarful Love, for 2 Aussie bucks. Mikhail Baikov for €5 says, as a European, the European far right are not centrist. I mean, come on, parts of the French far right are monarchist.
No, I know.
In my head.
We have our share of monarchists here.
This is what I find so funny when I talk to people like Sofane or One Species or any of these people on the left who are like, well, the left in America is really the right in Europe. And it's like, is it? Is it really? I don't know. I don't think we have any monarchists running around in America.
Not on the left, that's for sure.
Not anywhere.
Isn't Liberty Hangout a monarchist?
I debated pragmatic culture on monarchy. He's a monarchist.
Is pragmatic culture American?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there's him and that's it.
That's it. Yeah, exactly.
And Liberty Hangout. She's a monarchist.
Really?
I don't know who that is?
Yeah. You don't know who Liberty Hangout is?
No.
Dude, consider yourself lucky.
Oh, snap. Wait a minute. Didn't you just tweet something about that? Sounds like the name sounds familiar. Was there a tweet thread with Liberty Hangout recently?
She's on Twitter, yeah.
That we
check her out and you'll realize that you will be.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Why aren't you blocked? You're blocked by Dave Rubin too. You're blocked by everyone.
How did you get blocked by Dave?
I'm not blocked by Dave.
Oh, Sitch, are you blocked by Dave?
No, I don't think I've ever tweeted at him.
No, I'm not blocked by Dave. Amazingly,
I'm only blocked by fascistic left wingers like Becca Lewis, and
she blocked me.
What's her name? Lindsay Ellis, I think, has blocked us.
I like that you're calling them fascistic left wingers. That's awesome.
Look, I'm usually pretty nice on Twitter. Okay,
right.
Generally pretty nice.
Generally.
Hey, I got in a long Twitter argument with Noelle Campbell, longtime viewer of the show, and she triggered the fuck out of me. But
really?
It was nice. I was gonna type some mean things, but I didn't because I'm nice. Sitch is a nice guy. Kumores for £5 says, in the UK we don't consider our NHS as left-wing exclusive thing. Our in-power Conservative Party gave a financial boost to the NHS after the election. Exactly, that's my point. That's why this guy. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. That's exactly my point. So I guess this guy's entire thesis is complete bullshit and wrong. Or he's saying that every right-winger in the UK who supports the NHS is just a fucking inconsistent, dirty, lying hack piece of shit, which maybe he believes that. So Alex or maybe he lives in America and he's confused. I don't know what's going on. Alex Karras for $5 says, "Wub, you Hummer, Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano, not in the sex way, more like the rolling around in the mud kind of way, naked with no pants and glistening chests." Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Does that make you excited, Adam?
I was reading Twitter. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought. Lieutenant Amazon for $2 says, "Don't forget context is racist. That's true. Context is racist. Gemini Samurai for $2 says, I feel attacked. You should, Gemini. Adam is never gonna get with you. I'm so sorry.
Who? What?
I'm trying.
Who did I
I'm
attack?
trying so hard to get Adam to just accept it.
Accept what?
Accept the-
Homosexuality?
Accept it, Adam. Accept the gay.
Homosexuals are a important part of our culture.
There you go.
Not it.
Real Attack for €2 says Angela Merkel is the most successful centrist. I'll take your word for it. I don't know anything about her politics, but I'll take your word for it. The Rooster for 499 says Sitch's protest story was beautiful. Shows that even the most divisive times, people can put their differences aside through healthy violence. There you go. I'm glad you took it positively, Rooster.
Yes.
The opinionated one for 499 says leftists misrepresent centrists similar to the way right wingers misrepresent liberals, at least in terms of term usage. Very true.
Yes.
Very true. DJ Crunk Factory for $10 says David Pacman just dropped a video called "Would have the armed lockdown protesters were black." Oh, okay, yeah, I got you. Why do lefties think that black protesters would be treated any different? I know why. What's your take? So basically, there's this thing on the left where whenever you see right-wing, generally white protesters do armed protests with open carry, people on the left say, well, if they were all black, the police would shoot them, which
it's true.
Well, here's the problem. I don't know. I'm trying to think. I can't think of a black protest that they were all armed and open
I can
carry.
think of one.
What? Which one?
I think it was in 1968.
Okay. Let's talk.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay,
In California, the Black Panthers protested outside. What do we call it? The governor or the Capitol building, and Ronald Reagan passed gun control in California because of it.
Really?
They weren't shot. Nobody was shot.
There you go. Ronald Reagan confirmed racist, but no. So I can't think of one in modern history. Okay, in like the last 10 years. So it's hard for me to judge because there's also, I understand like the liberal intuition is like, oh, well, obviously they're racist, but there's a difference between like a random single person who's armed doing something and a group of people who you know why they're there and they're protesting publicly and they're armed. Like there's a very different context in how the police, approach that situation. So I don't think it's fair to just say, well, if they were black, the police would shoot them. Like, I don't think that's a fair way to put it. I can't draw on a time that ever happened to point to see if that was true or not. So,
I mean, there was a famous viral video where a black guy was carrying open carry and they stopped him. So,
yeah, but was it during a protest or was he just walking around?
I think he was just walking around.
Right. I'm not saying people are racist, Adam. I'm just saying it's very different. I would assume the police have a very different psychological context in which they approach an individual open carrying and a group of people protesting.
Yeah, I agree. But I do think the race matters. My gut tells me things would be different.
It might, but again, I'm not
Steve
going
is right.
to rule it till I see. This is what we need, guys. We need a bunch of black conservatives to go out there and protest something and open carry. Go do it. Show the world whether the liberals were right or wrong. Show them.
Would they be risking their lives, do you think?
They have guns to defend themselves.
Oh, yeah, that's true. There's just what you need. Police shootout. Jesus.
Zora Major for $5 says California passed Prop 8 in 2008. There were lots of African American voters for some reason that year. Definitely zero connection, of course. Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
Black community generally, I think historically, I don't know if it's true anymore, but I assume historically was not very pro gay rights. No. But you know what? Intersectionality, guys. It's all intersectionality. Okay. It's all intersectionality, multiculturalism, as long as it's, anti-white people. But that's the way it goes. The Rooster for 199 says, #centrist are the real racists. That's true. There you go. Zara Richards for $2 says, are ants kosher? That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. Because you would immediately think, obviously ants are not kosher, but locusts are kosher.
Really? Why the hell are you eating locusts?
Because apparently in the Middle East, man, back in biblical days, lots of locusts flying around.
Oh, free
apparently
food.
They're good.
Free food.
Not
they
that
deliver.
I would never eat a bug because that's disgusting. But so I don't know if ants are kosher. I have no idea. That's an interesting question.
Probably are.
The Woozer for 199 says just ban public bathrooms. They're hobo traps anyways. There you go. Everyone just walk around with a catheter or a pee bucket. That's all you need to, right? And if you have to poop, just go home.
Your
Just go
pee
home.
flask. You just pull your pee flask out.
There you go. Taker610 for $5 says, did you guys say last week that Elon created Tesla? He was not a founder, but invested a ton of money in the company after selling his stake in PayPal. I don't know, did we?
Yes. He was
Interesting.
not the
Didn't know that.
creator. He was not the creator of Tesla. Tesla came to him after the fact. That book is pretty fascinating. Elon, he got this idea of planting something on Mars, and he actually flew over to Russia with a bunch of guys to try to buy a Russian rocket to take some plant to Mars just to show him that it could be done. And the Russians, he had some dinner with a bunch of Russian guys, and they were kind of like laughing about the whole ordeal.
Wait, was he trying to terraform Mars?
I don't know. There's nothing
Probably.
about terraforming in the book. No.
Okay, never mind.
I mean, what's the point of getting there if you're not going to terraform it? Like, you're just going to live in shit hell?
There's
Like, I don't know.
nothing about terraforming in the book.
So I just looked it up, and this is a far more important issue. I just looked up. Ants are not kosher, everyone. Ants are not kosher. Apparently, the only insect that is kosher
is locusts.
Is this type of desert locust that they used to eat. Isn't it convenient, Adam? All bugs are not kosher except for the one that people just happen to eat at that time period. It's just so God is just so convenient that way, isn't God? Just
You
so
should
nice.
get that changed.
Yeah, my God.
Why are you
God
guys going
really-
easy on ants?
Right. God's really considerate that way. He's like, you know what? All those bugs you don't eat, those aren't kosher. But the one you do, that one's kosher. Thank you, God. We appreciate it. Larson the Wolf 49 says that gender pay gap of 20 cents must go to the bathroom couches. I'm now going to refer to the pay gap as the couch fund. Too many progressive friends. I like that. That's funny. Lord of the Nerds $5 says, well. Looks like someone may have just teeny tiny walk back to make about a certain general. Anybody got anything to get off their chest? Well, I assume you missed the beginning of the stream, Lord, because I said we're going to talk about that after. And
What do you
find out
what do you got
how
to get
I
off
feel
your
about
chest?
Flynn being dismissed charges or not. You'll find out.
Oh yeah.
Here's a hint. Fuck Michael Flynn. It's not going to go the way you think it is, though. You'll see. Daniel Collective 1 for 499 says, isn't all gendered bathrooms kind of an acknowledgement of the left that trans people aren't the gender they're presenting as? Ooh,
sting.
Ooh, motherfucking Daniel Collective just said, fuck your argument. I'm going to fucking murder it. Bam!
Yeah,
Bam!
exactly.
That was the
it's a
super chat of the
genderless
year.
world. Bosch is one.
Oh, I'm going to fucking take a screenshot of that and tweet it out. Oh, you just fucking destroyed. I'm labeling it as destroyed in my picture files. I'll tweet that out. Fucking damn, look like that. Ooh, got him.
Sting.
Gemini 795 says, Adam, try docking. It's not even gay, just male bonding. Though I can only do half docking.
I don't
I don't
even
even
want
know
to.
what that is.
I don't even want to know.
Docking
I don't want to know.
is when
No,
you take your foreskin.
make it stop. Oh, make it stop.
Are you circumcised, Adam? Can you even dock?
Of course.
Okay, so sorry, he can't. He's circumcised, can't dock.
Oh
the
my
opinion,
God.
The opinion A1 for 199 says Richmond gun rally had black protesters with guns. Well, there you go, guys. Liberals blown the fuck out. Sawyer for 499 says black open carry protesters of a sort. Look up Huey P. Newton Gun Club. Huey, is this like in this century though?
I think that was the California thing that I was referencing.
No, it says it founded in 2014. So there you go,
never mind.
guys.
Well, Huey Newton, he was the head of the Black Panthers, wasn't he?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. That's why they named him Huey in the Boondocks. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, so the Boston riots was gun and violence free. What? Huh? What?
I don't know about Boston riots.
Yeah.
I don't know either.
Roland Rush for 199 says, were there not armed blacks at the VA protest? I don't know. They probably say it doesn't count. Like, this is what we need. We need like a controlled study. You need like an all black protest with open carry. So maybe the Huey P. Newton group will be a good case study.
No,
Stuart King for 2 Aussie bucks
no
says
one's going to
Elon.
approve that study ever. Like that's
I know.
in a million years.
Elon stutters fans. His mind is just too quick. Yeah, Elon's just a little weird. Okay, he's a little autistic. It's okay. That's why he's so smart. He's just a little autistic. It's okay. Oli Willie for $5 says, "Did you see the left and right lose it with what are you laughing about?"
Gemini, Samimi.
Gemini Samini. That's how I say it. That's probably not how you're supposed to say it. For
Samimi.
$2 says, "Life is meaningless. Adam can't dock."
I know, so sad.
So sad.
How do you know what that is? That's a little suspicious, Sitch.
Because Adam, I live on the internet. I know what every disgusting thing means.
Sitch
Okay?
lured me to his hotel room at VidCon. Now I'm nervous. What was going on there?
I was preparing. You think I could dock? I'm fucking Jewish.
Oh my God.
Ollie Willie for $5 says, "Did you see the left and right lose it with Justin Amash? Said he was running for president for the Libertarian Party. So much salt." I did see that. It was pretty funny. Paradox for $1 says, "Adam, you are partially right about centrists and truth because they're also grifter centrists, meaning people who never search for truth, but they know if they self-identify as centrists, they will be let off the hook. They still decide the kings, though." I agree with that. Paradox $1 says, "Steve, don't worry about derailing the conversation of the show. It's pretty much the standard. We love tangents." There you go, Steve.
Okay, good. I feel better about it.
Inequality are either ignored, opposed, or at the very most supported, but only at a grindingly slow pace, and definitely not if it involves any kind of violence, aggression, or disruptive protest until enough time has passed that it's become the status quo, like the civil rights movement, for example. This level of violence was
part of the problem. This is the difficult reality that people don't want to accept. If you violently just snap your hands and you make something better, like you just violently say, okay, we're going to violently enforce that black people have all equal rights in all America, in the South, okay, like in the civil rights movement.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I agree that should be the moral choice. It also, I think, makes things like, I think this change happens slower in the future. And that's why you had so much racism continue in the South, and I guess still continue to this day to some degree, though obviously by far less, for so many generations and so many decades.
Because they felt forced into it.
Because they felt forced into it
of their own volition. Yeah, exactly.
Kind of what happened with abortion too, because
agreed.
Got way more intense after Roe v. Wade.
Totally. Yeah, it's probably why it's still going on.
Interestingly, I don't see that happening so much with gay marriage, and I don't know if that's because, like, most people aren't walking around bumping into gay people like every day, so maybe it's just like out of sight, out of mind. So they don't care about that. I'm not sure.
That's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Necessary, but no more and no further violence is allowed for other civil rights movements. Protests are great, but only if they mean nothing, are ultimately pointless, and don't in any way challenge the status quo. Walking through the streets with pink pussy hats, holding placards is a bit risky, but hey, it's fine.
See, this is the problem, though. They're fighting the status quo for stuff that doesn't even seem real. I mean, if you're protesting because of the wage gap, you're going to get a lot of eye rolls.
Well, and also this is so bullshit because he's all like, well, you should be able to violently protest and stuff. It's like, oh, so does that apply to the neo-Nazis too? Should they be able to violently protest? Like,
yeah, yeah, that's an excellent point. Not a good idea.
I mean, this is what he doesn't acknowledge. Why the whole you centrists, you still want non-violence? It's like, okay, because we're advocates that the rules have to apply to everyone equally. Like that's the only way society can function. So everyone feels. Right.
Procedural fairness is what it's called.
Yes.
Yeah.
If there's no procedural fairness, there's no society. That's what leads to the breakdown. That's what leads to revolution and chaos and everyone chopping the heads off of people.
Yeah.
Which I guess is what this guy wants. So maybe that makes sense.
It's not harming anyone, but it looks like you're doing something good and has similar aesthetics. Blocking traffic.
See, I wish I knew what that sign
kneeling
said.
during the national anthem.
What's it say?
This
is a crisis.
This is a crisis.
Probably the wage gap. They're probably protesting the wage gap right there.
No, well,
the crisis.
No, they're not in America. No, maybe they are. It says there's a sign for Emirates. Well, it's an airplane ad, so I don't know where the fuck they are.
Disruption of people's day-to-day lives or forcing them to confront
Can you see what
difficult
the
truths.
shirt says? No. I could probably Google it. This is a crisis airport protest.
That's unacceptable. Protests have to be able to be easily ignored by the people they're targeting, can't be too confrontational or cause one to actually think about the situation, and ultimately must be useless. After all, the best kind
Well, it's got to be Europe. You see the license plates?
of activism is the kind that can be brushed aside and doesn't do any tangible good. Right? The perfect example of this is Boogie2988, the ultimate centrist, the man who once tried...
There he is, one of you.
That guy's a centrist. Oh my god!
See,
I know.
but-
I hated this part. Ugh.
This is the problem. Boogie is just he is the stereotype of the centrist
Oh,
who
he is.
doesn't really follow politics, doesn't really understand what's going on.
There's a certain Weasley nature to that sort
Totally.
of centrism. Because
Totally.
you can always go, both sides, man, both sides lie. And it's like, yeah, that's true. But they're not equal and they're
Right.
lying and
Exactly.
the magnitude of those lies.
And even if both sides lie, you still have to vote. You still have to choose.
That's what I was talking about earlier. Those
Yeah,
are the people
totally.
who think that they're just aloof and that, they see the world for how it is or whatever.
Right. Like I agree if the people who are like, well, both the Democrats and Republicans are equally bad and evil, and I just don't vote because of it. That's fucking stupid. That's the dumbest shit ever.
If I don't want to take, well, I would like to take a position on everything. Sometimes you don't have enough information to take a position, but I like to at least say, this would be my goal with making this change. So you'd have some way to get the information that you would need to be able to make a decision.
Yes.
But Boogie, I'm just convinced, doesn't want to make a decision because he doesn't
No.
want to offend half his audience. So
Right. But then he
it
just
is
didn't talk
totally
about it.
Weasley.
Right. You just didn't talk about politics then.
Yeah. Yes.
blaming Anita Sarkeesian for her own harassment, who famously said that he firmly believes in same-sex marriage, which is a misnomer because, of course, sex is on...
Anita Sarkeesian is responsible not for all of her harassment, but for a lot of it. And she was actively seeking it out because that's how she made money and that's how she gained fame.
Yeah. It was
She
rewarded
only
comfortably.
her Kickstarter, her original Women in Tropes Kickstarter, mysteriously, okay, she had like no money on it. And then for some reason, it gets put on 4chan. And this is like in 2012 or something. So it's even like pre-SJW era.
She's like, I need to advertise this Kickstarter here. Let me go over to 4chan. Let me see.
Yeah,
I'm
so
gonna
it
post,
gets put on
I'm going to post
4chan
some
by
memes.
someone. And then all of a sudden, all the 4chan people start rallying about how terrible it is and how terrible she is. And oh, look, suddenly she gets a wave of support because she's being harassed by the terrible 4chaners.
I think I might have accidentally posted my campaign in the wrong forum.
on a spectrum, not quite as binary, and a lot of the time so-called same-sex marriage includes an intersex or straight trans person, but let's put that...
Wait, what did he say about sex?
He's like...
He just went off on a tangent for
I
why
know.
same-sex marriage
Well,
is...
this guy he throws out like 10 points in like a second. You're like, wait, what the fuck? He just said something crazy.
His video lacks focus.
Well, to be fair, the stream lacks focus.
Well, yeah, but this is a stream. Like, this is a 30-minute video. I feel like 10 minutes in it could be a lot shorter, but that's just me.
Is he advocating, is he saying that same-sex marriage is legal now? Now we have to advocate for non-trans marriage, and we have to make that legal too? Doesn't seem like you would you even have aren't our bases covered on marriage now?
I think all our bases are covered, yeah.
Okay.
Sarkeesian for her own harassment, who famously said that he firmly believes in same-sex marriage, which is a misnomer because, of course, sex is on a spectrum, not quite...
Sex is on a spectrum, okay. Well, so we do still have some work to do in the marriage realm, guys. We have to make sure that all places on the spectrum are made legal.
Saying you're in favor of same-sex marriage, not good enough. Not good enough because sex is on a spectrum.
Right.
Even though that's fucking not true.
You have to be in favor of non-binary marriage.
Right. I hate the sex is on a spectrum argument. It's like, yes, there's a handful of people, less than like 0.01%, that have a handful of chromosomal disorders. That does not mean that sex magically is on a spectrum just because of that. That's not how this works.
True.
And gender isn't even on a spectrum. Gender is on a bimodal spectrum, but they don't care about that.
Oh, wow. Someone's been reading.
I know.
and a lot of the time so-called same-sex marriage includes an intersex or straight trans person, but let's put that aside for now. However, you can't rile up the crazies or get all up in people's faces, as Boogie put it on the H3 podcast, because then the homophobes might be upset about gay people having rights and become violent. So the best way to do it is to slowly, over time, change people's minds.
Uh-oh, we said the same thing. Oh my God, did you know that stating a fact, stating a descriptive fact means that you're prescriptively a horrible Nazi?
To the point where almost everyone agrees, even if...
Well, you at least had a logical reason behind it. You were saying that the backlash is going to be worse, and that the homophobes are going to be out in force, and everything's going to fall apart because of that, which seems logically coherent. At least you've got a...
Well, no, I said, I said that in terms of race.
it.
I don't think there has been a huge backlash for gay marriage.
Yeah, obviously we haven't seen that. Yeah.
Right.
If that means delaying legalizing gay marriage by up to 20 years.
I've always believed in boiling the frog, right? Like, I've always believed, hey, we should have same-sex marriage. I love same-sex marriage. Let's do it. But the problem is, if we try to get it done right now, there's going to be a huge backlash. Okay.
I never said anything remotely close to this.
Boogie is the quintessential
Like,
white
I was
moderate.
like, make it happen now. What the hell?
Well, see, okay, so I guess the difference is we were just talking about descriptively what will happen, and Boogie's talking prescriptively how he thinks it should happen.
Well, he's basically just taking Obama's position. This was Obama's position. Obama was against gay marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So was Hillary Clinton.
So was like 99% of the country until recently.
Yeah. You know do you remember who forced Obama's hand?
Well, it was the droopy dog guy, wasn't it? Who was it?
It was Joe Biden.
No, my God.
Was it really?
He said on Meet the Press,
I remember that.
I believe in gay marriage. And then like a week later, Obama was like, oh, I do too.
I do remember that. Oh, my God. What did he say?
That, leftist.
What did Obama say, Steve?
He said, I do too, I guess.
That's so good.
Let's see. 2012, gay marriage has always been a delicate thing for President Obama, blah, blah, blah. And then there's his vice president. You have to hand it to Joe Biden. There aren't many people who can threaten years of carefully triangulating with a few comments the way he can.
Oh, yeah.
That's what Joe Biden's good for. He's
I know.
a wrench in a plan.
During an appearance on Meet the Press on Sunday, David Gregory said, "You're comfortable with same-sex marriage now?" And Biden said, "Look, I am Vice President of the United States of America. The president sets the policy. I'm absolutely comfortable with the fact that men marrying men, women marrying women, and heterosexual men marrying women are entitled to the same rights, all the civil rights, all the civil liberties. And quite frankly, I don't see much of a distinction beyond that."
Yeah, he scooped him. I remember that. Obama
So
was
all
like, what
the
the fuck are you
leftists-
doing, Joe?
All the left is complaining about Joe Biden not being left enough.
Before that, Obama's position was absurd. He was evolving, which means after I get reelected, don't worry, guys, I'm going to come out and everybody knows that.
Exactly.
Wink, wink.
That's hilarious. Yeah. That is so fucking funny.
Okay, so let's try to do it in 20 years, in 10 years, and let's see if we can avoid the backlash, right? Let's just slowly, methodically change minds. I've always been a big fan of slowly, methodically changing minds because I don't like it when gay people get killed. I don't like it when somebody gets murdered for being gay. So let's not rile up the fucking crazies, okay? Mm-hmm. Let's just go slow and easy. Mm-hmm. Her methodology is to rile up the crazies, get right in the face, put a finger in their face and say, I don't like fucking...
Who's her? Is that Hillary Clinton?
I assume
it's
Anita
Anita.
Sarkeesian.
Yeah.
Oh, Anita Sarkeesian.
I don't remember her being some big gay advocate or anything like that. I mean, I assume she was, but I don't remember that being like a thing she's always so focused on feminism and shit.
Yeah.
What you're fucking saying, and that's fine.
But here's the thing, even if you disagree with Boogie, it's not like he's saying it from like, oh, I hate gay people. He's just saying, oh, I fear that the backlash causes more harm than the good does.
Yeah, you're arguing.
You can disagree with, but that's not like he's terrible for saying that.
Yeah.
But I think after talking to her for an hour, she, on some level, definitely wants what's best and doesn't understand that her methodology is very poor.
Mm-hmm. It's for this reason that I would say that centrism is, if anything, anti-solidarity, because the most important thing to them...
That's all that matters, right? Being pro-solidarity.
Yeah, totally. That's the most important thing. Pro-tribalism all the way. Go team.
Powerful, continuing nationalism, disdain for human rights, identification of enemies as a unifying cause. That's dangerous. That one right there. Identification of enemies as a unifying cause. Jesus Christ. Why would you think that's a good thing? Rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion and government intertwined. Wait,
Hey, what's that list? What is it?
This is supposed to be things centrists ignore. I don't think centrists ignore religion and government being intertwined. I don't know where that comes from. Corporate power protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for the intellectual and the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption. It's so funny because all like 90% of that list is just things on the right.
Disdain for intellectuals and the arts? My man. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. Like, so it's like,
what the fuck are you talking about?
This is, you know how it's funny that the
obsession with crime and punishment? Are you kidding me? Come on. Where's the LSD, dude?
This is like the you know how the left always complains? They go, oh, you always complain about the people that vote for the third party candidates instead of complaining about the people on the right who vote for the right wing candidate. This is their version of that.
Hold on. Who on the right even is for rampant cronyism and corruption?
No, obviously
who supports that?
Obviously, no one says that, but by laxing,
I got you.
Business regulations.
Wink and a nod. Wink and a nod.
Yes.
Come on, that's ridiculous.
Hey, who's obsessed? Which side of the aisle is very focused on crime and punishment?
I mean, I do like civility. Civility has its place.
Civility does have its place. Civility is important. But no.
That's why you get civilization out of it. You notice how civility turns into civilization? How those two words seem to have a root?
No, we should just go the Thomas Jefferson way. Just revolution the country every 20, 30 years.
Oh, yeah.
Full-blown revolution.
It's easy to build businesses.
Yeah.
with potholes, with mortar holes in the street.
You know the movie The Purge? Instead of having that for a day, we should have like a year. Every 30 years, there's just a purge year, and then we just start over again.
Whatever reemerges is going to be the dominant society.
If it works for evolution, okay, the strong will survive. It will work for society.
Them is civility and avoiding conflicts no matter what, even if that comes at the price of justice or the suffering of disadvantaged communities. These are also, as I mentioned, the same people who would argue that actually the violence used in order to end slavery, Jim Crow, give women the right to...
Look at all those pussy hats.
Look at all those pussy hats. Well, also, can't we make a distinction between slavery and Jim Crow laws and whatever the fuck's supposed to be happening now? The magic... everyone's secretly racist intrinsically, and you can't ever not be racist. Like, how are we supposed to solve that one violently? Huh?
Yeah.
Supposed to kill all the people you don't like? Is that the answer? Kill all the white people?
God.
Kill all the quote unquote racists? Like, what's the answer to that question?
Don't ask.
I don't know.
I'm scared. I'm getting scared.
When basically every worker's
right. It's worse than a genderless bathroom. Oh, shit.
You got so scared you reversed the video.
That's okay. I know where we were. Oh, look at that face. Close your eyes. Oh shit. Close your eyes.
Oh, God. It's even worse.
Close your eyes.
You went from Hillary to Christy Winters. Jesus. Adam, you got like the possessed touch.
I think he has Christy Winters in here as a centrist. I forgot about that.
That's hilarious. How the fuck is
Winters
Christy
I know,
Winters
exactly. I'm like, oh my God.
She's my new Twitter buddy. She followed me.
Oh my God, Steve! Don't tell people that.
Oh God, you must be doing something wrong.
I guess.
Approach. Let's not free those immigrant children kept in concentration camps. Let's just protest it silently.
Look at that horrible centrist right there. Oh no, maybe this is supposed to be the non-centrist.
Holding up signs. Let's not.
Look at these centrists. These Nation of Islam supporting centrists on a stage. You're like, oh, very centrist, right? Believing that white people were genetically engineered to be evil. It's a very centrist ideology.
Wow, that's scary.
Let's not take any direct action to
believing that Ayana Hershey Ali should have her uterus removed for speaking out against Islam. It's a very, very centrist ideology.
affect any actual change in the many active patriarchal systems we labour under. Let's walk around wearing pink knitted hats and smugly worded placards. Centrists do not believe in solidarity because they believe that we already have
all those patriarchal systems we labour under, Adam. What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Break the chains. Break the chains of the patriarchy. Amen. You know what the problem is? I walk around and I see too many buildings that are shaped like penises. Where are all the vagina-shaped buildings? This must be the work of the patriarchy.
Buildings used to look like titties when they were pyramids.
Oh my God. And they always had those female pharaohs, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. We solved the case.
We've regressed as a society.
We've regressed. We need to go back to titty buildings. I'm firmly on board with titty-shaped buildings.
Have the perfect amount of civil rights, and even if they can be convinced that, for example, gay people should be allowed to get married, trans people should be allowed to piss where they fucking like, and so on, well, let's not be hasty. I know people are dying here, but the important thing is to appease the bigots, and the best way to...
Did you know that trans people are dying because they can't go in the right bathroom or something? I didn't know
when
that
they
was
hold
happening.
it for that long. I mean, when they have to hold it for like years, what do you think happens? Come on.
I love how when I looked into this and when Nuance Bro looked into it, it was like, actually, if you're trans, you have less of a chance to be a victim of violence than if you're not trans.
do that is to maintain the oppressive status quo for literally decades in order to win the bigots over to our side, rather than giving minorities rights and just telling the bigots to just...
There's some nice symbolism right there. All those pussy hats right in the trash bags.
Ouch.
Some nice symbolism.
Fuck off and accept it or get clapped. Or there's a single-payer healthcare system will never get votes because it's utopian, even though a majority of Americans actually support it and it demonstrably works in most Western countries. So let's keep the current system.
So, I hate to parrot a Destiny talking point, considering
no.
how terrible he was in the last debate. But, as he likes to bring up, this is a very disingenuous statistic, okay? Because it all depends on how you ask the question.
Oh yeah, totally.
So if you ask 70% of Americans, do they support Medicare for all or a single payer system? They will say yes. But then when you start getting into very specifics, it's all wildly disagreement about how that.
Do you support free healthcare? Hell yeah. Do you support free healthcare that you pay for with higher taxes? What? What?
Do you want somebody else to pay for that? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to pay for it yourself? No.
I love how, and then when you bring this up to these people, they like, that doesn't count. Only the one that confirms what they, says that the majority agrees with them. That's the genuine public opinion.
Totally.
The other ones don't count.
But tweak it a little bit, rather than actually making real change that would save lives.
And so even if I supported public ownership of all things, which I don't, I'm not about...
What? Chrissy Winters is not a full-blown communist?
Oh my God, Chrissy Winters is a terrible centrist. Oh no, what are we gonna do, guys?
Hold on, she is like a far left feminist on YouTube, but because she's not a communist, they consider her centrist. I think we're figuring out what's going on here.
Well, it's so funny because she was very anti-Bernie.
Really? How do you know this?
Because I just looked it up right now. She has a video. Why I will never vote for Bernie in the Democratic primary. I assume that's... Oh, okay. This is where the clip is.
Okay, cool.
Okay. I could bet you, I could almost guarantee you, okay, that if Bernie Sanders was a woman, all this stuff would go out the window and Christy Winters would be the biggest fucking Bernie Sanders supporter of all time. Because she's a feminist first and foremost. She just wants the candidate with the vagina. That's all
she's voting based on vagina. She wanted Elizabeth Warren. That's why she's not going to vote for Bernie. And it's all just motivated reasoning. It's like, you know, that communism stuff. Elizabeth Warren.
Yep.
The revolution. I'm not about having anarchy. Sorry, guys. I would like to see progressive change in America, and I would like us to essentially move to a position where we could be kind of a version like, the American version of the Social Democrats. And I think getting really progressive Democrats elected across the country, not like, we're socialists and we're going to, eliminate private health insurance. That won't get elected. But slowly, if we expand Obamacare and we put in more competition, we harness... Instead of, we put more constraints on healthcare in terms of their profitability and who they have to cover and how they pay for their drugs, all that kind of stuff. We can get to a place where we have the benefits of a lot of European countries.
Those people.
Yeah, I can't believe Bernie's for abolishing private healthcare.
I know.
Yeah, that's crazy. Totally nuts. All right, I'm running to the bathroom now too, so go ahead. Make your point.
And even the thing with Christy Winters is like, Again, you can disagree with her, but she's just talking about how she thinks change will effectively work. She just says, "Oh, it's got to be people are going to fight against it unless it's slowed over time."
Yeah,
I disagree with
incremental.
that. Yeah, it doesn't make her a terrible person.
Well,
I mean, lots of other
she
things
is a
she
terrible
believes make. Yeah, she is a terrible person for lots of other reasons that have nothing to do with that. But
Yeah, exactly.
Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, nice to you three slept through 2014 to 2015. I don't know. That was a while ago. I don't know what we were talking about. That had to do with sleeping through 2014 and 2015. Sorry. Danimal1 Collected for 9.99 says, don't you love how Anita's Kickstarter was saved from bombing by mostly male gaming journals giving it press, and her first video was about the damsel in distress being saved by men and how it's bad.
That's quite ironic.
Funny. Very ironic, yes. Lord of the Nerds says, so the left doesn't care about crime and punishment? Generally not. I didn't think. Yeah, I would think generally they don't. Generally, the left is too soft on crime.
That's the only way that like a right winger ever wins in a major city. Is
yes.
Campaign on being tough on crime.
Right. The left used to be very tough on crime, but they've kind of shifted from there. Lucifer 499 says, this guy's conflating centrists. There are elitist centrists like Clinton and Obama, etc., and populist centrists like Adam and Sitch. There's a distinction.
Do you consider yourself a populist?
No, sorry.
Good.
Well, if the Wooster says it and he gave me money, I guess I do. I am a populist. That's
how easy it is to
That's how easy it is. Yeah, exactly.
That's really centrism.
No, I understand.
Taking positions for money.
Right. I understand what he means. I'm definitely not an elitist. Adam is definitely not an elitist because he wants 12-year-olds to vote, which I guess would be the most anti-elitist position imaginable.
The perfect position.
I don't even know if I would call. I don't think Clinton or Obama were centrist. I think they're just moderate liberals. I think that's different than being a centrist. Maybe it's close. I don't know. It's all very confusing. Stuart Keating for $5 Aussie bucks says, I'm surprised that guy didn't insert a David Pakman clip as an example of him being centrist for not being a full-on Bernie bro if he added Christie. Yeah, I am surprised.
The video's not over yet. Maybe it will.
Maybe he will. Oh, shit. Look at these fucking Streamlabs.
Adam's demented cat is...
the
one true Solifist for $3 says, Adam, if I were to fight to the death and you were to kill me, you would be bringing the rest of the universe to an end. Like the video game Roy and Rick and Morty. Doesn't Boogie have a quote about rapists being redeemable for believing in something?
What?
Adam.
Translation.
Adam, if we were to fight to the death and you were to kill me, you'd be bringing the rest of the universe to an end. So whenever you kill someone, you're killing an entire universe because each person's experience of reality is a universe. Okay.
Gotcha. So I've killed you and your universe is collapsed. Right. I like this.
So he saes, doesn't Boogie have a quote about rapists being redeemable for believing in something? I don't know if Boogie
What? Oh, come on.
I mean, I don't have a problem with I liked what's her name? Who was the spacey spiritual lady that was running for the president?
Marianne Williamson.
There you go. Yes.
Look, I love me some spacey love and peace spiritualism. So on one hand, if Boogie believes that about rapists, that's fine. But on the other hand, we live in a practical reality.
Yeah.
That is hard and uncaring.
Can we castrate them first and then redeem them?
I understand that thought ain't gonna play. So I get you. Johnny Stoffel for $3 says, at 58 genders on Facebook. So 2.35 times 10 to the 78th power possible combinations. This is going to be a long constitutional amendment to legalize all potential marriages.
I found the perfect building for Sitch.
What's the perfect building? Did you put a picture of it?
I searched it up. Yeah, I put a picture up for you.
Okay. Well, I'll see it once it.
You'll love the architecture. Okay. Tell me if it reminds you of anything.
Okay. Psychomate for $1 says, "Eat the bugs, bigot." CT for $1 says, "Eat the bugs, bigot." Zara for $1 says, "Eat the bugs, bigot."
Wow.
And Sarma for $1 says, "Eat the bugs, bigot."
We got raided.
Candor Jen for $1 says, "Eat the bugs, bigot." There you go, guys. Eat your bugs, live in your cubicle, and I see your tit building. There's the tit building.
Wow,
very nice. Very nice.
Is that the architecture that you want?
That's the perfect all buildings in Sitch's America. It'll be out. The words "pop" will be outlawed, and all buildings will be required to look like giant tits.
I believe this is a nuclear reactor, so When nuclear takes off, you'll be seeing this architecture
go.
all over.
Awesome. See, that's how you know that, guys. That's how you know you can trust
Nuclear, right there.
energy.
Come
'Cause
to
it looks
mama.
like tits.
Come to mama.
Right. What bad has ever looked like tits? Nothing. Nothing. Nothing.
Who joined the Tea Parties? Disgrace America's.
Let's see the
we
straw
can
man
get to a
song.
place where we have the benefits of a lot of European countries.
Those people who joined the Tea Parties disgrace America's name. Now I can't understand how their minds work. Fox News mugs. But if you think you'll get single payer, you must be clinically insane.
Followers of
So every Democratic candidate, I think there's a couple that weren't, but almost every single one ran on a single payer system.
Most of them say they support it in theory, but they have actual plans that are other than that the leftists do not approve of.
Yeah, they don't approve of it because it's not Bernie
Right.
Sanders' plan.
Right.
But they all had single payer plans, except for
that's not true.
Except for the New York guy, I don't think had a single payer plan. His name escapes me.
Bill de Blasio?
No. The guy that came in at the last second. Bloomberg.
Oh, Bloomberg, yeah.
Bloomberg didn't. I think he was anti-single payer. Who was all the Elizabeth
Joe
Warren has
Biden's
single
not
payer.
single payer.
Yes, he is. Joe
No,
Biden
he's
has a
not.
single. Yes, he does.
He's for a public option.
What's the difference between a public option and a single payer?
A single payer is literally the only option. It's a single payer. A public option means you have private insurance as well as public insurance.
But they have single payer in Canada and Great Britain, and they still have private insurance.
Okay, okay. You're right. I'm sorry. Single payer is complete. Yeah, single payer is complete government, and public option is
Okay.
single federal insurance plan that would compete with. Okay,
So nobody has single payer then.
in the entire world.
Most places still maintain private insurance, as I understand.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so every candidate had a public option. Okay,
Which
that I
is
can think of.
something that the burners forget whenever they say we just want to be like Denmark. They forget that you
Denmark
can still get private insurance in Denmark.
Right. None of the countries they claim to want to emulate have a fully single payer system whatsoever.
No, they have cartoon ideas of what the Nordic countries are like.
Most ideologies genuinely believe that they're striving for a better world. Leftists believe that by abolishing capitalism and private property and building a global movement built on solidarity and equality, that the evils created and exacerbated by global capital and an economic system that actively harms and victimizes the poor and most vulnerable in society will be, if not entirely resolved immediately, then at least materially improved for a majority of people. Likewise, the far right genuinely believe all their wacky conspiracy bullshit, like that the Jews are deliberately usurping society in the media in order to keep down the white man or whatever. So in order to
So I feel compelled to ask,
Yes.
Sitch, how do you feel about those Jews controlling everything?
Yeah, well, I think it's funny because it's like, oh, the far right has their wacky Jew conspiracies, which some of them do, but obviously the far left has their wacky capitalist conspiracies about oh, the capitalist class is just like trying to lull everyone into like a false, sleep with all their materialism, so
And
the
those-
workers don't rise up.
Those frequently take on a anti-Semitic tone.
They do.
depending on who you're talking about.
What do you think they mean by those capitalists?
Well, I remember. I think you guys hosted the debate between Vosh and Sargon, and Vosh was like, he was talking about how like Sargon's philosophy is one step removed from anti-Semitism. Well,
Yep.
okay, well, so is yours, dude. Like you were all about the capitalist masterclass, brainwashing people, giving them false conscience. Well, yeah, that's oftentimes taken on an anti-Semitic tone too.
Right. That's what I literally said to him. I said, you're one step away. You have no room to talk. You're one step away to make that connection.
But this, they do.
I mean, there's a reason Marx hated the Jews.
Mm-hmm.
I think he wasn't he Jewish, but he like renounced Judaism and became very anti-Semitic.
Really? I didn't know that.
I think I'm not sure if he was Jewish. I think he was Jewish and renounced it and became very anti-Semitic.
I know the Nazis hated Marx.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So therefore, does that mean the Nazis didn't hate the Jews? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they're saying, well, no. The Nazis obviously hated the Jews and Marx.
Okay.
But a lot of people were saying last week that the left wing, the Nazis are left wingers.
Right.
Yeah. Who
As
love
I understood,
Marx.
oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
As I understand, the Nazis didn't like Marx for his internationalism.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
His
Yeah, of course.
cosmopolitan multiculturalism.
Something like that.
All the awful shit they do, they think they're working for a better society. Centrists, though? Centrists may not be misguided monsters who believe that they must commit crimes against humanity in order to bring about a better world, but they're the next best thing. They're monsters who believe that there is no such thing as a better world. To a centrist, the world...
Look, I love the idea of this, okay? You have this super leftist complaining about centrist not fixing the world, and he's showing all these, like, places, I guess, starving people in Africa or something. So what is the communist leftist solution to this? Should we invade those countries and quote unquote fix them? That's like, is that the leftist position now? I'm very confused by this.
Yeah, just like we did in Iraq. We bring them democracy. We totally fix everything.
Didn't you get George W. Bush, leftist all the way?
Yeah.
We have right now, with rampant poverty, billions of people dying of preventable means across the globe, children relying on food banks in order to not literally just...
If all these third world countries were just communist, all these problems would be solved, Adam. Oh my God, did you know that?
I did not.
Starved to death in first world countries, incredibly high levels of homelessness, and an environment so fucked up that unless we take drastic action, we will...
This is one place where I do agree with the right wingers, simply because they lay out in The Dictator's Handbook, Take a Shot, one of my favorite books, about how foreign aid completely stifles capitalistic growth in these third world countries and really does a huge disservice to their economies.
There's a great documentary about that. Fuck, I can't remember the name of it.
But they have the facts on their side with this one, so I have to side.
Yeah,
with
but there's
got
to be a way. I don't know. You think is there a way to do foreign aid that it doesn't do that?
The documentary is called Poverty Inc. I highly recommend it. Have you heard about the what is it, Joe's Shoes or whatever?
No.
Oh, they advertise themselves as like, every pair of shoes you buy from us, we give a pair of shoes to somebody in the fucking...
Some third world dictator that uses it to oppress his people.
Yeah, no, what happens is they come in with the shoe truck, they give everybody shoes, and then that puts the local cobblers out of business.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That's what they go to
and then the shoe truck doesn't come back for like 3 years.
Yeah. Yes. That's exactly what they talk about in Dictator's Handbook. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're putting local businesses out. You're also, a lot of the foreign aid never gets to the people because the dictators use it to pay off the whatever, junta military they're paying off to keep the people subservient to them. Yeah. It's bad news.
The dumb guy on Twitter responded to you. If you want to publicly on stream argue with him on Twitter.
What guy? No, I muted him. It's not worth it. Yeah.
Okay. Because he was like, ooh, it's ironic for you to call Vash a pedo. And I was like, I thought he was calling you a pedo, not Vash.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. Hilarious.
You should unmute him and just be like, I'm calling you a pedo, idiot.
It's not worth it.
I don't know.
You love argue how the tables have turned. Do you guys remember a mere month ago, a mere 6 weeks ago? Sitch was talking about how terribly caustic I am on Twitter.
It's important when you insult someone that they fully understand the insult. That's what's important. Okay.
Which Twitter is a fantastic medium for that.
Yeah.
Okay, don't worry. I'll respond on your behalf.
Oh, thank you. I want to even see his response.
There you go.
The planet uninhabitable, that world is the best possible one. There is no need to improve here.
Oh, yeah. We hate improvement. I'm always talking about Elon Musk because fucking improvement. Fuck that.
Right. Well, it's like there's this, it's this psychotic delusion that these people have that, well, if we were only communist, all the problems in the world would disappear. And it's like, even if it was actual communism, not like China or the USSR or something, there's no reason why, just because people are working in a collective at a job, that means that they want to help poor people somewhere across the world.
No, they
Why
don't.
would they be more incentivized to do that then? It would be less. because they'd all be making more money on their own, technically, theoretically, according to the utopian idea. So they wouldn't want to share it.
Yeah, it's garbage.
Status quo is the only perfect society. Those who want to improve the world are misguided extremists, and the far left and far right are the exact same. That's where the horseshoe theory, the favourite argument of the politically illiterate, comes in, of course. Nazis are the same.
Well, he's got that part right. The horseshoe theory is politically illiterate.
Let's read this comic. Okay. Welcome to Smart Guy Centrism 101. Okay, we're good so far. We got the radical center. Sorry, the enlightened center, yes, at the top. And we have the terrible far left and the terrible far right at the bottom. Okay, it says, I can't see because the word's cutting it off, but it says something like politics, it's just like a horseshoe. The far left and right, they're the same thing. Observe. Oppression is bad. Oppression of most people is actually good. It's like I'm seeing double. Oh my God. The people on the left, they think oppression is good as long as it's oppressing the people who they consider the oppressors. This is a problem. None of these people can ever not strawman. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever not strawman.
This is the problem with ideology, because it becomes impossible to actually see the other side's perspective. Like it just does, you're so used to strawmanning their perspective that you fall for the caricature of them that you create.
Well, yeah, no, but and it's just like, I mean, this guy started the fucking video saying that far right wingers, neo-Nazis, and TERFs and a bunch of and so on should all be killed. Okay, so even in this video, he proves the whole. Well, I'm just saying oppression is bad. Why are you saying I'm the same thing? He's literally proved it himself.
Yes.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
Hold on, the comic's not over. This seems like our extremists here have forgotten the most important thing that smart people all know. And what's that? What is it?
I'm personally doing just fine, so obviously nothing is wrong.
Okay.
No one ever actually thinks that.
I wonder if there are centrists that are... Yeah, it seems like centrists.
I mean,
are
I
all
think
over the
people
place.
operate under that on an unconscious level, but no one's like actively walking around like, well, I'm doing okay, so obviously politics is grand. Like everyone complains about politics.
Everything, yeah, exactly. There's always room for improvement. The whole thing is you don't want to improve to the point where you lose everything you've gained.
Right,
Like
you
when you
want to
have
throw
that,
the baby out with the bathwater.
you know, when you're in Vegas, okay, and you're winning, you're up, you got that huge pile of chips there. Like you've amassed this winning of all night long. It's not as tempting to throw it all on the table and go like black or red, right?
Exactly.
You want to hang on to those gains.
Well, but see, this is why I fucking hate these people so much. They're so fucking naive and stupid. Because like, even if I were to think, and I don't know what this guy's mind is, but even if I were to assume that he has the most perfect, ideologically amazing goal for society, does he not understand that there's a fucking reason every time there's a revolution that never happens?
Yeah.
It's because there's a fucking
No, he doesn't
power
understand
vacuum
that. Yeah, he
and a
doesn't
hierarchy.
understand.
And who are the people that are going to climb the hierarchy in a violent revolution? It's not going to be the fucking peace beatniks.
No, it's going to be the might makes
Yes.
right type, who generally fall on the right side of the political spectrum.
Or at least the
Sorry.
authoritarian side of the spectrum, regardless.
Yeah, totally.
And here's the tip, kiddos. Here's the key insight here. Authoritarians don't really give a shit about the left or the right.
No, they don't.
They just want power for
Totally.
themselves.
Candace
So it
Owens.
doesn't matter. Yeah.
Let's make Candace Owens king for a day and see how it goes.
It's like, this is so fucking stupid. I hate, it's so obvious to me. It drives me crazy. It drives me. How are people so stupid? How do we live in this world?
Well, it's
How do we live in this
idealism.
society?
It's idealism. That's what it is. It's this utopian bullshit.
Oh, the woes of being an enlightened centrist.
You know who's going to bring us utopia? Elon
Who?
Musk.
There you go. We'll all live on Mars on our magic utopia. For some reason, living on a shithole will make things better.
I say we send Antifa and the Nazis on their separate spaceships.
There you go.
And drop
There
them
you
off
go.
and see what happens. That could be our experiment, the one you were talking about.
They can live on the one side of Mars. The Nazis can live on the other side of
No,
Mars.
we drop them at the same location with one canteen.
There you go.
The Black Bloc, people who want universal healthcare are communists. Antifa are the real fascists.
How do anarchists want universal healthcare? That's a little confusing to me. Like, seriously, if you're an anarchist, universal healthcare isn't in your cards. Like, ever.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay? You like walking into a hospital is the opposite of anarchy. The extreme opposite.
Look, it's all magic, Adam. It all works by magic and hopes and dreams. Okay, just don't question.
A hospital is ordered. People wash their hands on a regular basis. It's not anarchy.
Why should I follow the hierarchical structure that some expert says that washing your hands kills germs, huh?
How can anybody say that the anarchists want universal health care? That makes absolutely no sense. You're talking about ideological consistency here, and then you throw that one out? Come on.
Well, I don't know if he was saying that they do. I think he was saying like, these dirty centrists think that the black bloc is the same as all the people that want universal health care.
He just said the black bloc wants universal health care. Did I get it wrong? I thought that's what he said. Here, we'll back it up a little.
No need to improve here. The status
Well, you
quo
didn't have to
is
back
the
it up
only
like-
perfect
I
society.
backed
Those who
it
want to
all
improve the world are misguided extremists. Nazis are the same as the black bloc, the favourite argument. Far left and far
See,
right
it's
are the
just too
exact same.
much.
That's where the horseshoe theory, the favourite argument of the politically illiterate, comes in, of course. Nazis are the same as the black bloc. People who want universal healthcare are communists. Antifa are the real fascists, and so on.
So, he was saying Nazis are the same as the black bloc.
Okay.
Centrism is at its heart an ideology of civility over justice. It's centrist to condemn strikes and protest movements.
How do you feel about justice?
Pro-justice.
You hate it, right?
I'm pro-justice.
Oh,
I'm
you're
pro-civil-
oh, whoa. I'm pro-justice.
Pro-justice and pro-civility. It's fucking crazy.
Steve, are you pro-justice or what?
Nah.
Oh, you hate justice. Good.
Justice is overrated.
Two out of three ain't bad.
Yeah.
You know that scene in To Kill a Mockingbird where the town has the riles up of a lynch mob and they want to go kill the black guy, the innocent black guy, because they're all racist?
Yeah.
Looks like if only those people were
didn't do it.
pro-civility, they wouldn't feel the urge to go lynch a man, right? If only they were pro-civility. But, I forgot. Civility is the enemy. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's because they
Spoiler
inconvenience people, and yet...
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I ruin To Kill a Mockingbird?
Jesus.
I'm so sorry.
Did they lynch the black guy or what happened?
Have you never seen To Kill a Mockingbird?
I saw it. They made me watch it in school. Come on. This is
Yeah,
America.
me too.
See,
It's
but
America.
it's a good scene. You know why? Harper Lee's a smart lady, okay? Because you have the angry mob. They're going to go lynch the black guy. And then Scout comes, and what does she do? How does she dismantle the angry mob? She starts naming individual people.
Oh, yeah.
And when you do that, suddenly they're not part of the amorphous blob. Suddenly they're individuals, and they're responsible for their actions on an individual level.
I just always like the name Boo Radley.
There you go. Boo Radley.
I like that.
Did you guys watch that video that was like really popular like 20 years ago when I was in middle school called How to Kill a Mockingbird on YouTube?
No. Wow.
If you guys, if after the stream, if you guys want to like a good like dose of internet culture when the internet was like young and fresh, type in How to Kill a Mockingbird and you'll cringe and it'll make you sick. But that's the way the internet used to be in the simpler times.
Terrible.
Fail to act when the government tortures potentially innocent people, sets up concentration camps for refugee children, erects oil pipelines.
Uh-oh. Kids in cages.
Kids in cages.
Across native land, enables a brutal police state, and enacts a pseudo-genocide against the poor, disabled, and vulnerable.
Okay, so wait a minute.
What's a
First of all,
pseudo-genocide? That sounds awful.
I was gonna say I don't know what pseudo-genocide. First of all, I don't know what a
How do you do one of
pseudo-genocide is. It's like not quite a genocide, but it's sort of a genocide.
Well, if
It's
you're gonna
pseudo-genocide.
have a genocide, you'd want it to be pseudo, because that's like not real.
Right. So I don't know what the pseudo-genocide, but that's part of this rhetoric is that if you don't like be specific, you can say whatever the fuck you want. Right?
So pseudoscience is not real science, right? So a pseudo-genocide, I would assume, is not a real genocide.
There you go. That's
like
exactly
a fake
what he probably
genocide,
meant.
I guess we're
Yes.
in the midst of right now. Holy cow.
I know. That's amazing. Yeah. That's hilarious, actually. That's
It is hilarious.
But yeah, and I don't know. He said we all live in a police state. I don't know. Is he talking about like the quarantine? What is he talking? I don't. Do we live in I don't think we live in a police state. Not sure. Not sure.
Yeah,
where we
I
end
don't
up,
know.
Partner.
I think they stood down in Portland. Come on.
Yeah. People in America like their freedoms.
Injustice is fine, acceptable even, but protesting that injustice in any kind of disruptive and or violent way is when the problems start. Corporations, politicians and government agencies are granted more empathy and understanding than marginalised and or oppressed people fighting for
Do these people not understand that every tactic you use will be used against you?
Yeah. Are you against protesting? I'm not really against protesting.
I'm not against protesting,
Yeah.
but I'm against disruptive protesting. I mean, I guess it depends on what you have to be very specific. Because
Yeah.
like is this guy going to be in favor of disruptive neo-Nazi protesting? Should neo-Nazis and white nationalists be able
course
to
not.
block the airport off because they think, until immigration
Oh
is
my
completely
God.
stopped from
Until the
non-European
Jews
countries,
are totally gone.
until the Jews are totally gone, we're going to block entrance to the airport because this is where the immigrants and the brown people come from. Should that be okay? I mean, what the fuck?
I mean, this is the mentality you have when you think your victory is inevitable.
Yeah,
And I guess is that what you think? They think that they're just going to win, so it's okay.
Yeah,
maybe.
for their rights. Centrism is both incapable of experiencing empathy to any appreciable degree and unwilling to imagine or fight for a better, more just world.
Oh my God. You have no
don't have
empathy,
any empathy.
Sitch. You're out
I
of
know.
empathy.
Bleeding heart, liberal Sitch.
I know.
No empathy. Literally felt so bad about destroying 17910.
I know.
Never
You wouldn't
finished
even
the
make the
video.
second video.
I have no empathy. No empathy whatsoever.
Yeah. It's funny because we have a lot of empathy for like conservatives, and they would say that that's misplaced empathy.
I have empathy for most people, except
Yeah.
for fucking idiots like this who live in this black and white idiot world. That's when I lose my empathy.
Yeah.
Listen to all things considered. I consider anyone's views. I watch Bill Maher and Jon Stewart. I use irony in everything I do. But when time came to take out the Taliban, there was no one more red, white, and blue.
As mentioned,
Wait a minute.
It just, the
Wait a
song
minute.
took a turn.
Wait a minute. Is this guy saying that taking out the Taliban is bad? Question mark, question mark, question mark?
Uh-oh.
Isn't that the implication?
I don't think the Afghanis like living under the Taliban. I'm just going to throw that out there.
So, so being a leftist means that you should support religious, authoritarian, right-wing, authoritarian governments in the Middle East, I guess.
Yeah.
How
The
does that make
Taliban
sense?
took all the girls out of school. It sucked for
Right.
the Afghanistan people. Yeah. Big time.
But wait a minute, Adam. I thought if you believed in magic ideology principles, that suddenly your views were all 100% consistent.
Oh. I guess they were a little inconsistent there. He should
Oh.
fix that.
You should
Yeah,
fix
well,
that.
unless maybe he's against girls in school. I don't know. Like, we would have to ask him, but
Yeah, maybe.
I'm
he's against
for
in
girls
school.
in school. I don't know about
Right.
you, Sitch, but you sexist
I'm in
piece of
favor.
shit.
Okay, look, guys. I know this is going to give me a lot of flack, but I'm brave. I'm going to take a brave stand here. I'm going to publicly declare that I, Sitch,
Mhm.
am in favor of females being able to attend school
In bikinis.
in bikinis.
Middle school is distracting enough. Come on, man.
Well,
There's got to be an age
okay.
limit. There's got to be an age range on it. Yes.
College. Let's go college.
well,
We'll
yeah.
make a compromise.
There you go.
Centrists love to pretend that extremists of all stripes, be they left or right wing, are all the same.
Centrists paved the way for the far right in Brazil. Bum, bum.
Hold on. Sitch and I have disagreed on this for as long as we've been doing live streams together. Like, Sitch is the one that is for horseshoe theory, and I say that the left and the right are not the same, that there's There's distinctive differences.
Okay, but
So
every
even
time
we
I
disagree on
expound
that.
on what every single time.
Well, you
I've ever
make it
expounded-
one point, like it's
I
some
know.
violence point or something like that. where
Every
you think,
single
okay,
time.
well, they do agree.
Every single, yeah, we do agree because every single time I just expound on what I mean by it, you say I agree with that.
Right.
You just don't like that I use the term horseshoe
But
theory or
the
something.
problem with horseshoe theory, though, is it says that they're the same in every single way, or it implies
Does
that they're
it?
the same in every single way.
Does it?
See, I guess it doesn't.
Because
I'm
look,
going
if
to
you-
stick. I'm going to stick with the implication of it over what it actually
If you
says.
if you take the four quadrant political graph, okay,
Mhm.
and you plop a horseshoe.
Oh yeah,
on
yeah,
it,
yeah. It's true. Yes, I
There
see
it
what you're
is.
saying. Yeah, they're both authoritarian.
Yes.
Are all equally bad and cause an equal amount of harm. As a result, they usually end up supporting the far right for a number of reasons, partly because trying to...
Both of them, I mean, the equal amount of harm thing is tough because neither one of them really have a lot of political power, in my estimation. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
Well, in America, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know because a lot of people. I mean, I'm sure this guy thinks that Trump is like a far right fascist.
Yeah,
dictatorship
totally. He
or
thinks
something.
Hitler is what he thinks.
I mean, there's a pseudo genocide going on that we didn't know about.
I know, because I guess it's so pseudo. It was like completely invisible to us.
To resist fascism with peaceful means inevitably fails every time, and therefore with no one to oppose them unpeacefully, they gain power, as we saw recently with Bolsonaro and Brazil.
I love the idea that like, oh yeah, like in Nazi Germany, they're just all these peaceful protesters protesting against the Nazis, and then they just failed. If only that swath of female peaceful protesters with their pussy hats had just picked up guns instead of pussy hats in Nazi Germany, all that disaster and pain could have been avoided. It's like, no. All the people that were in favor of the violence, they all joined the Nazis.
Oh my God.
Brazil, but also because whilst the far left and far right want to transform society in a way they think will be beneficial, the far right have more to offer centrists. For the average white middle-class cishet citizen of a fascist state, really not all that much would change under fascist rule. Capitalism would be maintained and the...
Yeah, okay. Ooh.
You guys think that? You get,
No,
if you're
I don't. I disagree. I disagree.
Cis-het white male, your life will not change under fucking fascism.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Parts of modern society that many centrists even value, like respect for the flag, patriotism, charity for the poor, sports and education, focused on great achievements of the home nation, systems of oppression against marginalized people, creation of jobs for the youth to participate in, encouragement of family values, etc., would even be exaggerated.
Did you know that every cis-het white male is an extreme authoritarian right-wing tradcon? Because I didn't know that.
That was such amazing propaganda there because he's
know.
pointing out all. So he's pointing out all these things that you would probably be for, but using Nazi imagery because the Nazis were for them. It's kind of the same thing as saying like Nazis ate. Are you eating? You fucking
pro
Nazi.
your own country? What are you, a Nazi? Only
Yeah,
Nazis are pro
exactly.
their own country. You know?
Yes.
It's fucking crazy.
Terrible. Steve, did you want to say something?
No, you're good.
Unacceptable. You have to say something.
Something there.
Oh, there you go.
Exaggerated or improved, if that's the way you want to look at it.
See, he's trying to hypnotize us guys with this this image, this kaleidoscope here. He's
Yeah,
trying to
I was
lure us-
thinking that. I was
lull
like,
us in.
whoa.
Slowly, is this a Jewish star? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No. So slowly, this non-Jewish star is going to slowly morph into a hammer and sickle, and before you know it, comrade.
Just look at how many people voted for Boris Johnson over Jeremy Corbyn in the most recent election. The centrists, the people who really decide most elections because they're the only ones who really vary in their voting patterns,
Yeah, the kingmakers right there. Bow down.
He mad. He mad.
He is. He is. On your knees. Kiss the ring.
feared the kind of systemic change a left-wing government might have brought, but not Brexit apparently. And they loved the right-wing nationalism and pandering to patriotism that Johnson went around doing, associating his government...
Oh, wait, it's so hilarious because he was just criticizing Boogie and whoever the other person was for talking about incremental changes, and yet he literally proves them right with this example. It's like, well, Jeremy Corbyn, too far left, too quickly, people pull back.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, it's almost
Pay the
like
fuck
they're
attention.
thinking.
Yeah.
and the Brexit process in general, with being on Team Great Britain, as far-right failed MEP candidate Sargon of Akkad recently admitted.
So everyone is struggling and scrambling to explain the magnitude of
pro-Sith Sargon of Akkad. Just putting out there.
The Labour defeat to the Conservatives. And I think that I have figured out the thing that underpins the whole issue. But it's not something I can necessarily verify with any data or science or reason.
Then shut your mouth, Sargon. What are you saying?
The lies of the Jedi.
He's
I just
like,
want to throw out that I'm
like,
pro
I had
Empire
a-
too.
Oh no! You can't. Are we gonna get an hour-long debate about the Sith now, Steven?
No, there's an interesting article. I forget who wrote it, but I think they posted it at the Weekly Standard. I want to say, of course, the Weekly Standard. But yeah, they basically said the only thing the Empire ever did was blow up Alderaan. Past
That's
that,
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just destroying an
entire
planet with the people.
Hey man,
the
you know,
only bad thing they did is very small. You know, look, we all make mistakes.
Yeah, totally.
Error is human.
yeah. Hey man, every empire does bad things.
Right. It's true. Every government.
Think about the bad things we had to do to beat the Nazis.
Yeah, we had to blow up the planet Nazi. Okay. How many innocent people were living and working on planet Nazi when America just blew it up?
But I think that there is something to this, and I think the story essentially begins at the Olympics in 2012 was it, where everyone was behind Team GB. Everyone was very, very proud of how Britain did, and I was too. And I mean, I only went to one of the games.
Boo, USA,
Yeah, exactly,
USA,
exactly.
USA.
Give us those gold medals.
But the atmosphere while I was there was unbelievably wholesome. It was so positive, and like I was dating a girl at the time, and we went down because she wanted to, and it was just right. It was just very family friendly. It was very calm and relaxed. Everyone was just having a good time. The atmosphere was just great.
2012 Olympic medal count. In first place, the United States of America with a total of 104 gold medals.
Fuck yeah.
God,
Or maybe
the world
wait,
has to
maybe
be
it's not
so
gold
jealous.
medals. Maybe it's just all medals.
Oh,
no,
what?
sorry. It's all medals total.
Oh, that sucks.
America still first place with gold with 46 medals.
Fucking right.
Bronze medals, we just throw them back. We're like, keep it.
We give those to the shithole countries. They're like,
Yeah,
"Here you go."
exactly. There you go.
Guess who was second?
Oh
China.
no.
Yes, China. Wow.
Yeah, good
China.
guess.
China pretty close with 91 total medals. And then third place, big drop. Great Britain,
Oh, there you go.
65 medals.
A home field advantage, and they can only get 65 medals. That's pathetic.
Yeah, they need
Come
to
on.
bribe more people. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. Never
you gotta
mind.
learn how to give your athletes testosterone without being
Yeah,
caught.
come on. If you ain't cheating, you ain't playing to win. Great Britain, get
That's
your act
right.
together.
Great, really great. We were all on the same team, and since then, I think that the glue.
You
that
know
keeps
who else was
country
on the same
together-
team?
The Nazis.
Oh no.
I love that this is played like poorly. It's like, oh, you know, I was at the Olympics and it was nice that everyone in our country, instead of being divided, was all unified in like one thing. That's a bad. And this guy's like saying that that's bad. That having that feeling of unification is bad.
Unifying around
God.
healthy competition. So terrible.
Yes, about fucking sports.
Yeah. Nobody died at the Olympics.
Yeah. they didn't lynch the losing teams in the Olympics.
Yeah,
okay?
exactly.
I mean, maybe I would watch it if they did that. It'd be more interesting.
Oh my
Just
gosh. Can you
sacrifice them
imagine?
to like, yeah.
The sports gods, Nike. There you
Yep,
go.
there you
Sacrifice
go.
to Nike.
has kind of come unstuck. And I think that there is a glue that keeps us together. And I do think there is something about this national glue that underpins things, which is essentially what convinced the working classes to reach out their hand and say, right, okay, Boris, we'll give it a shot. We, in fact, have little choice because it seems...
Did you see or listen to Eric Weinstein's interview, his last podcast?
No.
I forget who it was with.
There's a lot of cuts in here. We should mention that. I usually am good about like putting in a beep in between cuts because I feel like I don't want to deceive anyone.
Right.
So
Right. Or a fade or something. Yeah.
yeah.
No, but I forget who he talked to. It's not on YouTube yet. It's on whatever the podcast service is. And he was talking about how the left totally ceded immigration to the right, and how the left used to be very anti-immigration because it hurt workers.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Because it hurt the average man, the common worker, the common laborer that the leftists are supposed to be so in favor of. But you know what happened? Intersectionality came in and said, fuck you.
Well, I think you've also pointed out, we mentioned in the beginning, some ideological inconsistencies between each of the ideologies, and that is a huge one. You can't say you stand for the working class and you're for open borders. That's completely disconnected from reality.
Right.
Seems that the Labour Party are no longer on Team Great Britain.
It wasn't true, of course. Johnson is a bigot of the highest order who considers LGBTQ plus people, black people, the working class.
Listen, you can't even have a conversation about unemployment without bringing up LGBT rights. It's like, come on.
Well, and also, I mean, so Sargon's point was that he was on that the left was not on pro England, right? Pro Greater Britain.
Right. Yeah.
And so his response is that's not true because Boris Johnson's a racist
against
homophobe.
LGBT. Yeah, he's a homophobe.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know if any of that's true, but that's not even what Sargon was talking about.
It's called a non sequitur. It's like here's a completely unrelated thing.
Right. He bad man, so
yeah.
Yeah.
Look, rainbow flag over here.
Right.
Come get it.
I don't look, if I just say that you're a racist, anti-Semite bigot, I don't have to make a point. Because that is the point.
But you would if you wanted to really talk about, like immigration policy on a serious level.
But
how about this? We compromise. We let as many LGBT people in on immigration visas
there you go.
as we can take.
Perfect.
No cis straight immigrants allowed. Only the LGBT ones.
Let's do it. Bring them over.
Women and Jews to be beneath him, and his government has caused the deaths of hundreds of thousands of vulnerable people and forced many others to suffer and live in abject.
Those vulnerable people that have been affected by immigration.
Well, but again, this it's so funny because this directly speaks to, as he was criticizing those terrible centrists, it directly speaks to Boogie's point.
Yes.
Is that if you go too far too fast, people are gonna want to pull back, and that can let people that maybe you really don't like or don't agree with get in the power. So, you got to take all things into consideration. We all can't live in the magic fantasy world where you're just going to kill all the people that disagree with you ideologically, because that's not going to happen. Sorry.
Yeah. And even if it did, other people would change their minds and you'd be right back to square one.
Square one. Yeah, exactly.
Poverty in a deliberate attempt to bring down the unemployment figures at any cost and come out looking like they're tough on benefit scroungers, which one might think might hurt the argument that he cares about British people, since so many British people are members of those groups. But of course, much like Johnson, the far right doesn't consider these groups to be really British, and as the centrists don't really tend to bother doing much investigation when the right-wing press tell them that the left hate British.
I haven't listened to anything he's saying because it's so visually distracting.
Oh, the kaleidoscope? It's working.
Yeah, I'm just like staring at this thing. Like, I don't know.
It's working its magic.
Yeah, it's all just kaleidoscope, pretty lights.
Yeah.
And the right love it. They just went along with it in the last election, and now who the fuck knows what'll happen to these marginalised groups now Brexit is in the process of being implemented. Not me, but I'll tell you who doesn't fucking care though. People always look at Nazi Germany and ask, how could this happen? And then follows a discussion of whether or not the German people were abnormally evil.
Wasn't Brexit really predicated on people being anti-immigration?
I'm not sure. I'm not British.
Yeah, I don't know enough about to comment.
Okay.
Who
So it
cares?
seemed like
Great
to me.
Britain. Who cares, really?
That's a good point. Who every country that's not America doesn't matter.
The argument
Sorry.
that he's making about
Sorry.
people
Sorry,
not
guys.
caring. Yeah, okay. You got us.
You got us there. Not American, don't care. Except for the non-Americans who give us money. We care about you a lot.
Hell yeah.
But everyone else, all you fucking moochers.
Well, they're all enlightened centrists, though, so it feels
That's
it's
true.
Feels right.
Or whatever, but the fact of the matter is that for the average person in Nazi Germany, life actually changed very little. If you weren't Jewish, homosexual, Romani, etc., life went on.
For the average person, I love the idea of like showing like these like crazy marches full of like thousands of people. And it's like, for the average person, life didn't change very much. Let me show you pictures of the exact opposite of that.
You think this guy, yeah, exactly. You think this guy has read like The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich or any of that shit?
No.
Because
Probably not.
it did drastically change for everyone. Like,
well, yeah, I wasn't like living in Nazi Germany as a German kind of similar to like, you know, the communists who had the like in the USSR who had to always be like afraid of like ratting each other out.
Oh
and,
yeah,
like, being so like everything must be, you know, for the political party. You know, if you dare speak against the party, you get ratted out by your child or your neighbor. Like,
that's not a great way to live, right? Worried
but
about.
look, nothing changed for those people, even though they're living in constant fear.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Constant.
Even
fear.
though citizens were living in constant fear and soldiers were slowly conditioned to commit atrocities, nothing changed for the average person.
Yeah, the brown shirts were basically thugs. I mean, they could do whatever they wanted with zero
Right.
accountability. Like, how would you feel if your cops all of a sudden could do anything they wanted to you with zero accountability? That's not fun. No, nothing changed.
Nothing changed.
As before. People still got up, went to work, got married, had kids, day-to-day life went on as before, and in fact for the white middle
Paid off the cops that beat up their kids.
class had arguably improved. Hitler had made the centrists feel good about their national heritage, brought down an...
I guess this guy's taking the position that Jews aren't white.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, he keeps saying nothing changed for white people in Germany.
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah. So I guess he kind of showed his cards on what we were saying
There you
about
go. Got him.
the corporatists.
Got him. Confirmed race realist. Got him.
employment and emphasize traditional German values, unlike those divisive communists who want to shame Germany for its past. We can compare it to modern-day Western countries like the US and UK, for example, which I would argue are, if not already leaning towards fascism, then certainly getting close, to see the modern-day comparison. The US...
I know, we're going... We just got to Crazy Town.
We just got there?
Well, we've reached the precipice of Crazy
Well,
Town.
the doors are opening now.
Yes.
Are you ready to get off? Are you ready to get off here?
America, one step away from fascism. We're so perilously close to fascism, guys. Just right on the edge. Right on the edge. That's why the Democratic Party, all the candidates ran the most left policy positions they've ever run in the last 50 years, probably. Because we're just so perilously, I can't say the word, close to fascism.
Yeah.
Has concentration camps on the border, hunts down and imprisons black and brown people for basically no reason, victimizes them in the legal system, legislates against LGBTQ plus people, and tried to implement a ban on all Muslims from entering the country. And yet the centrists are the ones saying...
So, okay.
Yeah, what are we legislating against? Hold on. Who's going after LGBT? What?
So we got kids in cages, which I agree is bad. I don't think that's fascism, but it's bad. So we got the police are hunting down black and brown people for no reason, which is obviously not true. Okay.
Yeah.
We have legislation against LGBT people. I guess he's talking about bathroom bans, you know, in a couple of states. So having a couple of states or cities or counties or whatever have LGBT bathroom bans is one step away from Nazi Germany.
Genderless bathrooms is closer to fascism. I know, I've experienced it.
If only the Nazis had non-binary bathrooms.
I know.
Everything would have been better.
shit like, yeah, but they're not technically concentration camps, even though they are, and in general don't concern themselves with the horrific politics of their own...
Maybe they're pseudo concentration camps.
What's probably the richest country in the world with concentration camps right now?
Oh, I have no idea.
Is it
Saudi Arabia? Maybe?
China?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Is it
no
the
doubt.
communist country of China?
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's not real communism. It's fake. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Well, they call
Government.
it communism and stuff. I mean, what are you talking about?
It doesn't matter. It's fake. It doesn't matter, Adam. It's fake.
It's a one-party system.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. I don't like it, so it's fake. It's pseudo.
Gotcha. Pseudo-communism.
No one outside a minority of activists is violently protesting the DWP's campaign of hate against disabled and unemployed people. They can say stuff like, it's unacceptable, it's not right, and so on, but that doesn't actually have any effect. Direct action does, but direct action is anathema to centrist ideology, so the majority stay home and allow injustice.
I mean, I don't know. I don't care about the UK because I'm American and we're the best. But I guess he's saying that the British police, they just round up the disabled and unemployed people and they just beat them up.
That's cold-blooded, man. You got to do something about that. I suggest you vote them out of office or something. I don't know.
I suggest you vote for the non-police to beat up disabled and poor people amendment.
Yeah. We give our disabled like ramps and stuff in their own bathrooms. Like, come on, what are you guys doing over there? Stop it.
Place, even if they oppose it. That's what's so scary about centrists. If we were to suffer through a fascist takeover of the West, they would be the ones supporting it.
Is it weird?
We're going to support. Come on, this is crazy.
I know, this is crazy. But I'm just saying, is it weird that you have, like, I guess, I'm assuming this guy's British, lives in the UK somewhere. Like, and yet so much of this video is talking about American politics. Like, what the fuck does this guy know about American politics?
There's a reason I don't talk about British politics.
Yeah, right.
Because I wouldn't sound this stupid, but I would sound pretty goddamn stupid.
Well, if they were genociding their people, we'd probably invade, knock some heads, like knock some sense into them. I mean, we've done it before. We'd probably do it again. But
well, no, but wait a minute. That's not the leftist position. The leftist position is pro-Taliban, apparently.
We're not going to invade Britain for a pseudo genocide. Okay, you guys got to do the real thing. Okay, we don't fall for the pseudo genocide crap.
We only invade for real genocides, not pseudo
exactly.
It, and in some cases even enacting it. The history of centrism is a history of capitulation to the far right, as has been shown again and again.
I vote for the
but not to the far left.
If the far left constantly wins on every issue, how is it not capitulation to the far left?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I mean, the left controls the culture completely in America at the moment. So I don't know how that's not capitulation.
They won on civil rights. They won on civil rights. They won on slavery. They won on like all this stuff.
Stop capitulating. Gay marriage, capitulation.
Gay marriage, exactly. Like, what are you talking about? It seems like the centrists only ever capitulate with the left. When did the right ever win?
I know. Well, it's so funny because if you were to look at like take America and plop it on like a graph, it seems like we've only been going in one direction politically.
I guess they did capitulate on prohibition, and that ended up being a mistake. And
there you go.
Be like, oh, we fucked up.
There you go.
There's this canard out there that libertarians are running everything. I don't know if you've heard that. It's from like Tucker Carlson.
No, what?
Because the Koch brothers are libertarian. Well, now the Koch brother, because the other one's dead. They're libertarians.
Poor
and they
guy.
throw around a lot of cash.
Are they really libertarian? I thought they're like fake libertarian.
No, one of them ran on the libertarian ticket and like.
Yeah, I know, but like they're like libertarian in terms of like I don't want because I just want all my money. Libertarian, like I'm not sure how they feel.
No, they're pretty libertarian in their politics. They fund the Reason Foundation, Cato Institute, and all that stuff. And like, so there's this narrative out there that libertarians are actually in charge of Washington. That couldn't be further from the truth.
Would they do LSD with us? That's what we need to know.
That's
you can have all the LSD you want.
The sole surviving Koch brother, would he do LSD with us?
Sure.
Okay. Then he's a libertarian.
There you go.
A true libertarian.
Democratic Party, they're strengthening NATO command. I saw Bono at the Live Aid concert. I buy everything he's endorsed with his brand. We're gonna make poverty history.
This song just makes me feel ancient.
I know.
This song.
So wait,
is like
are the
from
leftists
before
anti-NATO now? They're pro-USSR? I don't.
Probably.
I don't know.
Pro-Russia? Russia's literally run by an authoritarian dictator. Are they pro-Russia?
Yeah. Totally. Bad news.
So when the communists took over Russia and China, was that the centrists capitulating the far left, or does that not?
Oh, yeah. Keep your contradictions to yourself, Sitch. Stop.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I think they would say, oh, those guys are right wingers because they're authoritarians.
Oh, of course.
That's the new little piece of casuistry they throw out there.
It's like the reverse Nazis are left-wing argument. It's like, well, so instead of the Nazis being left, well, the communist authoritarian dictators were actually on the right the whole time, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Both sides are
I'm
playing
on
that game.
Facebook taking a stand.
The thing about centrism, as someone in the comment section of my Sean Head video pointed out, is that it depends on where you think the centre is, and crucially, where the centre of your local politics lies.
Sean Head's not a centrist. I don't even think she says she's a centrist.
Greg
She's a
does.
lefty.
She's like, she says she's a sock dam. She's like, she's a burner or bust. There's no way she's a centrist.
A centrist in Norway, for example, will be significantly to the left of a centrist in Poland, and a centrist in Brazil is going to be significantly to the right of a centrist in Iceland. In other words, centrism is not a real ideology because the centre radically changes based on time and place. Hillary Clinton,
he figured us out. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
Caught us.
Got him. Oh my
example,
god.
whilst a member of the apparently left-leaning Democratic Party would much more easily fit into the right-leaning Conservative Party here in the UK, because in general, US politics tends to swing further right than most places, and as a result, the American establishment left is about on par with the British establishment right, although...
Do these people actually think that Hillary Clinton, or really any politician, has like principles? Like,
yeah, totally.
If Hillary Clinton was in the UK, she would just go with whatever the Liberal Party went with. Like, she's not going to say like, oh, well, my principles are actually to the right in England, so now I'm going to be on the right party. Like, that's not how any of this works.
I mean, it really depends upon how you define left and right too, which I mean, he would define left as being, you have to be communist to be left, which definitely would make America on the right side of the political spectrum, because not many people are communists. So,
given that we've just elected an extremely far-right prime minister and the US might be about to elect a centre-left president, this may be about to change. Anyway, the main point I wanted to make here is that
Well, wait a minute.
yeah, is this an old video? Jeez.
At least he's saying that Biden is a center-left candidate.
Oh, okay.
I assume that's what he's saying, right?
All of our
Maybe he
lefties
made
over
this
here.
before Bernie dropped out.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe. You think
Why has he got
you think
Hillary
he's talking
Clinton up
about
here,
Bernie?
though? Oh, Hillary Clinton delivers. This is old Hillary Clinton. I don't know why he's got this clip up here. He's got a clip of Hillary Clinton delivering her concession speech to Donald Trump, I guess.
He's talking about how she's a horrible centrist.
Oh, okay.
You're right. So this video was made in February. So
Okay, yeah. When Bernie was winning.
talking about Bernie?
I assume so.
That would be fucking hilarious if he was really talking about Bernie.
As center left.
As center
The
left.
guy who wants to get rid of any private health insurance.
Right.
The guy who wants to use the government to completely re-engineer our energy infrastructure.
Oh yeah, we got to get solar
The Green
panels
New
everywhere.
Deal.
Yeah.
centrists are often extremely reticent to commit to an actual ideology, most of the time just sort of hiding behind this idea of being a special individual who can't be defined.
Here's a tip, guys. Here's a trick. Here's a tip.
Mm-hmm.
Strictly adhering to any ideology is fucking stupid.
It is, yeah. It's because that ideology can often be wrong. And do you want to be wrong? Do you want to be stupid?
Do you want to be a truth seeker?
Yeah.
Or do you want to be someone that just justifies your ideology?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what it is. That's the game.
Find one way or the other. The ideal society for a centrist is the one in which they currently live. The status quo is the ideal, and any attempt to change it should be opposed with as much vigor as...
Who thinks that?
Yeah, exactly. This death thing, we got to figure out how to fix that. It's awful.
Fuck the status quo. We should all live forever and have free energy and free everything.
Totally.
And live in the Matrix or the Wall-E world where we're all just fat and in our chairs eating because we have robots.
Yeah, exactly. We need nuclear.
That's what we need.
Look at these nuclear buildings. I want to see one of those on every street corner.
I want to see a tit reactor in every corner.
As can be mustered. As a result, there can really be no such thing as a centrist ideology because it's not consistent across different cultures. If a Swedish centrist might be considered an extreme far-left figure in the US, for example, what's even the point? But the problem is that often the status quo is not acceptable. It is in fact potentially monstrous and or unsustainable, and if that's what you base your entire political viewpoint around, well, you're kind of a monster. We've already covered the ways in which centrism assists the far right and in general aids its rise.
Who's this he couldn't even provide an example of some magic status quoian. Like even Boogie's point wasn't pro status quo. It was just
not at all.
You need to have slow change to prevent
Incremental
backlash.
change. Yeah.
Right. It's not
he was
pro status
He was
quo.
in favor of incremental change.
Right.
So I don't know how that's
just
status quo.
You couldn't get one pro status quoian or something, a clip to show us? the straw man.
Well, there is
something.
This is where I think the right gets it wrong, because they often talk about the good old days and how it was so much better
Right.
way back
But that's
when.
that's not status quo either.
No, that's the opposite. They want to go
Right.
back in the other direction.
Right. There's some magic time that didn't exist.
Yeah.
Are you saying, Adam, that the right wing is primarily motivated by nostalgia?
They could be. That could be true.
Well, so is the left wing.
When it comes to
Nostalgia?
like John Lennon.
In America, they are. Yeah.
I could see
They
like,
long. I mean, they long for the 1950s economy, don't they? Where you could
guess
turn
that's
a wrench in a
true.
mythical factory for 30 years and retire on that.
they
Right,
long
that's-
for the
well,
60s back in
I
the
think-
hippie days.
Yeah, but
when
then
they-
in the revolutionary 60s.
I think both parties, left, the Democrats and the Republicans, all long economically for the 1950s. Sure.
Mhm.
But
oh,
the
big
left,
time. Yeah.
the left, if you ever bring up that point, people on the left usually go, yeah, but there was all the racism and the sexism.
Yeah, the
and all that
sexism.
stuff.
But they are also nostalgic for the revolutionary 60s, where
Yeah,
it's,
they are.
that's why they make up these bullshit causes they can protest, so they can pretend that they're
Yeah, back in
Like-
1960.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's always easier to just be in constant revolutionary mode. Because you know what's hard? Building things. But you know
Oh,
what's
it
easy?
is.
Tearing them
Destroying things.
down.
I know. I made a bunch of videos on it. It's a lot of fun.
Exactly.
Burning shit is awesome.
Yeah, Adam, it'll take you hours, days to create something to burn. And then when you burn it, it just takes a couple minutes.
Yeah. It's like a climax.
As well as maintains its power and influence, but it's not just aiding fascism that makes centrists' obsession with the status quo so damaging. No, because there's two sides.
Obsession? Really? You think it's like an obsession? Come on.
We're aiding fascism.
You might be
Fascism.
obsessed with enlightened centrism, but I don't know. I don't get
Fascism
obsessed.
is the status quo, Adam.
Fascism is the status quo. I don't.
Right
it's
now
okay.
in America. Fascism
Really?
is the
Fascism?
status quo.
Maybe now. I mean, we can't even leave our goddamn fucking houses, but maybe right now, like this minute, okay. I
This was
might
in
buy
February.
that.
This was pro-quarantine.
Oh my
Before
God.
quarantine, yeah.
You had all that freedom and now you're calling
Yeah.
that fascist? Come on now.
Sides to that particular coin.
I
and
just
the
want to
other
go to
is
the
hindering
beach.
Stay in your house, asshole.
No, I want the beach.
the left and opposing any and all social progress. The centrists helped the fascists get into power, but they're also
What? Oh, we have hold on. Now we have fascists in power.
So, if
I thought you
if-
guys were pro status quo,
yeah,
but then now you're assisting them in getting power. I don't.
yeah, we're centrists are simultaneously pro status quo, but also pro fascist dictatorships that don't exist currently.
Yeah, fascism is not the status quo at the moment. So, if you were pro-fascism, you would not be pro-status quo.
We're Schrodinger's centrist, okay? But so, well, wait a minute. But this all goes back to your point, Adam. This guy's admitted that the majority of people, I thought he said earlier, the majority of people are centrist, okay? So if the majority of people are centrist, how has America and I guess society in general kind of moved further to the left than it's ever been? If centrists always side with the fascists and the right.
Yeah, that makes absolutely no sense. The beautiful thing about democracy is that if people are voting for the status quo must be pretty good. Like you at least have a majority of the people that are in favor of the way things are now.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like
that's what I'm looking for.
I don't know.
All these super populists are talking about how like everything's so bad, but we return the same fucking Congress every year.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
There's almost no turnover. So
Well,
obviously people are pretty satisfied just through their behavior anyways.
And people not voting is a vote for the status quo. And voting is lower than it ever has been. Like if shit was terrible, people would vote. Like voting would be off the charts.
Well, okay, wait a minute. That's the ultimate fuck you to the far leftists and the Bernie bros, right? You say a vote for no one or a vote for a third party candidate is a vote for the status quo, fucker.
It really is. Yes,
Smoke
definitely.
on that.
Yeah. You Ralph Nader voters.
But it's funny, they've done polling, I think, where they show like majority of people say that Congress sucks, but then they don't think that their individual
Yep.
congressman or senator sucks.
It's the
It's
same
everyone
thing.
else's problem.
It's the same thing with the American healthcare system. People will say, "Yeah, the American healthcare system sucks," but then they ask, "Do you like your own plan?" And people say yes.
Yeah.
So it's like,
I don't know what plan these people have that they like. I've never had like a good medical plan.
So the ones maintaining our modern power structures and have been throughout history. It was the centrists refusing to oppose slavery or join the peasants' revolt, and it was the centrists reporting that
Centrist most hostile to democracy.
The centrists refused to oppose slavery. So how did the Civil War happen?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out how me, the guy who wants 12-year-olds to vote, is the most hostile to democracy. So.
Shut up. Obviously, wanting 12-year-olds to vote is status quo, Adam.
Oh, okay. We only want the smart people to vote. That's how you get the planned economy.
their Jewish neighbours to the government. It was the same ideology that preferred, as the quote I put at the start of this video points out, a negative peace, which is the absence of tension, to a positive peace, which is
I want to find centrists are the most hostile. I gotta find this article.
the presence of justice. Opposing chattel slavery might mean getting violent, unlike the practice of slavery itself, which is totally non-violent. How can the way things currently are be predicated on violence? I love my wife, but fighting for her...
I don't think literally anyone would say that.
Yeah. We have... Women can vote. Like, blacks are free. Like, why are they always bringing up this old shit from 100 years ago?
Because this is how they conceptualize. They say, right now, Adam, it's just as bad as slavery. And yet the centrists are maintaining the status quo, even though we're living in times that are just the same as literal, when people were literally being enslaved.
Didn't the centrists vote for the suffragettes? It seems like they did. Sorry.
Well, they must have, if they're the majority of people and women got the right to vote.
Yeah, I don't know. Someone needs a history lesson. What's the article say? Come on, we're going to dig. This is going to be some good stuff, I know.
It's too long for me to read on stream.
Okay, good. I hate articles. Fuck that article.
It says centrists, so many like graphs. Centrists are the most skeptical of democracy.
Good, democracy sucks.
What is your feeling about democracy, Steve?
I think it's useful procedurally.
Mhm.
It brings in some sort of accountability, but I don't think that consensus makes reality. So just because 50% plus one thinks something should be a certain way doesn't mean that it's a good idea.
Yeah, they could always be wrong. That's for sure.
Right.
But I always think of it as a lot of people conceptualize voting as voting about the future. And there is some aspect of that, but really it's a check on power from the past. So if things got screwy in the last elections or the last season or whatever, people will show up to vote those screwballs out of office.
Sometimes people are that rational. Sometimes they're not. Yeah.
Yeah. Depends upon how bad things got.
Yeah.
We're in a situation now where things don't get too bad. I think we lost Sitch. Sitch
No,
died.
I'm looking. I cannot believe for a fucking second that this chart is true. So
What's the
I'm going to
chart?
have to look at the data.
Okay.
Well, it shows like, oh, the far left in America says it's like 58% of the far left says democracy is a very good political system. 42% on the far right say that democracy is a very good political system, and the center only 32%. I can't imagine that people that self-identify as center are least likely to say democracy is very good over far right and far left extremists.
It's probably those lazy people that don't want to vote. They're like, this sucks. I don't want to fucking vote. I got shit to do.
No, but I'm saying like the far left are the people who want fucking, they don't want, the people that want fucking communism, and the far right, the people that want like fascism or authoritarianism. Like this chart doesn't make any sense. I'm saying I want to see what the actual questions are, because I could bet you there's some fuckery going on.
They're
with the numbers here.
misunderstanding what democracy is. They think democracy is like them actually having to go to the polls and vote, and they don't want to do that. They're lazy. That's the lazy.
No, I'm saying I would bet if I looked at the actual survey questions, they don't say what the person's claiming they actually say.
All right, you
It's
dig
usually
in.
how this
We'll
goes.
move forward.
Yeah.
Right to vote might cause me a bit of trouble, so I'll decry the awful, violent suffragettes while professing a love for womankind in general, thus achieving nothing and undermining the important work the suffragettes have done. I think it's...
Were the suffragettes violent? Do you know, Steve?
Not that I know of.
Yeah. They mentioned
I
the
mean, I know
suffragettes.
they did make common cause with prohibitionists and segregationists. So,
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
There you
They're
go.
like, "Let us go."
Intersectionality, get fucked.
Yeah. They're like, we'll vote with you to keep everyone segregated if you let us have the right to vote.
That was more or less what it was.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Go democracy.
There you go. See, they're literally proving white feminism bad.
Oh my God. Yes. Got him.
It's terrible that the government is keeping
Oh, look, they got the kids with the with the tinfoil blankets.
Kids in the cages, yeah.
Oh my God.
children in concentration camps at the border, and the far right is on the rise, but I don't want to be seen as someone who hates America, so I'll just sit back and let it happen. But if those fucking Antifa bullies try to oppose the far right with violence, I'll call them thugs, say they're much worse than the fascists, and have them declared.
Why are there kids in cages? Is it because the right in America and Donald Trump is literally evil and they want people to be imprisoned in cages? Or is it because they're just a shit ton of immigrants coming in the country and they literally didn't have the facilities to house all the people?
I heard they were Obama cages. That's what Scott Adams told me.
Oh, okay.
They're Obama cages.
So you're saying Obama hates brown people from Mexico and Central and South America.
He bought
and just wants to imprison them in cages.
Obama
Okay,
bought
gotcha.
a bunch of cages.
Right.
And he left them at the White House. Okay, just so you know, I'm
Trump
making
walked
this
in,
up.
he's like, hey, there's all these cages just sitting around. Why don't we just send them to Mexico? Put the kids in them.
And they did. Okay,
Perfect.
they shipped them down to Mexico.
There you
They were
go.
going to give them to our friends in Mexico, and all of a sudden they were at the border. They're like, "Hey, we could use these cages.
We could just wait a minute. Why are we giving these cages to Mexico? These perfectly good cages and aluminum tinfoil blankets. We could just shove people in them. That's the plan.
Yeah,
There you go.
so bad.
Did you see the South Park
This is
episode?
called
terrorist
centrist
organization.
humor.
I fully support trans
Did you
rights.
see the
If
South?
they're-
I just rewinded.
I know. What are you doing?
I'm so sorry.
Oh,
Did you see the
just
South
like
Park
a group
episode
of-
about this?
The kids in cages? No, tell us.
Yeah, the Mexican Batman.
No, it sounds
I mean,
awesome.
Mexican Joker.
South Park, man, they're
If
good.
you guys haven't seen that episode,
No, I haven't.
look it up. It's very funny.
Call them thugs, say they're much worse than the fascists, and have them declared a terrorist organisation. I fully support trans rights, but if they're a little rude to people actively trying to have them sent to conversion therapy, then they're the real bad guys here. That last one is real, by the way, from a conversation I had on my personal Facebook.
Does Ben Shapiro advocate for conversion therapy?
I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. Doesn't the trans ideology lead to affirm conversion therapy?
Doesn't what?
I think the trans ideology
If it's all a social construct, yeah, then
yeah,
I guess you could.
endorses conversion therapy. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because if gender and sex don't exist, then you altering your body is a form of conversion therapy.
It
right?
is. Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Got him. Transphobe exposed.
Well, it's one of those contradictions that people this tends to be the way it works. When you're outside of the ideological bubble, you see all the contradictions.
Right.
So it's pretty easy for the right to go, there's a contradiction there, there's a contradiction there, it's pretty easy for the left to do the same thing with the right, with the contradictions about like,
Right.
oh, you're pro-life, then why are you for the death penalty? So, and both sides tend to do this all day long. And I guess maybe as centrists, we don't like to have contradictions. So we're like, oh, stay away from that.
Yep.
I don't want to get caught
That's
up
why-
in that contradiction.
That's why I love the topic of gender dysphoria so much, because
Oh,
it's the
yeah.
ultimate.
Oh, it
it's
is.
the ultimate left-wing contradiction.
It
It's
is.
how can
Hugely.
gender be simultaneously a social construct, and yet people are somehow born with
Yeah.
some medical,
Yeah.
biological thing called gender dysphoria?
Yeah.
Doesn't
Yes.
make any sense.
Doesn't make any sense at all. Also,
With a centrist-
heterosexuality and homosexuality would be a social construct too. And I didn't pick to be heterosexual. No picking was involved.
If sexuality is purely a social construct, then why is conversion therapy bad?
Yeah. I don't know.
I first met in real life when he was participating in a debate on whether or not feminism had gone too far. No prizes for guessing which side of the debate he was on. Centrists actively oppose any proposals to improve society in any real way. And
what? Come on.
What?
Come on, guy. Name your proposals.
Women automatically get all STEM jobs.
If any proposal, if people legitimately believed it would improve society, there's no way in hell they would be against it. There's no way in hell they would be against it. The thing is that they don't believe it will legitimately improve society. That's where the contention is.
Yeah, but everyone has different ideas on how to improve society. It's not,
yes, they do.
I want to improve society and you just want everyone to suffer. Well, we watched that video. It was a Innuendo Studios video, right?
Yeah, totally.
It was the left wants to make society all better and the right wants everyone to suffer because this is really...
Because they like cage matches.
Yes. This is God's punishment. And we have to work it out.
That's a continual conflation. If your entire ideology revolves around the Care Harm Foundation, then you tend to see anyone outside of your moral circle as being in favor of hurting people for fun.
will call anyone trying to do so an extremist. As such, almost every positive step taken by society has been taken despite the centrists, certainly not because of them. The left are the ones pushing for...
Wait a second here. We got to vote with you. What are you talking about? In spite of them. That doesn't make any sense at all.
Yes.
Sweeping nationwide or even worldwide changes, and therefore are primarily enemies of the status quo, whereas the right, who also want to change things, but will preserve many of the more oppressive aspects of the status quo, like capitalism, patriarchy, and hierarchy, are more able to...
Yeah, capitalism is oppression. That's so bonkers. That's one of the things that makes the left just... I don't see how the left can be anti-capitalism. Like it hurts them. Do you want to teach people capitalism is bad and then throw them into a capitalist market? Come on.
Profit is theft, Adam. Didn't you know that?
You're putting them at such a disadvantage. Making someone anti-capitalist, I think, is evil. It's the equivalent of like domesticating an animal and then taking it to the jungle and dropping it off. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Well, I mean, yeah, but it's the same thing with the, all people, all society is racist and sexist, and you're fucked if you're not a cis white male.
You've just bought into the capitalist mindset, Adam. Got to break the chains.
Got him.
Yeah.
Typical centrist Adam.
Give me any argument.
Status quo Adam.
Capitalism producing the best quality of life around the world. Like there's no argument against that.
But there's people that are starving and dying right now.
Yeah, what about Norway, Adam?
Fuck you. That's so...
What about the Norwales, Adam?
What about Norway?
Yeah.
What about Norwales? Huh? They're pretty happy. They don't got capitalism. They're pretty happy swimming around in their pods.
Last I checked, Norway was capitalist.
At each other.
No, Norway's a socialist country.
Bullshit.
Yeah, that is bullshit.
Total bullshit. Yeah, exactly. Yes, capitalism works.
I agree.
It's so, it's ridiculous.
These nations, though, the white nations, are only rich because they steal from the poor nations.
The only thing that makes a welfare state possible is fucking capitalism. That's the only way it's possible. That's why it's laughable that these people think they want to kill the goose that lays the golden egg.
Yes. Fuck them.
To woo centrists over to their side. The true motto of centrism should be, a better world isn't possible.
My God. Oh my God. Come on. Come on. Come on now.
A true world. What is it? A better world? A better world isn't possible because I'm an enlightened centrist and I think whatever exists currently is the best of all things.
Sitch, do you think Star Wars could be better? Are you for the improvement of Star Wars? The cultural improvement of Star Wars?
Fucking ultimate enlightened centrist Sitch disproving this. Star Wars is fucking shit. Westworld is fucking shit. End of Game of Thrones was fucking shit. It all could have been better. It all could have been so much better.
But aren't we here on YouTube advocating for it to be better? I feel like we are.
Our entire position of being anti-SJWs was because we wanted to make the left better.
Yeah, totally.
We didn't like the direction the status quo was going.
We're about improvement. SJWism destroyed Star Wars and all the things that we love.
Well, I don't think SJW destroyed. I think bad writing destroys Star Wars.
Yeah, but that's a product of SJWism. There's a causal connection there.
It's like the all rectangles are square. No, all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are squares, right?
If you believe
all SJW writing is bad writing, but not all bad writing is SJW.
If you believe watching a woman on screen struggle will make little Mary Sue not want to take STEM classes, then obviously you can't show a woman struggling on screen.
There you go.
And if you can't show a woman struggling on screen, what is your script going to look like? It's going to be garbage. Total garbage. Of course, feminism destroyed Star Wars. Conclusion: feminism destroyed Star Wars. I heard Kathleen
you could make you could say feminism, assuming that was their motivation writing Ray. I don't know. Assuming that was their motivation writing Ray, you could say feminism destroyed Ray's character.
Okay.
But there's so much more wrong with Star Wars than Ray.
Though
I guess
Rey.
you could make the argument that I don't know if this is true with Rian Johnson with all the, Admiral Holdo bullshit.
Oh, that's
being
total
anti-Poe.
feminism. What are you talking about?
It did feel very woke feminism.
This debate's becoming 2-on-1 right here. I heard Steve weigh in. He's like, hell yeah. Hell yeah, feminism destroyed Star Wars.
There's no debate. I'm agreeing. That's why I brought it up.
Steve?
I agree. The Lady Admiral, the lady from Jurassic Park, total feminism.
Purple-haired prom dress lady?
That character doesn't exist in a world without feminism. Come on, what are you talking about?
Is Princess Leia flying? Is that feminism?
Princess Leia was in that bikini.
Mary Poppins bullshit? Feminism.
They should have put old. See, that should have been the real feminist take. They should have put old Carrie Fisher back in the bikini.
Oh my God.
No.
That would have been the real feminist move. Bam.
Hold on. This the whole avoiding the male gaze in the new Suicide Squad movie. What was it? What was it? The
Birds
Harley
of Prey.
Quinn. Yeah, Birds
of
Prey.
Prey.
The whole of like making a movie intentionally to avoid the male gaze. That movie doesn't happen in a world without feminism. Come on.
Right.
Yeah,
male gaze is a myth that's never been proven, or even I don't even think it's ever been studied really in like any sort of scientific studying. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. People, and it's actually the opposite. The more attractive you are, the more likely people are to consider you like a person, and less like an object. Yeah. So I don't even. It's like literally the fucking opposite.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
It's it's true. If
I know it is true, definitely.
If you interact with a stranger and they're like very attractive, you're going to completely change your behavior.
Totally. Oh, yeah.
Unattractive.
Yes.
100%.
That's funny. So they basically just turned everybody in Harley Quinn into objects. They took away their humanity.
That's what's so fucking. That's why the whole thing about the attractive women thing is so mind-numbingly stupid. Like I understand the idea that like, oh, if you only have female characters be skimpy outfits and they never have any what's the word? Agency, yes. They never have any agency. Yeah, I understand. Okay, I agree with that. You don't want to have all your female characters not have agency. But then the whole them just being attractive and looking sexy thing is so backwards. So wrong.
Think about Rose Tico, man. That haircut totally took away her humanity.
If Rose Tico was an attractive
she
woman.
is attractive. I've seen pictures of her. They do her up nice. Yeah, totally. They just made her look as unattractive as possible in Star Wars.
What's the actress's name? I gotta confirm this.
What?
Kelly Mary Tran.
Yeah, it's Kelly Tran or something.
Kelly. There's some good pictures of her.
Yeah,
you're right.
Why wasn't that woman in Star Wars? Oh, because we have to turn her into an object. Then they literally did turn her into an object. They made toys out of her.
I mean, I wouldn't say she's hot, but she's not.
It's not bad.
But yeah, it's not bad. It's not
You
bad.
guys trying to take her humanity away. This
But you're
show
right.
is
That
sexist.
fucking haircut. Really,
She's like 3/4 of a person. I'll put her like that.
It's better than being 3/5 of a person.
Oh, I know.
No, but
had to take it there, didn't you?
that haircut. You're right. That haircut really. That's amazing. That a haircut, just a haircut, can totally like be the thing that changes you from being like ugh to like oh okay.
Every single day in wardrobe and makeup, she felt the sting of that haircut. She did. She looked in the mirror and she said, "They're gonna film me on that camera with this haircut." The Force is not female. She's like, the Force is not female. The Force would not approve this haircut.
What is this dress? There's like this dress she's wearing that looks. I can't tell if it's see-through or if it just looks like it's see-through.
Oh,
it's
now
very...
you're looking up nudie pictures of Kelly Tran.
No,
we got to move on. This is getting bad.
It's weird. It's just so weird. It's not see-through. It's just the dress, but the dress makes it look like it's see-through. I don't know why you'd wear that.
Let me Google see-through Kelly Marie Tran.
It's not a good dress.
Let's see what I can find. I'll see it.
Without any petition, and I'll gladly accept your brochure. I love Oprah and Magic and Foreman. I wish blacks were all entrepreneurs. Capitalism may need saving. Revolution just isn't the cure.
I don't hate centrists as people. Some of them are perfectly pleasant.
Oh my
what
God.
I dislike is the ideas they espouse,
He just wants you
which
to
cause
die.
demonstrable
That's it.
harm.
I think he said
Revolution just isn't the cure.
I don't hate centrists as people. Some of them are
What
perfectly...
the fuck?
No, I don't think he's saying that he doesn't think centrists are people. I think he's saying that they're not all a single group, even though he spent the whole video acting like they are a single group.
I don't know. It
So he
sounds
just
like
said some of them
we're-
are perfectly fine people or something.
Oh,
He's saying there's fine people on
now
both sides,
he's
Adam.
saying we're fine people?
Yes.
Come on.
Be pleasant. What I dislike...
Saving. Revolution just isn't the
This song is so fucking awful.
Horrible, I know.
I don't hate centrists as people. Some of them are perfectly pleasant. What I dislike is the ideas they espouse, which cause demonstrable harm and actively oppose any and all
Oh, okay, so he's saying he doesn't hate them as people. He hates their politics, I guess. Is what he's saying. I don't know.
Sounds like he's dehumanizing us.
There you go.
positive changes. Those are the political extremes.
I think. Wait, is this the guy? Hold on a second. I think this guy has made several videos defending the Star Wars sequels.
Yeah, he made a video. Literature Devil gave us a super chat too. Thank you, Literature Devil. And yeah, he made a video against Literature Devil, which I started watching. But
so let that sink in. Not only is this guy wrong about politics, he thought the Star Wars sequels were good.
Oh,
let that just. Which one of those is worse? Which one of those is worse?
Yeah, totally.
Being this crazy communist who hates centrist, or thinking the Star Wars sequels were good? What makes you
It's
a dumber
hard to
person?
tell. It's like a tie. Jesus
like,
Christ.
Very difficult. It's a tough choice.
May choose to fight for. You can never really trust a centrist because their ideology is not consistent. Centrists are not our comrades. They do not and have never stood with the oppressed in the face of their oppression.
See, that's the problem. That's the real problem. He needs to know when he's on the battlefield who's wearing what uniform so he knows where to point the gun and shoot.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the problem.
You
got this centrist over here. He's not wearing any gang colors. He's just wearing an outfit that he wears every day to go to work. He's just getting right in the way.
No one is oppressed like the 12-year-olds, okay? I'm telling you. I've stood for you.
Can't eat ice cream all day. Have to eat their vegetables.
I'm trying to get you guys the vote here.
Can't play Minecraft.
I stand with the 12-year-olds.
There you go. Like a typical pedophile.
What? I'm trying to get them the vote so they can get out of those pedophile households.
That's a good point. There you go.
Likewise, you cannot rely on them to help in the fight for justice, especially if that fight may require direct action. We will need centrists' help in fighting and defeating the far right, but it's historically an uphill battle to get them on our side, and there are many examples throughout history of this backfiring. Centrists almost always have, and
you know the best way to get us on your side? Call us inhuman. Say that you don't really think of us as humans.
And Nazis.
Yeah, exactly.
Almost always will capitulate to the far right. Fascists don't get into power without the support of centrists. Even if this weren't true, however, the fact of the matter is that they still support capitalism and still support a majority of monstrous actions so long as they're carried out by a leader who seems reasonable and don't outwardly inconvenience them. They loved Obama, even though Obama committed various war crimes and laid out much of the groundwork for Trump's borderline fascist policies, but he was eloquent, smart.
Oh my God, this guy's saying Obama's a fascist now.
Obama with borderline fascist. Trump is a full-blown fascist.
Oh my God. Well, anyone who's
What's
a
the world
capitalist is a fascist in this guy's eyes. So.
Witty and charismatic, so I guess he was a great leader. Centrists are the ones who can sit down to watch a football game with a war criminal who would happily have stripped them of their rights, and when called out on it, say shit like this.
But a lot of people were mad, and they did what people do when they're mad. They tweet, and but here's one tweet that I loved. This person says, Ellen and George Bush together makes me have faith in America again. And
So, I don't like George Bush, but if I'm a famous person and I'm sitting next to him in a ball game, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to throw my drink in it, the fucking
that's what you
ex-president's
do.
face, and say "fuck you"?
You stand up and shit on his head.
Like, this is so silly.
Just imagine Ellen DeGeneres like dropping a load on George Bush's head.
Gross.
That's
you
what.
think
That's what this guy wants to see.
That's what he wants. Do you think Ellen? I mean, do you any people think Ellen DeGeneres supported George W. Bush when he was president or voted for him?
Of course, she's a rich capitalist.
No,
of
no
course
is the
he
answer to
voted
that
for
question.
Bush.
No.
I don't know.
exactly.
You know that guy? I'm trying to remember his name. Was it Daryl Wilson, the
Yes.
black guy who goes around defending KKK people, turning
Yes.
them not racist?
Yes.
What a piece of shit, right? What
Totally.
a terrible person. He should just be murdering those racist people instead of becoming friendly with them.
Why
and
is he
actually
platforming
actively,
them?
Yeah, he's platforming them. He's actively like treating them like people and slowly trying to make them not racist. Like, what a crazy person.
Maybe
It's
they
like-
go back and talk to some of their still racist friends and convert them. Next thing you know, there's no racists. What a terrible world.
Here's the thing. I'm friends with George Bush. In fact, I'm friends with a lot of people who don't share the same beliefs that I have. We're all
No, I think it's weird to be friends with George Bush. I'm not going to say that.
Really?
different, and I think that we've forgotten.
George Bush is a painter, though. I feel like I could talk to George Bush at least about that.
I would be completely polite and cordial to anyone I meet
No, you
in real
wouldn't.
life.
No, you wouldn't.
Well, no, I mean like some famous political guy or something that I
Where do you
disagree
draw the line?
with. Right.
The Koch brothers?
No, I would. With who?
The Koch brothers?
Jonathan Stossel.
Oh, my God. You'd be
That's
just
where I draw the line. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, even Stossel or fucking Prager, I'm not gonna like fucking.
Oh, Dennis Prager. That's a good one.
I'm not gonna like run up and be like, "Fuck you!" Like
You would
but I'm not
argue
gonna be
with
friends.
him, though.
I'm not gonna be friends with them though. That's a little weird.
You walk up to him and you say, Prager, ants, are they kosher?
There you go.
He doesn't know.
Perfect conversation.
What, you don't know?
You don't know, Dennis? You don't know about ants? You call yourself a Jew? You don't know about the ants? Come on. Come on.
That's okay, that we're all different. For instance, I wish people wouldn't wear fur. I don't like it, but I'm friends with people who wear fur. And I'm friends with people who are furry, as a matter of fact. I have friends who should tweeze more. And I have, but just because I don't agree with someone on everything doesn't mean that I'm not going to be friends with them. When I say be kind to one another, I don't mean only the people that think the same way that you do. I mean be kind to everyone.
Centrists aren't necessarily bad people. They may not think of themselves as evil or racist or contributing to innumerable systemic injustices, but they still do, and that makes them dangerous.
Is it water? Yeah, we're dangerous. Ooh, I like that, though. I do like the fact that we're dangerous.
Did you know
That excites
no
me.
communist was ever racist or sexist? I don't know if you knew that.
No,
That's
I
the
do
way it
know
is,
that.
apparently.
Well, the
Yeah.
Nazis were National Socialists, as we learned last week. So obviously they were racist and communist. So
Karl Marx,
Yeah.
not actually, even though he was very racist and anti-Semitic, not actually a racist and anti-Semitic.
is there going to be a
Just
bunch
doesn't
of
happen.
patrons here that we're going to have to wade through? I don't know. I didn't make it
I
to the
don't
end
know.
of this video.
Let's see. We'll see. We'll see.
With the sheep in the box.
Hello everyone, I just thought I'd...
Oh my God.
There it is. You got it.
That's it, guys. We are officially communists now. This is a
Well, to be
communist
fair-
show. So,
Well, no. To be fair, the names aren't changing. Okay. So
Coliseum, Amy.
He has a small. He has a small channel.
Parallax.
He's got a
Tom
small
Newport.
channel.
You guys reach out to us. Seriously, we're turning over a new leaf. We're
So
tired
there it
of
is,
being
guys.
centrist.
Centrism. It's a garbage ideology.
Wow.
Even though it's not an ideology, and he said that several times in the video.
Yes, exactly. He contradicted himself actually in this video when he said centrism is an inconsistent ideology and not an ideology at the same time.
That's right. Literature Devil in the chat says, I can't believe you're covering Lava Chan. Oh, does this guy have like a nickname? I don't know anything about this guy. I think, who was it? Was it Paradox? Someone on Twitter just sent us this guy's videos. And I said, what?
Yeah, it was
What is this?
treasure trove. There's a lot
Might
of
have been Paradox.
lot
It
of
was
crazy-
no. Paradox sent me one of his videos defending Star Wars, and then I looked to the rest of his channel, and I was like, "Centrists are evil." Perfect.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Good to show our evil cred.
DJ Crunk Factory for Judo says, "My cat has dementia too. He tears apart cardboard."
Oh, that's a good one.
I thought that was just like normal, right? It's not normal cat behavior.
Sometimes. Hey,
Sometimes.
Steve, I know we go long. I don't want, if you're welcome to duck out anytime, just let you know.
I'll just stick around.
Okay, good.
Unless you want me to leave.
No, we want you to.
No, I'm just kidding.
Fuck no. We want you. Actually, we're gonna leave for an hour here, and we just want
Okay.
you.
You
to hold
can
the
just
shit.
yeah, you can just talk to them by yourself.
Sounds good. All right, everybody. My show now.
No.
The Wooster for 499 says Hitler's somewhere in 1930s Germany. No, you don't understand. It's not National Socialism. It's Democratic National Socialism.
That's good.
That's pretty funny. The opinion one for $5 says a lot of workers I met are very anti-socialist communists, but pro-union, so the commies aren't convincing them very well. I know. It's true.
Yeah.
That's very true. Most people in America, not very pro-communist. Lord of the Nerds for $10 says anti-capitalist rhetoric is rooted in anti-Semitism. Marx and his like used to preface rhetoric by putting Jew in front of capitalist, sometimes with an N-word thrown in for good measure. I know.
Ooh,
I know. Definitely.
Yee.
I like that Adam has changed the picture to
You like that?
to marry
Just for you.
whatever. It's better than the sheep. It's better than the sheep. Frostbite for $5 says foreign aid through programs, not just money. Start vocational and tech schools, clean up programs that hire, etc. So I guess that's the proper way to do foreign aid. I didn't see the documentary you were talking about, so I don't know why foreign aid is so bad. That we're talking about.
Yeah, it's the Dictator's Handbook. There's a documentary, obviously. It's
I mean,
probably
is it
a lot of
is
the
it
same
just that the
stuff.
foreign aid money just gets sucked up by the dictator and
Basically, yeah. It
Okay.
keeps dictators in power,
Right.
where they could, it disincentivizes people to overthrow them, makes it impossible for them to, like, if we're sending a bunch of foreign aid money and that money's being spent on guns and militias that are oppressing the people, how is that good for them?
Right.
Watch Poverty Inc. I recommend it to you.
Yeah, I'll check
Poverty
that
Inc.
out.
Poverty Incorporated.
The opinionated one for $5 says oppressing the oppressor just creates a vicious cycle of violence and hate. I believe Martin Luther King Jr. said something along these lines during the civil rights era. Probably. But, he also said that thing when he was in jail at one time. So bad equals bad. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says justice is for people who lack power to get revenge.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know about that one. Roland Rusher 199 says, please explain your understanding of anarchy. Yeah, Adam. Please explain your understanding.
My
of
understanding? What's your understanding of anarchy? I mean, it's just no rules, right?
Well, no, because the problem is you say like, oh, it's no rules, but it's not really, because it's like, oh, I'm an anarcho-syndicalist or whatever. Like there's always some like weird
I know they have a
system
way.
that they propose that is supposed to just exist without a stateless act, without a state enforcing it to exist. So it's just a bunch of people like magically get together and say, we're going to live in a fucking commune under anarchy and everything's going to be fine and no one's going to come and murder us and take our stuff.
When Marx was talking about the stateless society, he was talking about a point where we have something called superabundance, where resources are so plentiful that there's really no reason to steal from people or kill them for resources. So that's why you would need a state, because if everyone's so fat and happy, what do you need that for?
And even then, I'm not sure. I agree. If we have superabundance, I think obviously society would change drastically, and might not be capitalist society, but it wouldn't be an anarchy society. There still would be a government, a state actor, because people would still fuck with each other regardless.
Well, do you think though? I mean, I guess what would be the incentive to like fuck with people? It like you stepped on my foot or something? Like, what are you thinking? Like, what's the?
Because I think people always want to climb. There's always going to be some kind of hierarchy. I don't know. I don't know if you can completely eliminate a hierarchy. There's always going to be some kind of conflict and struggle. I mean, Adam, this is what our comics
Over
about.
what? That's
always
what I'm
going to be.
Like, seriously, what is the struggle going to be?
People want.
If someone steps on your foot and you're living like you're
over bullshit.
Yeah, but if you're in a society where you don't have to work, you can just do whatever you want because resources are abundant. I know this is obviously like the Star Trek situation. You know, you walk over to the wall and you're like, Earl Grey, hot, you know?
Yeah, no, look, I agree that obviously violent crimes and theft and all that shit, I assume that stuff would drastically drop, right? In the magic Star Trek utopian society. But it's not going to go away completely. Okay, and there's still going to be issues that you need a state to get behind. You still need someone to build the spaceships, right? You still need someone to be in the cutting edge.
No, all that stuff is built by robots,
technology.
guy. What are you talking about? Who's building? No, the robots are building that shit.
Who's controlling the robots, Adam?
We're talking about nanotechnology that
Who's controlling
grows freeways. Like it grows the freeways.
Controlling the robots.
Who is the other robots? You know,
so we're all just we're just all slaves to the robots.
Basically. Well, we're basically reduced to like domestic animals. You might lose your balls,
okay.
but
I understand. Okay,
you know,
so in the world where we're all domestic animals, I guess, when the robots are the state actors, I guess, then yeah, and then we'll be anarchy. Sure. There you go. There you go.
Would you trade your balls for this society? I'm just curious.
No.
Technical question. You know, because you'd be like, you know, you snip your cat or you snip your dog.
Wait a minute. If it's like the perfect Star Trek utopia, can I get like synthetic like robot balls that are better?
Sure. Giant robot balls.
Awesome.
You need
then
like a pant size bigger.
There you go.
Just to carry them.
There you go. Then yeah, I'm on board.
Remember that remember that cannon in the video game we played? The jizz cannon?
Yes, in Portal.
That's what your balls produce.
Go. Awesome. There it is. There it is, guys.
It's like a fire hose.
Utopia is all we need for the utopia to exist is robot balls.
Yeah.
Right there.
You can inseminate from like 40 feet away.
Yeah. Dragnuity, I don't know how to say this. 182 for 10 euros, 10 pounds. I'm sorry. It says, you guys should have sticks on. He doesn't believe horseshoe theory. I remember him saying so back when he had debated the super authoritarian guy on Adam Worski's stream.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sticks had a very weird view on, I'm trying to remember. He said something very weird about like that.
Why are they calling him Adam Worski? I think it's Andy Worski, but
yeah,
anyway.
The guy wrote Adam Worski.
Oh, okay. Andy Worski. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. He said something about like the neo-Nazis weren't that bad. But he was like saying just because they couldn't implement their ideology. I don't know.
Humongous is saying we're misrepresenting anarchy. I don't know.
Fuck anarchy. Anarchy's fucking
Stitch
stupid.
and Adam misrepresenting anarchy like it's 2017.
Give him a Zoom link. Give some anarchists a Zoom link. Have him come on here right now and explain to us.
Leftists never claimed they wanted to eliminate all hierarchies. I don't know. Would Humongous come in here? That'd be fun.
Come in here and explain to us anarchy and why
I'm a huge fan of Humongous. Okay. If Humongous is coming in here, I'm gonna.
Is this the real Humongous?
I'm gonna be
I don't think this is the
starstruck.
real Humongous.
I'm gonna be celebrity starstruck.
I'm skeptical of this being the real Humongous.
Humongous. Who was this? Who was the stupid SJW that Humongous totally put in her place? I can't remember her name. She made
Kevin.
Go ahead.
I don't remember what her name was. Yeah.
She made a couple videos. It was pretty funny.
Yeah. Kevin Duggan for 499 says, I'm getting muted by calling out Den Crenshaw as a fascist. Control your mods, please.
What? Mods,
first of all,
wrenches.
First of all, I don't like Dan Crenshaw. I don't think he's a fascist, but yeah. I don't know who's muting this guy for calling Dan Crenshaw a fascist.
Yeah.
Shouldn't do that. Unmute him. You can call anyone you want a fascist.
Let him continue.
You can even call us fascists. It's fine.
Yeah.
As long as you give us money.
But
Alice
we'll
Cares
make-
for $2 says, join the dark side and become PSA Sith. Oh, you didn't realize that, right? My name, one letter away from being a Sith Lord. A Sith Lord?
Wow.
It all makes
Wow.
sense. Enlightened centrism is all a scam to get you suckered into becoming the dark side.
You're evil.
The Wooster for 199 says conservative and liberal are meaningless terms now, basically, unfortunately. Layman for 2 Canadian says if centrist is status quo, what are conservatives? That's a good question. They're, I guess, I don't know.
Also the status quo?
They want, he would probably, that guy would probably say conservatives want some old way, right? They're like,
They
but then he
literally
thinks the old
have
way is status quo.
conserve.
So I don't know. His argument makes no fucking sense. Okay, this man is crazy. He's a crazy person. Okay,
They are trying
He
to
put logic in it. Okay,
They're trying to
None of it makes
conserve the status quo. It's literally in the name.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5 says this guy knows any history. All history shows that extremists just leads to the worst of humanity. But no, Hummer, his version of extremism is gonna work. He's figured it out. Okay, he knows. This guy, he knows. He's not an extremist. He's just right. That's
He's white? How do you know he's white?
There you go. He's white and he is right. There you go.
Okay.
The Rooster for 499 says maybe the real communism was the friends we made along the way. Maybe.
That's awesome.
Literature Devil. I just got distracted. Someone said horseshoe theory is really dumb in the chat. How fucking dare you? Literature Devil for $5 says, hey, Sitch here. I can't keep telling this lie. The Star Wars prequels are actually perfect. How fucking dare you? How fucking dare you?
That's sacrilege. And give the guy a wrench who says horseshoe theory's bump.
No.
I think he
The guy who
earned
says
it.
horseshoe theory doesn't get a wrench. And Literature Devil, you're wrong. You're so wrong. Get out of here. Get out of here. DJ Crunk Factory Friday says, Adam, the one who wants 12-year-olds to vote is the most hostile to freedom because those 12-year-olds will elect a tyrant. They will elect a tyrant. That's a good point.
No, they won't. They're going to
Yes,
let
they
Ben
will.
and Jerry. Come on.
Yeah, they'll have some tyrant come on and say, we'll give you ice cream every day for as much as you want as long as we take away all your other rights. And they'll say,
How many?
Yay!
Come on. You guys are talking like there's like 51% of the country is 12-year-olds. Come on. Come on. They're a voting bloc, but they're not going to be that big. What are you talking about? How many 12-year-olds are there? I want the stats on this before.
I don't know.
This argument doesn't.
Remember, only 12-year-olds
I don't buy
can
into
vote.
this
13-year-old, 13 through 17 can't vote. Only 12-year-olds. Okay, it's a very narrow range.
No. 12 and up. And you
the
lose
Rooster
your
for
voting
490
privileges at 60.
There you go. Fuck the boomers. The Rooster for $4.99 says, did you guys hear about the Fed's plan to buy stocks and bonds to protect, bail out specific companies from the economic trouble? It's 2008 all over again.
I did hear about that, and it is kind of gross.
Look, I thought Republicans were supposed to be free market guys. What happened?
Yeah.
What
They
happened to the free market economy?
the free market goes out the window as soon as you're sitting next to a huge bag of money. Then all of a sudden you're like, hey, look, there's a bag of money here.
Literature Devil for $2 says, unlike communist, capitalism works. Bam.
Yeah, exactly. We got to
Got
get
him.
Literature Devil on soon. I went on
do.
his morning
We do.
show. Yeah.
Make it happen, Adam. You're the guy that makes things happen. I
Oh,
just
yeah.
show up.
Oh,
I
yeah.
just show up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Derek McMurkin for $1.99 says, can someone find me the Discord link? CT? Post
Yes.
the link.
That, of course, is not
Post.
our Discord. It may be swimming with all kinds of racism.
Yes, it's the unofficial. It's actually not even the unofficial. It's CT's.
It's not even ours.
It's just a Discord for people who like lasers. That's all.
Yeah. It's called Laser Addicts Anonymous.
Yes. There it is.
And we stumble in every once. Well, CT actually loans it out to us every once in a while. It's like a car. She's like,
Right.
you got a date? You want to do a call-in show? Here, I'll loan you my Discord.
Exactly. Taker610 for $2 says her sister in the movie was still hotter. That's true.
Oh, you like her sister? I'll bring the sister.
The sister was no, not her actual sister. The sister.
Here
in the
you go.
movie.
I got this a little young for me. I mean, she seems.
What?
Well,
What
I
are
have
you
the
talking about?
I have the other sister, the one that's I think maybe 10
There was no 10-year-old in the movie. What are you talking about?
in Kill a Kill.
Oh, no, he's talking about Star Wars.
Oh, Star Wars. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Who had his? The main character didn't have a sister. What are you talking about?
She had 2 sisters. She had, well, I guess like an adoptive sister and then a
She
biological
had no.
sister.
She had no sisters. She had a stepsister.
Yeah, stepsister and a biological sister.
Who, Rose?
No, he's talking about Kill a
never mind.
Kill.
I'm talking
Okay,
about
no,
Kill a
I'm
Kill.
I'm
Yeah.
lost. Sorry.
What's the girl? I can
Um,
never remember the fucking characters' names. It's so annoying to like talk about the show because they have
Yeah.
these Japanese names instead of English names. So I can't. Why can't they just have names like John
Yeah.
or Mary
Or Jack.
right? Jack. Kill la Kill characters. Where is the Kill la Kill characters? Ryuko. Ryuko.
Ryuko.
Toy.
Yeah,
I don't know how
Ryuko.
to say
I remember that.
Ryuko. Ryuko doesn't have a sister. She has a stepsister, and that's it.
What about, I mean, the leader of the school was her sister.
That's her stepsister.
No, that's her real sister, her biological
Or
sister.
it's her half sister. They have a
Yeah,
different mother.
biological half sister. Yeah, exactly.
But who's the other sister? She doesn't have a younger
The
sister.
stepsister, the one that lived with the family.
They're the same age.
Oh, it's okay. I didn't know.
You're pissing me off, Adam. You're pissing me off. Stung for $5 says TLDR, I'm not dangerous. You're dangerous. I'm the only one that's not dangerous. That's true. That's basically his ideology. And in a nutshell. Lucifer for 499 says Sitch hates Ayn Rand because he's jealous that she was a female Chad and used her ideology to sleep with a harem of gullible young men way above her league.
Wow. Is that Ayn Rand? Yeah.
That's Ayn Rand. Did
She
she actually do
did.
that? That's funny. I didn't know that.
She was like a hypnotist of
Yep.
young men.
Stuart Keating for 10 Aussie bucks says about the gender thing. How is it a contradiction to say gender is a social construct and gender dysphoria is a medical condition? Isn't it a psychological condition which can be influenced by society? The answer is no. No. Okay. Think of it this way.
Gender dysphoria could be a psychological condition.
It could be,
influenced by
but they
society.
don't-
We don't know. Yeah.
They don't think it is. They think it's a biological condition that you're born with. Okay.
Right.
That you're born with is the key. So the question is, obviously you can't be born thinking you're the wrong gender unless you biologically have an idea about what it means to be certain genders.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
that's the answer to that question. Rich Jammer for 50 PHP says, didn't see Kill a Kill on screen because I am working.
What's up there for you?
There it is.
Nice.
There you go. Thank you, Rich, for working.
That's
like a true
Ryoko.
American, even though your money is not American. Zara Riches for $2 says, have you two looked up a certain magical index yet? I don't know what that
The
means.
Harry
I think you
Potter
asked this
index?
last week, and then you explained what it was, and I've completely already forgotten, Sarah. So I don't know what you're talking about. In fact, I remember you asking about this, and I remember saying, I don't know what you're talking about.
Magic. Look it up.
There you go. The one true Solifist for $3 says far leftists don't believe in a slow transition from one flawed system to an improved system. They believe in extreme transition, chopping off your dick or breast and giving puberty blockers to kids.
Oh my God. That's
There
kind
it
of
is.
accurate there.
There it is. Contrast for 130 says, point of personal privilege, Misa called Jar Jar Binks.
Oh my God.
Misa, you're a humble servant. What is the centrist position on the Phantom Menace? I watched the majority of that stream and now I have severe autism. Thank you. That is the
Oh my
centrist position.
God.
Watching the debate and coming out with autism is the centrist position on the Phantom Menace. So there
Any
you go.
proclamation is kind of giving away that you may have autism.
So the centrist position on the Phantom Menace is that it's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Fishhook theory is true, but only for the Phantom Menace and the Star Wars prequels. Paradox. You know, it's really funny. I have some friends, some younger friends, who were like, "Oh, well, they like the Star Wars prequels, blah blah blah." And I told them about the debate, and at first they were defending it, and I said, "No. The debate wasn't about whether they're good movies. The debate was whether they were well written movies, and they said, "Oh, no, those movies are objectively shitty written. What are you talking about?"
Oh, so they like them like people like The Room.
Right. Yeah. Like, well, no, I think they like them even beyond that. They just like have nostalgic feelings, or they like certain aspects of it. But even it's so funny because even the people I know who defend the Star Wars prequels in real life all admit that the prequels were very poorly written.
Yeah, terrible.
Paradox for 1 hour says National Socialism and Marxism socialism only disagree on means, but the ends are the same. Socializing economy means states owns the production, which was true for both Hitler's Germany and for the Soviet Russia. Stop it, Paradox. Why are you doing this, Paradox? We've
What's he
talked
doing?
about this so many times. He's like the Nazis were really socialist guys. The Nazis were really the same. They're on the far left.
Well, economically, yes. I mean, I agree with him there. But
Well, first of all, I don't even know. I'm not super familiar.
yeah, economically, this was what Big Baller was saying in the comment section. The conflation that who was the guy we did the video on last week?
Well, you're talking about Innuendo Studios, or
No. Well, Innuendo Studios would make the same. Well, no, he wouldn't. Dinesh D'Souza. Dinesh D'Souza is saying that the Nazis were left wing. He wants to say that the Nazis were leftists because they believed in a left wing economic policy, socialism, which is true, but it's only like half of the equation. Their economic policy doesn't take away their nationalism, their nationalistic tendencies.
And the idea that you're going to be basically a conquering, a war conquering society where you're just going to feed your deficit by taking other people's shit. That's not like a left. That's not a classically leftist philosophy. So
I thought for a second there, I thought you were going to go down the Candace Owens road where like they were globalists. The Nazis were globalists because they wanted to invade all the other countries.
I love.
Therefore, they were leftists. Go ahead,
I love
Steve.
that the PragerU crowd will go like, the Nazis were socialists. See, it says socialism in the National Socialism. And then literally when they go, the Nazis are nationalists, they're like, nope, nah.
I know.
It's right there. Yeah.
National.
Well, see, look, here's why. Here's like, I'm looking at the Wikipedia article. I know you gotta look at the sources because Wikipedia not a good source. But this says that more industries were privatized under the Nazis, not less.
Okay, that makes sense.
So
they
did
wanted
do Keynesian spending though.
Right. Okay, but that's not
right.
that's not social.
Privatizing industry is socialism.
Because whenever I've seen people, no, that's what I'm saying. They're privatizing, not deprivatizing.
Right. The Nazis privatized shit.
Right.
Of
That's
course.
Anti-socialism.
No, but
I guess you're right.
Spending is leftist economics.
No, I know. Yes, I know Keynesian is left, sure, but that's not communism, obviously.
Sure.
Okay, that is. Hold on, that's all. Okay, go ahead.
Because I know whenever I've had these arguments before, people that they always bring up, I don't see people. Maybe I'm wrong. Someone can send me the numbers on Twitter about number of industries that were private versus state owned before Nazis took power and after.
Really?
Because everyone shows me, they show me like the little like Nazi 12 or 20 Nazi creed rules or whatever. And a lot of them say state ownership shit. It's like, okay, that's great. But tell me what actually fucking happened, not what they were talking about.
I mean, there was this philosophy of subordinating industry to state interest. And they did, in a lot of ways, control their economy through price controls and stuff like that. But whether or not you want to call that socialist, I don't know.
Right. But that doesn't mean worker owned industries. So. And it's also and this is why it's so stupid, because again, as we've said a million times, even if economically the Nazis were 100% economically aligned with the communists, which I haven't seen any evidence of doing, but even if, it still doesn't matter because there's not fucking one axis, guys. How many times do I have to say this, Paradox? Why do you trigger me so much? There's not one axis on the political spectrum. Okay? It's not one axis. Driving me crazy, Paradox. I love you. But you're fucking driving
Well,
me
that's
crazy.
my point. That there is multiple axes that you have to take into consider the social aspect of it as well.
Yes, you have to take in the social aspect. Because then otherwise Richard Spencer is a fucking left winger.
Yeah, exactly.
And he doesn't classify himself as a left winger.
We should start classifying Richard Spencer as a left winger just to get this
There you
guy
go.
under, like, oh my God, you're siding with left
Right.
wingers now.
You
Richard
can have racist be on either side of the spectrum.
Yes.
Dagmar1177 for $10 says, listening to this guy basically say federal mandate trans rights now shit. Fuck the bigots, they aren't human. Makes me go, yeah, man. As someone who lives in Indiana, the middle finger of the South, let me tell you how well that's going to go over here.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
The one true Solifist for 147 says, is transition therapy not a form of conversion therapy? Yeah, it is. If you believe gender is a social construct, sure. The one true Solifist for $1 says, Sitch, Kathleen Kennedy said the Force is female. Feminism didn't ruin Star Wars, but feminists did. It didn't help. I'm not saying it wasn't there. I'm not saying it didn't really fuck it up. I'm just saying that even if you removed all the SJW shit, it still would have been terrible. That's all I'm saying.
Well, okay, I don't know your position on this. Do you think the sequels are worse or the prequels?
Oh no! Oh no!
Don't you know? This is the question that sparked the 10-hour-long debate.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
This is what he debated.
So-
for 10
Just give me
hours.
the synopsis.
No. This is going to take 10 hours. Sit back.
No. This is the synopsis. This is the quick rundown. I believe that The Force Awakens is better than all the prequels. I
Okay.
believe that The Last Jedi and Revenge of the Skywalker, Return of the Skywalker, whatever the fuck it's called. I believe the last two sequels are just as shitty as the prequels, but for different reasons.
Okay.
They're shitty in a different way.
I'll say this: at least the new ones have good effects. They don't have shitty, really shitty CGI like the prequels did.
Well, the problem with the prequels is it's not just that the writing is bad, like in the sequels. It's that everything is bad.
Mm-hmm.
The acting is bad. I mean, the music isn't bad, and the choreography is not bad. But the cinematography and the editing and the acting is so fucking terrible in the prequels. It drains the life out of any emotion in the scene whatsoever. So to me, that really strikes a big blow against the prequels.
Yeah.
But no, a lot of people are just like, no, you have to say the sequels are worse. So whatever. They can both be shit together. It's fine, guys. Paradox for $1 says, hi there, Nuance Bro. Great performance in Destiny debate. What is your all-time record with him? 3-0. Sick. Is this your third conversation with Destiny? I didn't know that.
Did you listen to the last one? It was like 3 hours, but I put it on while I was drawing. And
I listened to most of it live. I stopped it like wherever, when they were getting around like 12:30 or midnight, I stopped listening to it. But Destiny was very, very triggered the entire debate. Very accusing Nuance Bro of being a bad faith actor, which I thought was very shitty.
Terrible. Yeah.
Completely unfounded. And this is what was so, this was really, I think, a terrible showing for Destiny. Because first of all, him and Nuance Bro talked about, I don't know, like a dozen issues or something the first time. And then Destiny basically says he only wants to talk about one issue, even because he looked up on all the other issues and saw that Nuance Bro was either right or sort of right or, in the ballpark of not being able to argue with. So he's like, no, I only want to talk about this one thing that I think was right. So I thought Nuance Bro did fine. Did good. I think the only criticism I would give Nuance Bro is that so much of the topic that was being debated, it was like, who cares?
Totally.
Like,
totally.
Who gives a shit whether it's called the China virus, the Chinese virus, the Wuhan virus, or Corona? Like, who cares? It's so irrelevant. Like, fucking, I don't care.
That's the part that bugs me because they're both smart guys. Like, to be devoting their brain power to that nonsense seems like a waste.
Right. Who cares? You just say, and I thought you did say this. You're like, I understand theoretically that maybe it could make people be biased against Asians, but I don't see that in the numbers, and I don't care enough to really have a strong opinion on this one way or the other.
Yeah.
I mean, there was one, because Destiny was so much in like argue mode, and this is where he was being very disingenuous, was that I'm trying to remember, I don't remember what the exact point was. There was some point, it was about talking about hydrochloroquine, where Nuance Bro was saying, yeah, Trump shouldn't be like promoting drugs in some specific way without, there's a way you can talk about these things responsibly, and Trump doesn't talk about them responsibly. And Destiny was like, kept wanting him to like, as if he didn't give like the exact response that Destiny wanted and say that Trump was just a bad person or Trump was just irresponsible and XYZ. If Nuance Bro didn't give the exact specific wording that Destiny wanted, he would just keep arguing this stupid point.
Yeah.
And that's when I was just like, oh, this is just terrible, this conversation.
I don't see why they didn't call it the Star Wars prequel virus.
There you go.
Then it would have been perfect.
Was there anything you want to talk about? I mean, we're talking about it now. Is there anything you want to talk about the debate?
Me?
Yeah.
What debate? No.
The Destiny Nuance Bro debate.
No, I mean, it just seems sad to me. I didn't like the bad faith actor stuff. It just, I mean, he has a huge platform, and just to insinuate that, it's bad on the psychology. Like, there's so many, there's so few bad faith actors out there. And like I said before, I think there can be bad faith actors if they don't have any following or any, they're just someone in the comment section messing with people. Sure, there's trolls out there, but like if you gain a sizable following on YouTube, it's hard for me to say that you're a bad faith actor, because that just doesn't. Well, YouTube, it runs on authenticity.
Well, and here's the thing: is like he never really gave an explanation. And here's what was annoying: he never gave an explanation of where this bad faith actor thing came from.
Totally.
Like you could just say that you disagree with him. You could say that he's wrong and doesn't realize it. Never explain what this bad faith actor thing was.
Yeah.
In fact, there was a point in the conversation that really stood out to me where I know that Destiny was being intentionally argumentative bad faith, because he's a smart guy. He understands this, which was they were talking about the VA trial, and where, they had like people taking hydrochloroquine, they had people taking hydrochloroquine Zinthromax, they had people taking nothing, and they're like, oh, the people that took nothing had better survival rates than people that took hydrochloroquine and Zinthromax, even though it's like, oh, wait a minute, this is obviously not a great study on the efficacy of these drugs, because they say in the study they gave only the sickest people.
Yeah, exactly. The people who are on death's door already.
The hydrochloroquine. So it's like, okay, so it's already not good. But then on top of that, which I didn't realize, Nuance Bro was saying they gave the supposed control group, they still gave them Zinthromax too. So it wasn't even like a pure control group. It was people taking Zinthromax. And so Destiny kept arguing like that doesn't matter. Like he was pretending, like there's this fake obtuse shit that people do, that a lot of people do in debates that's very obnoxious, where they just pretend like they don't know what you're talking about when they do.
Yeah.
And so Destiny was doing this fake obtuse shit where he was pretending like he didn't understand that like the Zinthromax hydrochloroquine pairing is something that you study. So obviously just giving people Zinthromax is not a control group. But so it's just, there's a lot of bad faith going on. A lot of arguing just to argue points, which I don't like that shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Love Doctor 69 all day for $3 says, cover this guy's sequels videos with Mahler and Rags would be epic. Actually, that was exactly what I was thinking when I found this channel. I said, hey, maybe this will be the video that we can get Mahler and Rags on.
Sure. Yeah.
Also, Nuance Bro, Eon, the rematch with Destiny, but Destiny got the upper hand on some points. Lastly, great job on EFAP. The chat was salty, but the other side had weak arguments. Thank you very much.
I agree.
Anyone defending the fact that you don't need to understand the motivation of a primary antagonist in the fucking movie doesn't have a leg to stand on when it talks about understanding writing.
Why are you even watching the movie if you don't even understand
like its
motivation?
Or understand that like you have to show the consequences of failure to your audience. Okay?
That's called the stakes.
That's the stakes. You have to show audiences the scenes of the separatist robots like abusing poor Nabooian citizens. You have to show like the scene of the robots burning down a village that the Naboo people are living in. You see all the Naboo people running away, and you see all the children crying.
Yeah.
And you see them herding them off into like concentration camps and labor camps. And you see that like
kids
they're all
in
bloody.
Cages.
Yeah, you need the kids exactly. You need the kids. You need the Naboo kids in cages. You need to see them like have dirt and blood all over the face. You need those scenes because you need to establish stakes on an emotional level. You just tell us like it doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't
Not
at all.
mean anything.
Yep.
Stupid. What would happen if the Queen signed the treaty that made the invasion legal? We don't know. We don't know.
Who cares? The movie we make up in our heads is way better, Sitch.
There you go. Paradox of Wonder says lies, slanders, calumny. I don't know what the word that is. I've never sent you my video about Star Wars. I never made such videos. You did promise me 3 times to watch my video on Destiny. You have to fulfill that promise. And no, I'm not sending it to you for the 3rd time. Frowns. Oh, sorry.
Send it to me. The Sitch is a bastard. You can't fucking trust this guy.
I know. You can't. No. You did send me the video. I'm looking at the DM.
You sent me read me the. I want to see it. Send me the video.
You sent me the video from this guy's channel called Chud Film School Lesson 1, explaining story structure to reactionaries.
Oh, I sent it to you?
No. Paradox sent this to me.
Okay.
I mean, I guess the video wasn't entirely about Star Wars, but it was the sheep guy's video. That's what I meant. I didn't mean you made a video.
Oh, okay.
I meant you sent me the sheep guy's video. Yes.
I was talking about the guy who said he sent you your video like 3 times. That was Paradox?
Paradox. He made a video. I thought I did watch. I watched most of it. Like when you sent it to me the 2nd time. I don't remember what my opinion. Oh, I did, because remember I told you, I was like, I thought I told you this. Maybe I thought in my head I never told you. I was like, oh, you make some good points in it, but the fucking speech to text voice is so cancerous.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
It's very hard. Like, I know you don't want your voice or whatever, but the text is, the text to speech thing is just, it's fucking terrible. So even if you make good points, it's just all lost. The Taker 610 for $3 says, how can you watch this guy's video and not think he is dangerous? Who sounds more dangerous, this guy or Ellen? Palpatine was just trying to get the centrists out of the Galactic Senate. Totally justified everything he did. I think that guy's dangerous. Did I say that he wasn't? I think the sheep guy is a very dangerous individual. If he had power, he would be very dangerous.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I don't think he's dangerous in terms of I don't think he's going to get power. But Dr. Squeers for $2 says, my friend and I have an ongoing morality debate. Does the average Joe operate under a sense of objective morality, or are they afraid of punishment from the law? Or are they just afraid of punishment from the law?
Punishment from the law.
I'd say both.
I'd say it's more punishment from the law, but that's just my take, obviously. I'm supposed to talk to your friend Tom Jump about objective morality on Tuesday. So,
my friend or Steven's friend?
Your friend. Well, you don't.
Not really. Not you're being sarcastic.
Obviously sarcasm.
Yes. What about what?
Objective morality is like he did another debate on objective morality, a modern day debate, and this girl, godless girl, man, she was good. She totally schooled him, and then like halfway through the debate, she just gave up. She was like, typical.
I'll have to check it out.
But I'm wondering, because I came
to philosophy and stuff.
She's better in the philosophy than me, that's for sure. But I was wondering if we're conflating universal morality and objective morality with Tom. And he has a video on it, and it seems like he endorses my perspective on morality being about cooperation. So
I don't know. You have to ask him about it.
Yeah.
You'll use Sitch's situational versus universal.
Yeah, no, I will.
Break it down.
I'm going to talk about universal versus objective.
Okay, but here's what you have to look up. People were yelling at us, I think it was last stream or the week before, about how math is not objective and how
you did read the comments. Oh my God. They were
No. People were yelling about it in the super chats. I know.
Yeah.
So you should look that up, because I know that Tom used that argument in his objective morality debate. And I don't understand it. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. So you should look into that. Try to understand it.
Yeah. Are we good on?
Probably bring it up.
Are we good on super chats? Are we moving on to?
Oh no.
Arbery shooting. Oh, okay.
To answer your question, I don't know. Does the average Joe think that there's objective morality? I don't even have an answer for that.
It is somewhat objective if they know if they do something, they're going to get punished. I mean, that's an objective fact about the world. If they get caught,
but I'm assuming the person means like universal objective morality, not local.
Yeah, no, I know what they mean.
So yeah, I don't know.
But you think people are more driven by the fear of punishment than some
I think idea, I agree with you. I think
philosophical idea.
Right. And I no, I agree that most people are driven by the fear of punishment. But I'm saying if you were to ask the average person, is morality objective or subjective? I don't know what they would tell you. I feel like a lot of people would say it's subjective, even though they wouldn't be able to explain it or substantiate any of it. Paradox $1 says, just so we understand each other, the Nazis are right wing. Thank you, Paradox. Right wing socialists as opposed to left wing socialists. Okay, fair enough. Whatever. I don't care. Nationalism is right wing. It's conserving your own nation. Expansionist war, however, is not conservative behavior. Soviets did expand too. That's true.
Yes.
Dr. Squeers for $2 says, random question, about to have a 12-hour drive home for the summer. What audiobook should I pick up for the way there and way back in August?
The Narrow Corridor is excellent. Totally amazing. My picks are always Dictator's Handbook, The Righteous Mind. The Murder Next Door is a fascinating book. If you want a fun book, there's Marching Powder, which is about a guy who ended up in a Bolivian prison, and it's just, it's crazy. It's so crazy.
So I started listening to the Narrow Corridor audiobook the other day.
The Gilgamesh Problem. Did you get to it yet?
I got to the Gilgamesh part.
So I didn't do
I thought
too
your
bad.
explanation was perfectly fine. I didn't know what the problem was. At least how maybe the guy describes Gilgamesh wrong in the book, but you were accurate in your depiction of that. There was a big problem, though. I really had a hard time listening to the audiobook for a long time because just the way the guy was reading it was so fucking, it made me want to kill myself. Like, I don't know what the hell was going on with the guy reading this book.
Try speeding it up, because I read it at like 1.5. And
maybe
it's
I'll
a lot
try
better. Yeah.
I was going to say, because I remember when I was listening to the Game of Thrones audiobooks, I didn't feel like I wanted to die. And
Yeah.
I was listening to this audiobook. I was just like, what the fuck is happening?
Sorry. I had a problem with
go ahead.
I had a problem with the Game of Thrones audiobooks. I feel like the guy, there's a million characters. And I feel like the guy who does the voices has like 4 voices.
Well, I mean, that's true. But what is he supposed to do?
I don't know. They could have like voice actors maybe.
Yeah,
yeah,
totally.
but that's like
It's Game of Thrones.
You're adding a lot of work to something. Like it's just supposed to be one guy reading the book.
American Desperado is another one of my favorite books. It's the same guy that they made the 3 Cocaine Cowboys movies out of, and they use a bunch of different actors in that audiobook. That's one of the things that makes it awesome. So, yeah. What were we talking about before that?
You were just listing off books for Dr. Squeers' 12-hour drive.
Yeah. If you don't like the way a reader is, it's a super bummer, though. I can totally relate to what you're saying. I would try speeding it up, but like I love Malcolm Gladwell, and I've listened to all of Malcolm Gladwell's audiobooks, and then he started doing what other authors do, reading their own books, and Malcolm Gladwell sounds like the most condescending, smug motherfucker in the world. Every single line is, "Oh, I'm so smart for have written this awesome book," and it destroys the reading experience. So I understand what you're saying. Like if someone is reading a book and you're like, "Oh God, this insufferable fuckhead," like it makes it impossible to read.
Mm-hmm.
In air quotes, obviously.
The one true solifist for $1 says, obviously Destiny couldn't handle losing the debate to a brown guy. I thought he was going to drop an N-bomb on stream.
Yeah, racist.
Yeah, there you go. Damn it, Sitch. The Force Awakens is worse than all the prequels. It resets the Star Wars universe without explanation. It just presented better than the prequels. No, I agree that it resets everything, and that's the Force Awakens has 2 giant problems. The first is that the story is just a literal rehash of New Hope with no explanation of how the fuck that makes any sense, and that's a big problem. And the second is that the characterization of Finn and Rey makes absolutely no fucking sense with the character that's presented. A person who lived alone in a scavenged wasteland and a person mind controlled to be a soldier should act very differently than Finn and Rey act. But I didn't say that The Force Awakens was better written than the prequels. I said it was a better movie. And part of a movie isn't how it's being presented.
The acting, yeah.
The acting and the cinematography and the editing. I didn't realize this till watching the prequels again. Almost every fucking scene, with the exception of, the chase and the action scenes, every dialogue scene is just this flat fucking angle that makes me want to kill myself.
It's eye level?
Sometimes it's not. There's so many, this is so weird. there's so many like dialogue scenes in Star Wars where the characters are like tiny, and it's like this huge frame, so you can see all the CG background.
Oh my
like,
God,
look at
I
this
hate that.
amazing CG background. You got these tiny characters you can barely see in the middle talking to each other. There's so many scenes like that. It's like fucking hell.
You do
I
the
really
love
do,
scene, and you're like so far away that you really can't see the emotion on their face.
yeah, you can't
or
see.
anything.
Look, and I understand this because I'm not very visually oriented either. So I make a lot of bad decisions when I'm doing visual stuff. Like it's hard for me to imagine things. I just have to do it, and then I say, "Oh, this looks bad or looks good or whatever." And I say this with all. I don't say this to be offensive. I don't say this to be an insult. I say it with peace and love. Watching Star Wars prequels again, I honestly think that George Lucas is autistic and doesn't understand how to capture human emotion on film.
Yeah, that could be.
So
he's like, the toys, they'll be great.
Yeah, exactly.
People with real emotions can play with him.
He has like ideas of like, oh, this will be a cool idea if XYZ happens. You go, oh, that would be a cool idea, but he doesn't know how to implement it or show it or whatever.
Yeah, characters, everything in movies. Totally is.
Right.
We fell in love with his characters.
The Love Doctor 69 all day for Joe says, oh, you guys, Sheep was literally in chat.
Oh, really?
There you go. I didn't see him, but I wasn't looking at the chat. Hey, I see Glib's in chat. Hey, Glib. Oh, see, I started talking about the prequels, and it's summoned Glib.
Is he someone in prequel town?
Glib was the person who was my debate partner.
Oh, nice. Yeah, he did a good job. What's
Yeah.
up, Glib?
Well, Glib, here's a pro tip, okay? When you're like someone's debate partner in a debate, even if you don't agree with what they're saying, just don't say anything. Don't say I disagree with them and then start arguing.
Oh yeah, that's awful.
It's not good look, Glib. It's not good look.
It's
I still
yes
love you,
and.
though. I still love
Yes
you, Glib.
and.
Glib stuck out the 10-hour fight with me. And everyone hated him more than me, so I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
You always make me the bad cop.
I
you
know.
bastard.
Every stream I make someone else the bad cop.
I like it. I love being the bad cop. Are you kidding me?
I
live
was
for
the
that
bad
shit.
cop. Well, I don't know. I guess whether I was the good cop or bad cop in the no bullshit debate is very dependent on your point of view.
I know.
So yeah.
I think
DJ
we
Crunk
both
Factory
came
for
out
$2
the
says
bad cops on that one though. Actually,
fair enough. DJ Crunk Factory for $2 says Phantom Menace is my favorite after New Hope. Well, look, something can be your favorite and it can still be bad, right?
sure. People love The Room. That movie, The Room. No one's saying it's good or well written. Come on.
Right. Thank you, Glib. You will be the sacrificial lamb so that I can walk over your corpse.
Nice.
No, I assume the chat didn't like me very much either. So, but whatever. Fuck them. You're a moderator in the chat. You have to put up with that shit. Rich Jammer for 250 PHP says Satsuki's father is Soichiro Kiruyuin. Ryoki's father is Issa Matoe. Oh, who's the same person in disguise. Both have the same mother. Ragyo Kiruyuni. All these fucking names. Nui Harame was made by Ragyo entirely from Life Fibers. I know that. Wait, they went the same mom? I thought Ryuku's mom was different. I forget. Adam, you just watched this. How do you not remember this?
Their mom was the same mom.
Oh, okay. So they're literally sisters. They're not
Yeah,
sisters.
that's what I said. But you kept saying, no, you're wrong. And I kept doing the yes
I thought
and
they had
thing.
different moms for some reason.
The whole surprise was that spoiler alert.
Adam just spoiled Kill la Kill.
Sorry, guys.
It's actually not that. It's not. There's like so much better reveals. in
Where's
that
my
show than their
neuralizer?
sisters.
Here, I'll hold it up.
Yeah,
Look
there's
at
so
the
much better
screen, you
reveals in the
guys.
show than their sisters. So if you haven't seen it, don't worry about it. The Wooster for 199 says Spencer is a left winger who wants an ethno state. Stug for $2 says, was Nazi industry owned or run privately? I don't know. So I said I don't know. I'll have to look into this. It's something I really don't care about. Lieutenant Amazon for $2 says, friendly reminder, Sitch and Adam to read my comic. I keep forgetting. Oh,
I read it. What are you talking about?
how was it?
Yeah, it was good. I liked it. I liked the
There you
artwork.
go.
It's very, very, I don't know, how would you, it's like grunge, very grungy. I like that.
Let me have the tab open. Let me get the tab open right now so that I remember. Okay. Stuart King for 10 Aussie bucks says, Nuance Bro talked with Surf TV, and I think Surf made a good point when he said Nuance Bro tends to assert things about black people. They're more bigoted or congregate more during COVID without going into why. Yeah, I listened to part of it. I think Nuance Bro said that the point of that he understood that the tweet could be taken in a negative context that he did not mean, and that's why he took it down. So,
well, good for him.
But the Surf said something really fucking stupid in that debate that I try and remember what it was.
He's like a communist.
I didn't finish
of
watching
course
it.
he said.
So.
Come on.
I will have to finish. I wanted to watch. I wanted to listen to Nuance Bro and Surfs. I wanted to listen to Nuance Bro. Apparently, was on some podcast with Mind Waves, and things got like really spicy. So I want to listen to that.
Really? So, oh my god.
Yeah, he's doing Nuance Bro's doing the rounds on all the Twitch leftists, so it's kind of funny. When is he gonna debate with Vosh about something? Right? He's on like the list of people you have to debate, right?
Vosh, sure, I guess.
Yeah. If Nuance Bro's making the rounds.
Vosh is trying to set up a debate with
Count Dankula.
Count Dankula over whether or not Count Dankula is a white supremacist, which is like, what the fuck are you? Oh, I can't believe Dank is stupid enough to fall for that one.
Well, he's not. He said specifically, he said, I know how these people work. All they do is they call you racist, so then you debate them, and then they get lots of money from their
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So Dankula knows what's up. But then the problem is, then if you say that, they say, "Oh, you're just chicken, you chicken," you know. It's really stupid. I did think it was funny though. All these people kept suggesting that Count Dankula and Vosh debate on this stream. I do appreciate that because I know it triggers Vosh.
Yes.
If you ever bring up us, it triggers Vosh. I love it.
Why? I don't understand why.
He blames you for his terrible debate performance.
What did I do? I tried to chill him. I was like, chill out, bro. Chill out.
I know,
chillax.
But he can't blame himself, you know. Navy Blue Eyes for $5 says, for determining who wins debates, what is your preference? Chat poll, selected committee of mods, third party, YouTubers. My preference is it doesn't fucking matter because it doesn't fucking matter. No one wins debates, okay?
They're
People
fun.
Rarely
they're fun. Come on.
They're fun. They are fun, but I don't think you should go into it thinking you're going to win, right?
I listen
or you're
to
gonna maybe not win. You shouldn't go into it thinking you're gonna like change people's minds or something.
Totally. I have tried a bunch of different debating strategies though. I re-listened to my debate with Tom Jump on objective morality, and I totally went in with a Destiny style where I was just gonna like steamroll him. And everyone seemed to hate it, but I mean they loved it in the chat. People were eating it up, but in the comments they were like they didn't like it. But it's hard to say because people who are against you are not going to like any style that you go into the debate with. So, but
I know people in the EFAP debate, a lot of people were mad that they're saying that me and Glib were too aggressive or angry or whatever. So I don't know.
That's bullshit because they're prequel supporters. So of course they're just going to nitpick at anything. Like if you were too nice, they'd say, "Oh, you're too docile."
Well, no, if you're too nice and they say, "Oh, you got destroyed," you know, it's a fine line you have to walk.
Yeah, you can't win.
My thing in the debates is just I don't really care. It's not a question of being aggressive or passive. I mean, obviously you don't want to be overly aggressive. It's just trying to be fair with the other people.
Fuck
listening.
Them. Fuck those assholes.
Well, no, I'm saying listen to you make your point and then you listen to the response.
No, don't listen. Interrupt those motherfuckers. Tell them to shut the fuck up.
You actually try to address it as opposed to do like the bullshit talking points shit.
You know what is good? No, you say, listen, I know you're confused about this. Anything they say, just respond. I know you're confused. I know this is probably confusing to you. But.
Yeah. I know you're stupid, but let me explain it to you because I'm not stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
That's my favorite. Hummer Rodriguez Madrano for $2 says Dune has different voice actors and is great. You know, I've never read Dune, but I've always been curious to, so maybe I should check out the audiobook. That's a good idea. Maybe I'll do that. Ghetto Cat $5 says, have you guys listened to the debate between Jordan Peterson and anti-natalist David Benatar. Any thoughts about anti-natalism? That seems so vaguely familiar. Why?
Anti-natalism? I'm
No,
not
David
in favor of
Benatar and Jordan Peterson. Did we see that?
I'm not in favor of anti-natalism. Anti-natalism is like you shouldn't have kids. I think anti-natalism is actually evil, but
Why do you say that?
because I think the stats on overpopulation and resource diminishment are vastly incorrect. I think the idea that we'll level off at 10 billion people on planet Earth and comfortably sustain that amount is true. So the people who want to have kids should be having kids, and if you're disincentivizing people to have kids to like save the world, that's complete nonsense. What do you think?
Oh, so you don't think it's immoral not to have children?
No, I don't. I think it's your decision. If you want to have kids. But I think like people are being talked out of having kids because they think they're saving the world or something, which is just garbage. That's not true at all.
Right.
The stats are people, as people become richer, they have less children because, they have, they put more resources into fewer children. So I don't think we're going to have any kind of overpopulation thing. Steve, you were saying?
No, I mean, people have been saying we're going to have overpopulation for a long time, and it's never come true.
It's never panned out.
Yeah.
I don't think it's evil, but I think it's stupid. So.
Well, it's evil. It's evil convincing people that they shouldn't have kids for a bogus reason. How is that not evil?
Well, I'm not convinced people would be really. I don't think people that want children would be swayed by antinatalism. I think it's a lot of.
I think people are
bullshit,
swayed by
post hoc. No,
I
I think
think
the
they
people
are.
that don't want to have kids and then they want to create some, this. Oh, I'm so valiant and brave for not having children.
Oh, so they're basically selfish pieces of shit, and they're just like, I know how to get around that.
I don't think it's selfish to decide not to have kids, but I'm just saying.
Oh, it's totally selfish.
Well,
why?
Well, I don't have kids, and I'm a selfish piece of shit. So
There you go.
I don't have kids because I'd be a terrible father. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I don't have kids because I'd be a terrible father because I'm a selfish piece of shit. Like,
There you go. Yeah.
Aren't they all kind of the same thing?
Lord of the Nerds for $2 says OG Star Wars had troopers walking into doors, bro. Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, and we actually talked about this in the debate. Before there was a couple times that the stormtroopers were shown to be inefficient. It was in the first one. It was when they're trying to shoot at Luke in the hangar bay, and they all missing him, obviously. And there's also the big is that really in Return of the Jedi when they get beaten by the furry Ewoks. But that's not the point. Okay, you're missing the point. It's not a question of showing that obviously you want you want your villains to be effective, but that's not the point. They showed very early on that the Empire would fuck your shit up. Okay, here how the stakes are established in the original Star Wars.
Hell
you show
yeah.
that the Empire blows up entire fucking
Alderaan.
planets.
Yeah.
Right. You have the stormtroopers murder all the Jawas. Okay, they murder Luke's parents and they leave their burnt corpses sitting out in the desert for him to find. Okay, the Empire meant fucking business. There was no question of what the stakes were. Oh, and you also had Darth Vader fucking choking bitches left and right. Okay, there was really no question of what the stakes were in the original Star Wars if the rebels lost. That's what you needed. You needed to have the not the separatists, this is the first one. You need the Trade Federation to be fucking shit up. And you see the Trade Federation killing people and committing all these fucking atrocities on poor defenseless people like the Empire does.
Yeah, back in
That's
the
what you
day
need.
when people
See, you're
had
just looking at
power.
it wrong, though. See, in the credits, they talk about how it was a trade war, and trade wars are bad.
Oh,
There you go.
You're right. I forgot. Yes. They told me words in a credit crawl, and therefore I should emotionally connect the dots.
How did you
Latari
not
for
read
$10?
this? Did you get this sheep in the box chat? Did CT? Oh, I guess she sent it to both of us. How did you not read this?
What?
Sheep in the box. Christ, this is boring. Some of your fans told me this would be an epic takedown of my video, and so far it's just refusing to understand anarchism for several hours. So I'm going to bed.
We barely talked about anarchism.
Laughing my ass off.
That's fine. We barely talked about anarchism. I didn't even know he was an anarchist. I thought he was a communist, but whatever.
Yeah. He's probably a narco-syndicalist or whatever those guys
Yeah,
are.
whatever the fuck it is.
Well, Sheep, come on. You're totally welcome to come on and explain anarchism to us. We don't want to straw man your argument. I mean, you can straw man us all day long. We're used to it.
Well, the video wasn't even about that. The video is all about why centrists are evil. So
yeah, and we are evil. So just
it's
so
true.
You know.
There you go. Latari for $10 says, agreed about people liking bad things. It's quite okay to do so. Some people like the ending of Watchmen comic instead of the movie, for example. Winky face.
Yeah, what's up
got
with those
me.
people?
You got me, Latari.
First
Suckered
thing,
me in.
First
Sucked
thing you
me
do
in.
is you like the comic over the movie, and then the next thing you know, you're a fucking brown shirt.
Right. Yeah, no, exactly. People are perfectly fine to like bad things. That's fine. I mean, the ending in Watchmen comic is objectively better written, even if you don't like it. It's objectively better written. A Very Dead Horse for 49 says, join late. Did you guys mention your boy Elon thinking about moving Tesla to Texas or Nevada? Also, I'd smash Ayn Rand. She's a 1, but a politics brings her to a 5.
What? Well, if she's a 5, you got to do her.
No,
2 nickels make a dime every time.
There you go. There you go.
Oh my God, that's
so. What do you think
juicy.
about Elon moving Tesla?
Go for it. I mean, yeah, if he can get a better
That's
deal
going to
out there.
continue to happen the more California degrades.
Do you think he actually is, or is just a threat?
Probably
Oh,
just a threat.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. The reason, according to the autobiography, the reason he's here is because there's so many other space industries here. But I guess in Texas, I mean, they have Houston, so that's probably the thinking there. Like, there's just as many resources there as there are here. So,
Right. The Wooster for 199 says, review Ben Shapiro's violin playing. No.
have you reviewed his sister's violin playing yet?
Hot.
Yeah, very hot.
Very hot. DJM Voices for $10 says, I think where you and Glib didn't make friends was by insisting that certain problems in the sequels and prequels were identical. And while at times they could be true, you need to prove it and not just declare it. So, well, first of all, I mean, there was like a 10, 20, maybe even a 30-minute section, I thought, if I recall correctly, where me and Glib didn't even talk. And it was just Rags and Mahler trying to explain why the logic the prequel defenders were using would also be the same logic the sequel defenders
I remember that part.
So
I loved that.
So I thought we did explain it completely. I don't remember ever making a claim that the sequels and prequels had a similar problem and not explaining it. I think whenever we brought up the sequels, it was more like, this is the argumentation you're using to defend a problem in the prequels could also be used. The exact same argument could be used to defend the sequels. And that's where people weren't understanding. That's where the defenders
Oh, Glib's in LA
catching
too.
on to.
Glib says he's in LA too. Cool.
There you go. Because when you start talking about like, oh well, it's the will of the Force, like in the prequels. That's why things can. That's why things in the prequels can exist. It's the will of the Force. The Force is directing events. And I kept repeating myself again and again. I kept saying, if you write a story reason for for like an invisible force or a Deus Ex Machina or some bullshit thing to work out, it doesn't mean it's good writing just because you create a bullshit reason for it to happen. And it's the same thing with the Star Wars sequels. They create some bullshit story contrivancy that Rey is a dyad or whatever the fuck that means, right? That doesn't mean that it suddenly makes it okay for her to be a Mary Sue.
Yeah, so bad.
So it's like, yeah, just because you write some hack bullshit reason for the Mary Sue character to exist, that doesn't justify them being a Mary Sue. And it doesn't mean writing them as a Mary Sue makes them a well-written character. So
the real justification for the Mary Sue is to get young girls in STEM. I'm telling
there
you.
You go.
I'm telling you.
There you go. All those girls watching Rey want to become Google programmers.
Yeah,
Definitely.
exactly. They're like, it's easy. It's not challenging at all. And then they get in STEM and they're like, this fucking sucks. This is the hardest thing I've ever faced.
Lord of the Nerds for $2 says different movies have different stakes. News at 11.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't.
that's true.
Who's saying otherwise? The
Yeah.
complaint was that the prequels don't establish their stakes, not that they have different stakes. So
No stakes is the problem.
yeah, obviously movies have different stakes. Well, it's not a question of whether they have stakes. You have to fucking show the stakes.
Yes.
What they are. You have to show why it's bad if the Trade Federation takes over Naboo. Like, what are they even going to do? I don't fucking know, because the movie never shows us what the fuck they're going to do. And the only time.
Do sports have stakes? I think they do.
Does what?
Do sports have stakes? It feels like that's the whole point of sports.
You're gonna win or you're gonna lose.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, it's literally a competition. Yeah, but
Yes.
that's not. It's not a narrative. Yeah, but sports is not a narrative story. So
Yeah, but I would argue that stakes, that for the same reason sports need stakes, narrative fiction needs stakes.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Like, yeah, like if. Well, I agree with you. It's kind of like with the kids' soccer game where they're like, well, we don't keep score.
Yeah, then what the fuck are we watching for?
Yeah, exactly. Then what are we watching for? It's a good point. There's no reason to watch it. People need to know what the stakes are. But it's funny because in the Phantom Menace, the only time stakes are ever established is one scene where the guy comes on the hologram and he says, Queen Amidala, you have to come back because they're killing, or like millions of people are starving or whatever. You're like, oh, finally stakes. Immediately the Jedi say, oh, that's a fake message. Use the bait. You don't listen to it. Like, oh my
Fake
God.
news.
Hilarious.
Yeah, I was like, really? Like, he finally, it's amazing to me. I'm watching this movie. I'm like, wow, they finally established stakes. They finally established a ticking clock element. Because that's another problem. There's no ticking clock pressuring the characters in the Phantom Menace. So everyone just kind of meanders around and there's no tension. And then finally they establish it. And then immediately the Jedi are like, nope, it's fake. Don't listen to it. I'm like, oh my God.
George Lucas was like, this will scare the kids. We better take it out.
Yeah, it's like, and it's such a weird thing too, because people can make jokes about the stormtroopers not being able to hit shit or whatever, but you know, with the Last Jedi, there was a criticism about a lot of the comedy. It's like very misplaced in Star Wars, and I agree with that. And there's a lot of deleted scenes where the stormtroopers are being silly, and you're like, you don't want the stormtroopers being silly and being funny. So why do people not understand it's the same thing with the Phantom Menace? You don't want the robots, or not even Phantom Menace. In all the prequel movies, all the robots are like silly and goofy, and like these are supposed to be the fucking bad guys.
Yeah.
You don't want them to be goofy. Like the same movie that's supposed to be about Anakin Skywalker, beloved Jedi, falling to the dark side and becoming evil and murdering children. The same movie has like a comedy scene where robots are like kicking R2-D2 and then he like farts oil and lights them on fire and then they slip and fall. Like, this is like, the fuck am I watching? Like, what's the tone here? Like, come on, this is craziness, guys.
Yeah.
My brain doesn't know what to think.
Total fail.
Stuart King for $2 says, are you guys in the camp of SJWs ruin Star Wars sequels? So I think Adam is. I was saying that SJWs hurt Star Wars, but I think its shittiness had a lot more to do with just terrible writing, regardless of whether it was woke or not.
They were, I blame SJWs pretty much exclusively.
Hammer Eduardo Rodriguez Madrano for $5 says, sheep in the box now is crying punching down when before you made stream response to YouTubers with a lot more subscribers than you. I thought he left. Is he still here?
No, I don't think so. He said he's
How many
going to bed.
subscribers does he have?
He's like 3,000. He's very small.
What was that super chat? What did it say again? What are we doing bad?
Sheep in a box is crying punching down when before you had made stream responses to YouTubers with a lot more subscribers than you.
Yeah, well, we're giving you a shout out, bud. Soak it in. Don't worry. Don't worry. We know how YouTube goes. You'll be way ahead of us in no time at all.
If you guys want, we can have a call-in stream, not on Sunday. We can have a call-in stream anytime during the week. And you can all call in and argue with me about the Star Wars prequels. I will relish.
Yeah, we'll do it.
I will relish in it. Okay.
I've been doing a lot of drawing lately, so I can draw at the same time.
There you go. As for the punching down comment, I don't know. I mean, are you not allowed to criticize someone who has a smaller channel? I mean, generally we try to not pick on someone who's fucking unknown, but this video is just so garbage and it so perfectly encapsulated something that lots of people say. So
here's the problem. I've encountered this a lot. If you criticize someone larger than you, you're clout chasing. If you criticize someone smaller than you, you're punching down. You can't win.
You have to find someone with the exact. That's the enlightened centrist solution. You have to find someone with the exact same amount of subscribers and followers as you and attack them. That's the solution.
Yep.
I don't know if I would really call this an attack, though. Like, we're not trying.
Right.
We're not telling him to get off YouTube. If anything, I think this would help him, like drive more people to his channel. I think he's in our chat clout chasing.
There you go. There you go. Stug for $2 says, all this talk of steaks is making me hungry.
I know.
There you go. Noel Campbell for $5. I was just talking earlier, Noel, about how you were triggering the fuck out of me about Michael Flynn on Twitter. Says, speaking of stormtroopers, you believe those police in Canada didn't know May the 4th, since she was a stormtrooper, wouldn't have hit anyone anyway. Yeah, that was crazy. Did you see that video?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
That is fucking psycho. I thought everyone was supposed to be nicer in Canada, but the police are like fucking putting this girl wearing a stormtrooper outfit like on her hands and knees and like arresting her because they thought that she had a real gun, even though she's dressed as a fucking Star Wars stormtrooper.
Yeah.
On May 4th. Like, Jesus Christ. See, but this is what I always say. I think so much of the problems with police brutality or over policing or whatever, I don't think it's necessarily tied into race the way that the left does. I mean, this is literally the whitest motherfucker on the planet, stormtrooper, getting harassed by the police. So
yeah, that's why it went viral.
Right.
Because it's just crazy. The irony's off the charts.
If there was a black kid inside that stormtrooper outfit, it would have been like, they've been like, oh, the police somehow knew it was a black kid inside the stormtrooper outfit.
Yeah. She should have dressed as Darth Vader.
There you go. The one true soulfist for $1 says, as someone who has autism and does acid on the regular, I thought George Lucas did a better job, but I guess that's just me. There you go. Now you understand why.
I do like
CT
your
for $1
acid regime.
Right. CT for $1 says, Sitch, say something else contentious so we can stop talking about Star Wars. Yeah, I know. Never fucking ends. Mental Masturbator for $12, I think it's a very appropriate name for the stream, says, imagine all the people living life as individualists, sitting in a map. Oh, he's doing the Imagine All the People song.
Imagine all the people
living life as individualists. I can't sing.
Living life for themselves.
Sitting in the maps of meaning class lecture with Dr. Jordan B. Peterson learning. I don't know how the song goes. The ancient mythic archetypes underlying the story of Kill la Kill. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one.
Man, Kill la Kill should have had that song in it.
What were the mythic archetypes of Kill la Kill? You had the overbearing mother, obviously.
Oh, yeah, that was one. Huge one.
That's the main antagonist.
Yeah.
Literally, I never thought about it. That's hilarious. Literally, the villain is a mother who wants to smother you.
Yeah.
It's literally the plan to smother you. That's hilarious.
Big blanket for the world.
Big blanket for the world. That's hilarious. Wow. I wonder, was that on purpose?
Nah, they didn't.
That's too amazingly perfect.
They just got lucky.
Yeah, they just got lucky. That's very funny. Okay, what do you want to talk about, Adam? What was on the list?
Well, you might as well jump into the Michael Flynn stuff since that was the last
Let's
super
leave that
chat.
for the end.
It was no. You're going okay. So the Arbery shooting. Anybody got anything to say about it? I guess it was a black gentleman who looked like a suspect in a robbery. There was an exchange that ended up poorly. He got shot. Am I close?
Yeah. More or less.
Tell us your contentious belief about this, Stephen.
Did you see the video of him? It was a surveillance video of him like wandering into an incomplete house.
Yes.
What do you think of that? A lot of people on Twitter were saying that's not a big deal and that they've actually done that themselves.
Yeah, I've done that.
Have you?
Yeah, big time. Oh,
I've never done that.
You never?
But I know people who
I'm
have.
a rebel.
Like,
okay, so here's the question. This is very difficult. It's a very difficult topic. Because to me, whether the guy was trying to rob the place or not is irrelevant to him being shot. What matters?
I 100% agree.
What matters is when the guy pulls a gun on him, your reaction. Is he stand there, does the guy shoot at him and then Arbery lunges at him, or does Arbery lunge at him first and then he gets shot?
I actually haven't seen the video.
Well, the problem is that you can't see in the video is very. It doesn't obviously. It's not like all these videos. It's shaky. The person's never in frame at that key moment and all this shit. So you can't see like exactly how it goes down, but you hear a gunshot off screen. So you don't know like because here's the thing. If I'm walking or running down the street and if I'm innocent, we'll assume I'm innocent. Some guy pulls a gun on me. We don't know exactly what they said, but some guy pulls a gun on me. My first instinct, depending on how close they are, is probably going to be to freeze to see what this person wants. Okay.
Sure.
But then if the person shoots at me already, then I would feel like, well, you're already in a situation where you're
totally.
like, well, I got to do something because this guy's trying to kill me. So that's why I have such a problem with people taking one side or the other about this, is that to me, the most important thing we don't know the answer to.
You have a lot of opinions in the chat. People are saying like he punched him right away. People are saying he stole property from the job site.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Well, I'm saying remove the theft thing, because to me that's not the key. That's irrelevant.
You don't kill people for theft, right?
I don't. No, you shouldn't ever kill someone for theft.
Right.
And here's the problem. Here's the problem with all this stuff. This guy was a retired cop. I don't like the whole George Zimmerman. I'm gonna go like track down someone I think's like committing a crime.
Right.
Like you call the police, and if you have to, if you really fucking have the burning desire to, they could have just followed him in the truck. They didn't have to get out and try to hold the gun and do a citizen's arrest.
Right.
Right. You could have just followed him. So then when the police come, you tell them where they are.
Where did this take place?
Georgia.
I don't think people should be trying to engage in the citizen's arrest shit. I mean, it's not like if someone comes in your house, obviously it's a completely different situation, right?
Yeah.
But I don't like the whole chasing people down thing, which I'm pretty sure is illegal. You're not allowed to chase someone down and try to hold them for a crime or whatever.
But I guess the left is trying to frame this as racism. Obviously.
I don't even know if it is. This is the thing. I don't know if it has anything to do with race whatsoever. It could just be they could have honestly thought that this guy. I don't know if it's been confirmed whether he stole in the past or not from the construction site.
That's really not relevant as far as I'm concerned.
Some people think it's relevant. I agree.
I don't see how though. Relevant. Yeah, it's just character assassination. Honestly,
well, it's sort of relevant in terms of like that's why he's in the situation possibly in the first place.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. That's not relevant in terms of whether you should be killed.
Yeah.
That should be entirely dependent upon, and here's the problem. Should the person who, if you think someone stole something, not even from your house, from some construction site you're working on or whatever, I don't think that gives you the right to drive after them with a gun and then try to hold them up.
You should go to the authorities.
Right. Now, that doesn't mean that I think if you do that and then that guy attacks you and then you kill him, I don't know if that means you should be held accountable for murder. But you shouldn't be doing that in the first place anyway. So it's like, I don't know what the answer. This is such a very confusing, complicated story, which I don't know if I have an easy answer for any of this.
I know that I lived in New Orleans a million years ago, and it was super racist. So, like, if it was anything like where I lived back then my gut would easily go to like racism.
Yeah, but Adam, you're supposed to be the one that's so careful to call anyone racist.
I know.
And I'm supposed to be the one that calls everyone racist.
I know.
What is this backwards world
I'm
we're
just
living?
saying I have like personal experience in New Orleans, and I knew like more than half the people you interacted with were vocally racist.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but maybe it's changed because, like I said, it was a million years ago, and times are changing, but I don't know that they're changing that fast. So, I mean, and I heard all kinds of shenanigans.
Right.
With people who were law enforcement and had family that was in law enforcement. I mean, it's definitely, one of the reasons why we moved there was kind of to wake ourselves up to like what reality was elsewhere in the world. So, but I don't know, maybe it's better now. People in is there anyone is Sophane from Georgia? I can't.
Yeah, he is.
He moved to Georgia. He's not from Georgia.
Oh.
He's from Northern Florida, isn't he?
Oh.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. He's a Southerner.
You don't know what the situation is, though, so obviously you can't.
Yeah.
You can't.
Well, that's why
say.
I didn't want to. I don't want to go with the race stuff because I can't read the guy's
Yeah,
mind. I don't know.
One video. Who knows what you know from
Right.
that?
I
so.
mean, if it was a white lady, I don't think that they would have pulled the gun on her. But if it was a white guy who looks sketchy, they might pull a gun. I'm not convinced they wouldn't pull a gun on a guy. If
Yeah, I agree there too.
Or whatever. I mean, you can make a sexist argument. I think if it was a woman, they wouldn't necessarily pull a gun.
Yeah, they wouldn't.
But I think that's everyone accepts that. So I'm not going to throw the race stuff down. But that's the problem too, because we don't know. The guy could have been super racist. He could have said, "I'm going to kill you, N-word," and then try to shoot him. Who the fuck? I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not. My position is the same thing with what was the hands up guy's name? Michael Brown.
Yeah.
Right. The same thing with Michael Brown. Everyone was picking sides immediately on that, and I was just like,
"This is the new one."
Yeah, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to wait for all the facts to come out, because every time there's one of these shootings or there's something contentious like this, the story keeps going back and forth.
Well, I'll do you one better. Let's blame it on the SJWs, because I think there's a perfectly logical explanation here. These SJWs, they go around and they tell black people how they're constantly oppressed, right? And the next thing you know, if I'm thinking I'm oppressed, I'm going to go steal from like job sites and shit. I'm not going to get a job and become a part of the society.
There you go.
I'm going to turn
I'm
going to turn to organized crime. That's exactly what I'm going to do. And when you turn to organized crime, the next thing you know, you're in prison or you're getting shot at. So like SJWs need to knock that shit off. They need to stop framing everything as oppressor and oppressed.
That's SJWs are the real perpetrators.
Yeah,
here, because
exactly.
They told this poor man that every white person was racist.
Yeah.
So they implanted that seed in his mind, so that when a white man held a gun to him, he felt like his only option was to rush in and punch the guy to save his own life.
Well,
there you go.
I was speaking to the if he was involved in criminal behavior as well. I
Both-
think Michael
both things.
Brown was involved in criminal behavior as well. But
Yeah, he did. He was. Yeah. Michael Brown also attacked the cop, presumably.
would
Seems
you
like
turn just on a personal level? You can both answer this. I mean, would you be more inclined to turn to criminal behavior if you felt like the world was stacked against you? I would. I totally would.
Probably. Yeah.
Sure. I actually wrote that into the script for
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, no, we're playing off of that.
Right. No, definitely. That's probably the classic stereotype of people that do get
Now,
into that kind of
who's out there promoting this narrative that the world is against you? Who's out there promoting that narrative every single day of the week? It's not us. It's not even. It's not even the conservatives with their bootstrap argument.
Well, but they do say the elites are out to get you, right? The leftist elites are all out to get you. Destroy
that's
traditional
populist,
American
right?
society.
Yeah, but they have their own guns. Like they have tanks and shit.
There you go. There you go. There you go. No, but I agree with your point.
All right.
Anyway.
As long as we
I
can
don't have
blame
anything
everything on
else to
SJWs, we're
Yes,
good.
as long as like true enlightened centrists, as long as we can blame SJWs for everything, it's okay.
Success. All right,
Thank you,
next
Adam.
topic. Tara Reid. What do you is Tara Reid? No, I can't do it.
So I never looked into the Tara Reid allegations until a couple of days ago, because I don't know, it's all noise to me. And all I heard was,
TDS.
I know Adam kept saying they're credible allegations, Sitch. And I know that Tim Pool keeps saying credible allegations, Sitch. And I know that everyone on the left says they're not, and everyone on the right says they are. And to me, that's why I didn't want to look into it, because I'm like, ugh, it's one of these situations.
That's not true. Lot of burners are talking about the incredible
wait a minute.
allegations.
Right. And that's a great point. The people on the left that are all on favor of this being real are all the Bernie bros.
Yep.
So everyone. So I look at this situation from the knowing no facts about this case. I look at the offset of this and I go, every single person appears to be incredibly ideologically motivated in terms of whether Tara Reid is credible or not. So I didn't want to look into it whatsoever, but I eventually did, because I saw someone show me the clip of the New Rules last Friday, where Bill Maher is complaining about Tara Reid. And so I had to look into it to see if what he was saying was true. And I didn't realize that she had substantially changed her story multiple times throughout the years, and that for the last 20 or 30 years or whatever, she only made one claim, and the claim was that Joe Biden made her feel uncomfortable because he talked about her having nice legs and he wanted her to serve drinks, and that he, touched her shoulders or smelled his hair or whatever, the weird shit that Joe Biden is known to do. And the whole accusation about, and that's when she sent a formal complaint, or she claimed she sent a formal complaint to Congress or whoever the fuck you'd send to about this, about Joe Biden. That's all it talked about. It was about these things that she'd been talking about for the last 20 or 30 years.
Really?
And that the new claim, the claim about him
finger banging her.
Yeah, literally grabbing her by the pussy. That claim was entirely new, and that was what came out this year. So that already to me is like, okay, that's kind of suspicious that you've been repeating the same story for 20, 30 years, haven't got any traction, and suddenly now there's a new part of the story that's juicier that you never talked about for some reason. So that was like, that's a red flag for me. Second red flag was, I thought Bill Maher brought up a good point, which he said, why wouldn't you talk about this during the primary? Right? Like
she did say that she tried to, but none of the journalists would take the bait because they were all working on this story.
She could have. You don't think Fox News would have run this story? She could have fucking sent a DM to Don Jr. on Twitter, and he would have hooked her up in a heartbeat.
Maybe.
Could you imagine? Wait a minute. Could you imagine during the whole impeachment thing that was all about Joe Biden? You don't think anyone on the right would have been salivating for some story that Joe Biden was like sexually harassing someone?
When Ryan Grimm broke the story, a bunch of right-wing outlets ran with it too, meaning they probably already had information on it.
Well, they were probably trying to hold out as long as they can. They want to drop this in October. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you're right. So you think some of the right-wing outlets could have sat on it purposely to
They're like, please,
so
please.
maybe that's true.
They're like, please let it be the nominee. We got a big surprise for him in October.
So maybe that's fair. I didn't think about that. Maybe that's fair.
Here's the thing that really gets me suspicious. Joe Biden was vetted for a ticket already, presidential ticket. He was obviously Obama's VP. They look into you pretty hard if they're going to put you on.
God.
Right.
So, and like, why didn't any Republicans find this in those election cycles?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not saying that doesn't mean that it didn't happen, but that's just rather suspicious.
It's a good point. It's definitely a good point.
It's because she didn't make this claim until now. She had the other claim that was kind of, it's Joe Biden's creepy. Everyone knows Joe Biden's kind of a weirdo, but like, the whole finger banging thing, which is the contentious allegation, was never made until now. And that's what makes me suspicious.
Well, she said she was too embarrassed to say that actually happened, but you're kind of making the argument. This is kind of like the Jesse Smollett thing where he's like, I sent the letter and they didn't do enough. Now I need to raise the stakes a bit here.
Right. Well, if you're gonna, she claimed that she made some official complaint to the government or whatever about this behavior. You're telling me in your official complaint, you're not going to lead with the finger banging. You're going to say, "Well, he made me uncomfortable because he talked about my legs." Like, are you kidding?
Totally.
I don't know. That's real suspicious to me. So the second thing, which I didn't know anything about, was the weird Russia stuff, which you said you knew something about, which is that in 2018.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tara Reid wrote this blog post where she's literally getting on her hands and knees and giving Putin a blowjob. And I'm just
not doing that.
Yeah, I know. Okay, metaphorically.
Like in the story, she's like, "Oh, yeah," and then I licked his balls, and
she writes this really fucking bizarre. I don't even know what predicated this. She writes this really bizarre, like, love letter to Russia. I'm not exaggerating. Like, she just talks about how awesome Putin is, not Russia. Just about how amazing Putin is. And I'm like, what the fuck am I reading? Like, what prompted this? So that's just really fucking, I don't know if I would trust anyone that, for any reason, that thinks some authoritarian dictator is like the best person on the planet.
The excuse, do you know the excuse that she had for that?
What was the excuse she had for that?
Well, I thought it was she linked it to some creative writing thing. Like she was working on a novel or something like that. No, I'm dead serious. What? Yeah.
I don't believe that for a second.
Yes. Yeah. And supposedly it was like taken out of context or something like that. So
wait a minute. Let me try to find this. I don't believe that for a second.
there's an ancillary point that I'm kind of tired of hearing about, but it's definitely true. Is that there's a ton of hypocrisy amongst the Democrats because because Brett Kavanaugh during that incident, they were all believe women, and now they're much more skeptical. But I'm
right. But did anyone think that the whole believe women thing was honest in the first place?
No, it was. We always knew it was disingenuous.
Yeah, it's obviously disingenuous from the first place. Yeah,
I want to. Sorry, go on.
Well, I mean, it wasn't. It was disingenuous in a different way. It wasn't disingenuous politically because I mean, one of the first people they went after was Al Franken, who was obviously a Democrat. But it was the dumb feminist bullshit.
I do want to see him get replaced at the convention, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah. For the anarchy reasons.
Yes.
Turns out Steve is an anarchist.
There you go. You just want the chaos.
No, I'm a nihilist. I want to see the world burn.
There you go.
I'm going to be at the convention if it happens. So.
Who's he going to be replaced by?
Who knows? It doesn't matter as long as we get a riot.
Kamala Harris?
No, probably.
Sky Adams is so desperate for her to be the vice
I
president.
know, just because he wants his prediction to come true.
He wants his prediction
he doesn't care.
True, yeah.
If Trump loses, does he abandon the 800D chess narrative, or will that just be the latest move?
He'll say that
move.
He'll say that the fake news media just won. They just convinced enough people.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, great.
That's what he'll say. Okay, so tell me guys, if you think this sounds like a creative writing exercise. In college, I discovered other people who were open-minded and curious about the world like me. I never bought the whole America is fighting for democracy all over the world byline. In fact, after reading authors like Noam Chomsky, my eyes opened to the great extent of our nation's hypocrisy and imperialism. After college, I worked for the Congress, then the Senate, and then the California State Senate. I also worked as a political operative for a congressional race and key judge race. All this experience opened my eyes to see America as it is, not a democracy at all, but a corporate autocracy. In other words, corporations run America. So all this is background is why I have a wide open mind, unfettered by American anti-Russian propaganda, to actually appreciate Russia. Now let's talk about Vladimir Putin. And then she goes on to say,
oh no, make it stop.
It's her sweetest taboo that she likes to talk about Putin. She says he is very good to women, holds them in high regards.
Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Holds them in high regards when he lets them out of the sex dungeon.
Yeah.
Right. And then she goes on to say, Putin has tried again and again to keep strong diplomatic ties with America, but America keeps fucking him over. She literally she literally makes this weird point that because America has like different presidents that keep changing, it's like hard for Putin to interact with them. While he's always the same person in charge of Russia, and you're like, that's the point. He's literally an authoritarian dictatorship.
Our last 4 presidents, when they came in, they're like, hey, the last guy was too hard on Russia. I'm going to be softer, and then Russia just takes advantage of it. Happens every fucking time. That is straight up from Russia Today, what she just what you just read there.
I just think it's hilarious that her point is, she's like, look at all the Americans, like poor Putin has to keep dealing with a changing administration. It's like, well, wait a minute. Doesn't it bother you that that's always Putin in charge? There's never a change in administration in Russia.
Scary
like, go on.
Hey,
there was
that
8-year period when Dmitry Medvedev was
and he was only prime minister or whatever. Yeah.
Vladimir Putin was still running the country.
Yeah, obviously.
Everybody knows that.
Putin was prime minister, and I think he made the other guy president.
Yeah. Just so he could keep running the country, but
yeah.
I like this.
Keep a good face on it.
President Putin's genius is his judo ability to conserve his own energy and let the opponents flail, using up their energy while he gains position.
Wow.
Currently, President Putin has a higher approval rating in America than the American president, particularly with women. President Putin has an alluring combination of strength with gentleness. His sensuous image projects his love for life, the embodiment of grace while facing adversity. Okay. This Tara Reid individual saw that picture of a shirtless Putin riding a horse, playing with a tiger, and she just fell in love.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, I have a hard time believing someone who has a weird imaginary fan fetish headcanon with President Putin, and also changed her story substantially over 30 or 20 years or however long it's been. So
We can't ever really know.
Yeah.
of course. Of
which
course.
sucks.
But that's I mean, it's the same thing. I don't see how people are saying, well, the Brett Kavanaugh thing was so bullshit, and this is very legitimate. Because to me, it's like they're both just someone says something
Yeah,
with
totally.
no backing up evidence
Yes.
whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say that that Tara has evidence, unlike the Kavanaugh thing.
She has
Tara
more
has
evidence.
that she
Yes.
was been complaining for years about the lesser charges. Like that
Yes.
has more evidence, but there's no evidence to the main charge about the finger banging. So
Yeah. Be nice to know who. I mean, she says that the aide gave her something to take to Joe Biden. I keep thinking, well, where the fuck is the aide? That guy's dead or something? Like he, like
well, that's another problem because I
the
think
gym
I
bag
didn't
guy.
I heard this. I could be wrong. I heard this. I didn't verify this. Someone said that if you look that in her story, she claims the area in which he finger banged her was like a public hallway in a congressional building or something.
Right. Yeah.
Which is kind of like, okay. And then I saw in one of the articles, they talked about how the 3 aides she claims she told say that they have no recollection of her ever talking about any of this with her. So,
Yeah.
I don't
Wow.
know. I don't know. It's I don't see how anything of this is credible. So
Okay. All right.
That's my
Moving on. Dave Rubin book. Has anyone checked out that piece of shit? Oh, I mean,
how dare you?
Yeah, I read it yesterday. Took me
How
an
was it?
afternoon. I said earlier it wasn't as bad as I thought, but
It's a high bar.
Yeah, somebody made the point. I heard that if you wanted an excellent primer on Dave Rubin, if you didn't know anything about him, but you somehow wanted to figure out what he was all about, I don't think that person exists. But if that person did, this would be an excellent place to look because it's basically just everything he's been talking about for the last 4 years, his post TYT career. You could just splice together a bunch of videos and get the same product essentially.
I did hear his talk with Scott Adams on it, and it seemed like he was it seemed really kind of elitist to me. Like Dave Rubin was destined to win because he's wealthy and from New York. So
there were some personal details of his life that were kind of endearing. Like apparently, like he struggled with alopecia. Apparently, when he talked about being a closeted gay man, it was like, okay, this guy's relatable. Whatever he's struggling.
Well, I don't know what's alopecia. I don't know what that is.
It's like some disease where you lose your hair.
Oh,
like
that
all your
sucks.
body hair. Yeah, but
wait, what, you lose your body hair?
yeah, that's
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then
I was gonna say,
doesn't
A gay
Dave Rubin
man
has
losing
hair,
his
right?
body hair, and that's stressing him out.
whatever. Read the book.
Dave Rubin has a full thick head of hair.
Yeah, he got treated for it, and apparently the treatment was pretty brutal. So, anyways, so yeah, those were the new things that I learned, that he had alopecia, basically. It's half memoir of details about his life, and then half of a manual of how to think for yourself, which is extraordinarily self-serving. And I don't know, I think he has no business writing that book, but functionally it's just media bashing, leftist bashing, and him spitting out his collection of cliches that he calls classical liberalism. So it's nothing new. I would not buy it or read it. If you're familiar with Dave Rubin, and if you're not familiar with Dave Rubin, you have nothing to gain by gaining familiarity.
Well, if you want to be successful, I think having your parents get you an internship on a popular network television show is
The
probably
Daily Show, yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a good way to go. You guys should all try to. You guys should all do that. That's your path to success, guys.
Right.
Yeah, but now
Okay.
he thinks for himself.
Doesn't that
So-
seem totally elitist? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
Before I was trapped in the bubble, but now in this other bubble, I'm thinking for myself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you saw it, but he got like some basic stuff wrong. Like he talked about how when Ukraine joined NATO, they gave up all their nukes. Ukraine never joined NATO. Like, I don't know what the fuck he was talking about, but
In
I
the
don't know how
book,
that
he
made
talked
it
about that. Holy shit!
I have no idea how it made it past the editors. Like,
He must have Candace Owens doing his book editing for
he
him.
might. But yeah, it was lacking one thing, and this is why I think it was better than I expected. It didn't have that Dave Rubin cringe. Dave Rubin makes my skin crawl. Like,
Oh yeah.
whenever I watch his channel, maybe it's just because it's in print. You know, I read it and I didn't have to watch him say it. Maybe it's because he's not interacting with anybody else. But for whatever reason, I wasn't cringing the whole time. Like when I watch a Dave Rubin video, my skin is crawling. Like I can't stand it. And this book didn't do that to me. So that's why I say it's better than I expected. There's several attempts at humor, but I only laughed once. It was a joke about gay sex. So it was pretty funny.
I did have the Adam experience where when I saw Jordan Peterson give one of his talks and Dave Rubin does his stand up in the beginning, and you're just like, oh no.
His stand up. You say that
stand up in quotes, yes, and finger quotes, yes.
You had that at the live because you went and saw Jordan Peterson, right?
I saw him live, with a friend of mine, and Dave Rubin gave the joke, the stand up,
the comedy.
The comedy, yeah. You're just like, ooh, this is both cringy and inappropriate at the same time.
From what I've seen, he's just like, hey, we got any liberals in the audience? Any conservatives in the audience? Any libertarian? Any Nazis? It's just like he's asking questions to the audience.
No, he actually did like a mini set. I don't remember what it was because it was like a couple years ago, but it wasn't good.
Oh,
it wasn't great.
Poor Dave.
That's sad.
Don Howard for 5 Canadian says there is no overpopulation problem. Look up Hans Rosling. For fuck's sakes, why do I have to keep educating you clowns? Wink emoji. Do we live in backwards world? Do we live in opposite world, Adam? Because I could have swore you just said that you don't think there's an overpopulation problem.
Yeah, I thought that was aimed at other people in the chat. Hans Rosen was the guy, and I just didn't say his name because I feel like I said his name like 100 times.
Well, Dan, if you meant not us and you meant the chat, I apologize. But if you meant us, you're wrong.
Hans Rosen has 2 TED Talks on it. He's the one that I even used his numbers, 10 billion people. He does the box thing where he's like, here's the great fill where people are filling in. So, yeah. Get your kids into that fill. Come on, we're all going to be immortal together.
Is it dependent on some magical number being reached, or is it really dependent on just certain economic situations being reached by
economic
countries?
situations being reached by countries? Yeah, it could all tumble away if obviously...
If that changes,
the world falls apart. You know, if the communists get elected in the United States, all bets are off.
Right. Bissat, it's probably some famous person name I'm saying wrong. For $5 says the whole Georgian law depends solely if the shooter saw him. Maybe tragic self-defense on both sides or murder if they did not see a crime. Yeah, that's what's so stupid about a lot of these like stand your ground type laws is that they're so poorly thought out that it's like, it can like both people can be totally innocent and could be an unfortunate circumstance and it's just totally fine. It's still self-defense.
That sucks.
It's like, yeah. So it's stupid. Just look, guys, if you see someone you think committing a crime, you just call the police. Unless you see them like attacking someone, okay? If you see someone you think they're stealing something or whatever, don't fucking try to accost them physically with a gun or whatever. Okay, unless they're physically attacking someone and you see them do it, just call the police.
But what if I'm a badass and I like to do things like
yeah, okay. You're not Batman. Okay, I hate to break it to you, you're not Batman.
Well, what if I am Batman though?
You're not. Stuart Keating for 10 Aussie bucks says the prequel versus sequel debate is as contentious as it is because the sequel's wokeness and it's new. Stuart
agree.
Keating, you are 100% right. It's like comparing Batman versus Superman to the Supergirl movie. Both terrible, but one's a higher tier. No, I think you're 100% right.
Yeah, me too.
It's because of the political implications in the Star Wars sequels that people get so triggered when I try to separate the politics and just look at it purely from a storytelling perspective and say, well, on a storytelling level, they're both awful. But I understand that it's too difficult for most people to separate politics.
I already blame the SJWs for everything, okay? Come on.
There you go. But no, the Batman vs. Superman to the Supergirl is a good comparison, yes. A Very Dead Horse for $1.99 says most far leftists previous to 2016 were pro-Russia.
I agree, yeah.
Is that true?
They still are.
Wow.
It's just the establishment Dems that are a little more hawkish on Russia.
Russia's their hope.
Yeah.
Russia.
It's funny because Russia is the country that the far left thinks America is. It's like
totally.
an oligarchy run on state Christianity
Totally.
and white
Totally.
ethno nationalism.
Totally.
Yeah, that doesn't. It's fucking crazy. That doesn't make any sense.
So bizarre. Yes, very much.
A very dead horse for $4.99 says, "You know what? I changed my mind. I'm not voting R or L. I'm voting D for Biden. Trump is all talk about letting people do things, but Joe has followed through."
Oh my God.
Look, Trump only talks about grabbing women by the pussy. But you know who follows? You know who stands by their words? Joe Biden. He doesn't just talk about grabbing women by the pussy. He does.
That's a great point. I'm
why
so
would you
convinced now.
just? Why would you grab some woman by the pussy and then the next thing you would say is, "You're nothing to me"?
Yeah. Come on, man. Thought you liked me.
I know. It's so bizarre.
I don't know. Well, no, that part's not bizarre to me, but.
Sorry about the pussy thing.
Stuart King for $5 says Dave Rubin's stand-up are literally just demographic surveys. Do you have any gays in the audience? Any bis? Any conservatives? Any Nazis? All right. Yeah, that's what you were saying.
That's pretty good.
Oh wait, I already lost which was Danimal Collective. I was gonna tweet his super chat out. Which one was it?
We have I have one more thing, and then we have the Michael Flynn stuff. I just want to say, so one of the comments that a lot of people were making in our comment section last week was on the Nazis being progressives, far left progressives. So there was one argument that listener 523 made about family, and it dawned on me that there's two different ways that you can see family. So I feel like both sides are seeing family in their own way. Like the left sees the family as state provider, and the right sees sees a state as like fraternity. So the fascist look at the state is one of fraternity, and the left's view of the state is one of provider via communism. So, but if you're making the argument, if you're on the right and you're making the argument that Nazis are on the left, I just don't see how you can make that argument, because the left only conceptualizes the state as provider. Like they're not the ones that want to die for the state. So they don't conceptualize the state in the fraternity way that the right does in any way, shape, or form. And my evidence for this is the military. Like it seems like the military is predominantly conservatives. Like conservatives are the ones that will sign up and die for their country. And if you're saying that the Nazis are left wing, then why is the military not filled with progressives? Why aren't progressives joining the military en masse? Why are the progressives generally against the military in any way, shape, or form? So
the military, though, as an institution, is fairly progressive. Think about
I would agree.
It's the largest source of Keynesian spending. It's got socialized medicine, the VA.
It is. Yes.
Yeah, and it's constantly a place for like social experimentation. They desegregated the military before general society desegregated.
Yeah, but don't think about any of that stuff.
It's a public institution.
Put that all out of your mind.
So, but I'm just saying, I'm just looking at the people who are signing up to join the military. And would you say, like the institution itself, you can make an argument that's progressive, and I'm sure many on the right would make that argument. But why aren't the rank and file military officers predominantly progressive if that institution is
right
on the left?
Right. Well, nationalism is typically not associated with the left anyway.
No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah.
Especially ultranationalism. So, Psychomate for $3 says, I don't get to donate often, but I wanted to show my support for what you guys do. For what you guys do with a donation. Also, if you ever need a backup writer for SVA, I pay an exposure. Sorry for self-promoting on the air, just a bit desperate due to Corona.
So Michael Flynn is the last thing on the list here.
Well, hold on. We got one more. Taker, 610 for $2 says, a former NBA player was just arrested for shooting two strangers who entered his home Laws be crazy. If Arbery hadn't resisted and nobody was shot, the guy could have been arrested, possibly kidnapping or assault with a deadly weapon. Yeah, that I agree. You shouldn't. Usually in these situations, even with cops, it always takes two to tango. It takes two people doing dumb shit that leads to tragedy. That is fucked up. If an NBA player was arrested for shooting two strangers entering his house, I mean, I don't know what the specifics are, but that's kind of seems pretty fucked up. Sitch's Bubby for $1 says, I was planning on betting a lot of money on Trump's reelection using my winnings to buy student loan debt and become the 1%.
Nice.
There you go. I don't think anyone. I think this is going to be a very close race. I think even if Joe Biden dies the day before the election,
it's still going to be close. Oh my God.
So I wouldn't bet any money on any of this stuff. But
so you're thinking that Joe Biden is going to win by a hair. There's going to be the newspaper article that says Joe Biden wins and Joe Biden is going to die the evening of the election. Someone's going to come out and hold up the newspaper. Joe Biden wins. He's like
they'll hold it up over his corpse.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I'm not making any prediction that Joe Biden's going to win or Trump's going to win. I'm just saying whatever my prediction is going to be. It's going to be very close. That's my prediction. It's going to be incredibly close.
All right. What do you think about Bill Maher in that he said if Trump loses, he's not going to leave?
I think that's insane. I don't think that's.
Yeah, totally.
I don't think Trump's going to try to become an authoritarian dictator or whatever.
I could see him just like spitballing over the course of time. Those 2 months between losing the election and leaving, I could see him going, it's fake news. I didn't lose, but then nothing will come from it.
No, I think you're right. I think if Trump did lose, hypothetically, I do think he would say, oh, I'm only lost because of all the illegals voting and all the voter fraud. Like, he'd make a million excuses, but he would eventually leave.
He'll leave, and the Trumpkins will just treat Biden as an illegitimate president, which they're going to do anyway.
Right.
So.
You know how the leaving president usually traditionally leaves a letter to the president coming in the desk drawer. What do you think that letter looks like?
It's just
You're a fake. You lost.
He just shits in an envelope. And
I'm so curious what Obama's letter to Trump was like.
Oh my God!
Can you imagine what that says?
Do you think Trump even
I know
read
you
it?
said I wasn't born here. If it was longer than a page, Trump probably read a paragraph or two, and then
it's just a dick pic. It's just Obama's dick pic.
Oh my God.
He put his dick on like the armrest of the chair in the Oval Office.
Oh my God!
Remember, I still got a bigger dick than you, so
I put my dick all over this, literally.
Oh, you guys are so bad.
There was, I remember hearing that Clinton, when Bush won, they pried all the W's off the keyboard.
Yeah.
It's a pretty dick move to do.
Yeah.
Also kind of funny. Okay. Michael Flynn.
So what's the background on Michael Flynn? Let's give. Why was this guy in the slammer?
Okay, so the background is that Michael Flynn, Trump foreign policy advisor. When Trump wins the election, he becomes national security advisor for like a month or two, I think, very briefly. Trump has to fire him because it turns out that Flynn told Vice President Michael Pence that he didn't talk to Russia about not reacting. You might remember right before Trump became president, America placed sanctions on Russia, new sanctions because of the hacking stuff with the DNC. And Michael Flynn apparently had a conversation with the Russian ambassador where he said, don't react to that. When Trump is president, we'll lift the sanctions or we'll, work something out or whatever. And then Flynn told someone, he told publicly, claimed that he didn't say that. And then he told Mike Pence that he didn't say that. And Mike Pence repeated that line. And then when it came out that he actually did talk to the Russian diplomat about this because that was picked up by the FBI, they fired him. And the reason they gave for firing him was he lied to the vice president. Okay.
The reason he had criminal charges pressed against him is for perjury, right?
Right. So then, yes. So then apparently the FBI, I guess before all this came out publicly, the FBI talked to him. Yeah, this was in January. The FBI talked to him and they asked him whether he had this conversation with the Russians, and he said he did not. And then, so now he was being charged under the Logan Act. What was he charged under the Logan Act, or was he charged for lying to the FBI, or was he charged with both?
He admitted to perjury.
Okay, so he admitted to perjury. So he admitted to lying to the FBI. So my thoughts on this are that originally I thought, well, he admitted to lying to perjury. He shouldn't lie to the FBI. Case closed. However, I recently read the motion to dismiss charges, which obviously is bias in Flynn's favor because it's literally a motion to dismiss charges. But I read the facts of the case, and assuming they're accurate, I would have to agree that I don't think Flynn should be charged with perjury, because apparently they were saying that the FBI agents weren't sure whether he really was lying or just didn't remember, and that none of this was actually material or important to the case at all. So it's just kind of like, and most of the time when people are charged, it said like historically when people are charged lying to the FBI, it has to have some effect on the FBI's investigation. You know, it has to lead them down a path. You know, they follow the wrong information and it wastes their time or something. And that didn't happen in this case. So I don't have a big problem. Assuming that's all true, I don't have a big problem with them dropping the charges against Flynn. However, where I got so triggered by Noel on Twitter is that I still stand by the statement that Michael Flynn is a fucking snake, that he is a traitorous piece of shit. Because, in my opinion, anyone, first of all, who is an undisclosed secret foreign lobbyist. Yes, Michael Flynn was being paid secretly by the Turkish government to influence American politics while he was working as a foreign policy advisor to Donald Trump. To me, that's fucking pretty sneaky. That's pretty close to being a spy almost, okay? You're lobbying on behalf of a foreign government while being a foreign policy advisor to the fucking presidential candidate, and you don't tell him that you're being paid for your fucking opinion. I don't like that. I think that's pretty fucking shitty and snaky and terrible.
So why did he pardon him then?
Well, I don't know. I have no fucking clue why I pardoned him. And does that mean that Trump knew about it? I don't know. And Flynn only admitted to this way after the fact. He registered as a foreign agent like in March, after he had been fired by the Trump administration. So for all I know, and here's the thing too. Okay, here's another thing to wrap around your brain. Okay, so Flynn admitted to getting paid over $500,000 to lobby for Turkey, right?
Wow.
And now he claims
that's a nice payday. Jeez,
that's a nice payday.
$500,000.
$500,000 to lobby for Turkey. Okay.
That's a
while
lot of
you're
Big
advising
Macs.
the future president. Okay. And this is all undisclosed. So presumably no one knows that you're doing this. Flynn only claims that he was lobbying for Turkey while he claims he stopped lobbying for Turkey when Trump won the presidency. Am I supposed to believe that? Am I supposed to believe the guy who got paid $500,000 under the table for a foreign government, then when he becomes a national security advisor and has access to all the classified information that the president does, I'm supposed to believe that guy maybe is not selling secrets to foreign governments? I don't fucking trust him for a fucking second. And I don't understand why anyone would.
Well, maybe he just took their money and told them bullshit. You realize that if you're a double, agent, Sitch, you still got to take the money. It's a perfect situation. You're like, you take the money, you take the $500K, and then you're like, oh, here, let me tell you. Oh yeah. You feed them a pack of lies. You tell them, oh yeah, we've got this bomb that just makes everyone die all at once.
No, you do the Trump University strategy. You just string them along like,
oh, totally.
I'm so close to doing what you want, but you're gonna have to give me more money.
Totally, yeah, exactly.
So, bearing aside any Machiavellian strategies from Michael Flynn, okay, secretly stringing along the Turkish government, which I don't believe for a second.
Well, why not?
Well,
he's been to Trump University. He knows how to string people along.
the day Trump gets elected, he writes an op-ed where he talks about how Trump should hand over that cleric guy that the Turks that Erdogan blamed for the coup.
Well, that's kind
The
of
dude in Pennsylvania.
That's kind of suspicious.
The guy who lives in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I don't know what his name is.
That's a little suspicious.
If you guys remember, there was the coup attempt in 2016 on the Turkish government, and it failed. And Erdogan blamed some cleric. I have no idea the veracity of any of this. He blamed some cleric in Pennsylvania. And the literal day Trump wins the election, Michael Flynn writes a public op-ed in like the New York Times or the Hill or something, where he talks about how to reestablish positive ties with Turkey, the president, the newly elected president, should hand this guy over to the Turkish government. So that's really fucking suspicious. And then the second thing, which hasn't been confirmed, unlike the op-ed, is that the former director of the CIA, whose last name is Woolsey, I forget his first name, claims that he was in a meeting with Michael Flynn and 2 Turkish officials in which it was discussed strategies to get that guy out of the U.S. and into Turkey illegally. To have agents in the dead of night take this guy away.
Wow.
And the Woolsey claims that it made him feel very uncomfortable that this was being discussed by the incoming, director of national security or national security advisor. Flynn denies that, so I don't know if that's true, but that's just another piece of the puzzle. And I think right now, Flynn, 2 of his coworkers are actually being brought up on charges of being unregistered foreign agents. So I don't understand why it's allowed for an American citizen to not be a registered foreign agent and then register after the fact. To me, that's like, that should be breaking the law. I don't know why you get to do that retroactively. So
that's all well and good, but you buried the lead. And that's the deep state. The deep state has come for Flynn. Someone must stop the deep state.
I forgot. Yeah. I forgot. Flynn is a hero fighting the deep state. I'm so sorry.
People in the chat are saying that he wasn't charged with perjury. I thought he was under oath when he lied to the FBI.
He was charged with either perjury or violating the Logan Act. Either of those, I agree. I agree that either of those are bullshit, and I don't think he should be charged for that. So,
yeah, he sounds like if what you say is true, I have no reason not to believe you. He sounds like a grifter who should be kept away from the halls of power.
Yeah, no, I don't. This is why I don't understand. I mean, I got in the same argument 2 years ago, I think it was, with when we were on the when we were on Andy Worski's show. Okay. And I was destroying who were we talking to?
I don't remember. Continue.
I don't know. We were talking to some alt-right guys about not even about alt-right stuff for most of it. And they were getting so destroyed because they didn't know what was going on. They had to call in Nick Fuentes because he's the only alt-righter who has knowledge about current events or anything.
They pulled in Nick Fuentes. They had to tag team out.
They had to tag in Nick Fuentes because they were getting so destroyed.
Actually, I think Sinatra Says was on there. I like Sinatra Says. He's not so bad.
Yeah, but he was fucking stupid in that conversation. So, so they bring in Nick Fuentes, and we had you can go back. We had literally the same discussion that I had just now, where I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about, Flynn? I didn't know anything about Nick Fuentes at the time, so I couldn't bring up the fact that your fucking channel is named America First, and you're saying that you don't have a problem with a fucking secret foreign lobbyist possibly receiving top secret information and working one-on-one with the president." Which Nick Fuentes was saying, I don't have a problem with that.
No, I know. It was so.
It's just like I'm like living in this fucking psycho world.
It was so maddening. All the nationalists are talking about how Russia's not that bad. Come on, they're our pals.
I don't understand how anyone could defend. I don't understand how anyone could defend being a fucking unregistered foreign lobbyist for a country, and you're working and you're getting top secret information from the president. Do you think Nick Fuentes would have been fine with it if it turned out that Flynn was secretly being paid by Israel?
No.
Yeah, of course not. Right. So, or do you think, and do you think for the people that aren't alt-righters, I can't imagine that if it turned out that Hillary Clinton, her campaign advisor or someone that's, her foreign policy advisor who say Hillary won and then she elects this guy to be fucking a national security advisor, and turns out that guy is really being paid off, was being paid off secretly under the table by a foreign country. Okay. Do you say it's some fucking super leftist socialist country that people on the right don't like? You think fucking people on the right wouldn't go crazy about this and say that guy's a fucking traitor? Of course they would. Like, I don't understand why people are fucking defending Flynn. I agree with you that the charges he was brought up with seem like bullshit, but that doesn't mean he's a good person. He still seems like a piece of shit.
Of course they would.
I guess they would. I guess the tribalism's too strong. I don't know.
Yeah.
The deep state.
The deep state.
all I know.
Well, and it was triggering me too because Scott Adams is going on and on about like Flynn is a fucking. This is a coup attempt against the president.
Oh, I
And I'm
know.
like,
I know.
what the fuck are you talking about? Like, and it turned out today he didn't even know he didn't know anything about the foreign lobbyist shit until today. I assume because this is the first time he ever brought it up, and he was very vague and didn't know any of the facts about it.
Why didn't you tweet it at him?
I did tweet him. I left a reply.
He's got you muted, dude. He's
Well,
like,
I don't know. I don't
this.
tweet him very often, so I don't know if he has me mute. But I replied to today's Periscope and I said, "Fucking Flynn was an unregistered foreign agent," because he asked the question. He said, "Why was Obama so adamant to get?" Because it was like Obama and I forget the whatever his attorney general was, that lady's name I can't remember. They're very adamantly against Flynn being Trump's national security advisor. I'm like, well, maybe it was because he was a fucking unregistered foreign agent. Like, I don't know. It seems like a pretty crazy thing to trust a national security advisor with. So
apparently Obama did say to Trump when they were doing the turnover, he's like, yeah, watch out for Flynn. He's
right. Yeah. But if I don't know if he knew
Really?
about the Turkey shit,
Really?
but if he did, I mean, that's pretty good fucking reason to not have this guy floating around.
Yeah. So Obama gave him the warning.
About something. He said,
Yeah. He said,
Obama said to get rid
look
of
out for Flynn, basically.
Yeah.
And then he
Oh.
was in like Flynn after that.
Bassett, I don't know how to say this. Bastiat?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say Bass. I'm going to say Bass Pro. Bass Pro for $2 says, Sitch is right conclusion, but so wrong about Flynn. Okay. I don't know what that means. Bass Pro for $2 says, debate Will Chamberlain. Flynn was not pardoned.
We would love to debate Will Chamberlain.
Well, I guess he wasn't he wasn't pardoned because they dropped the charges. Obviously, it's not pardoned, right?
Will Chamberlain is our clout chase. Yeah,
There you
bring
go.
it on. We'd love to debate
I'll
him.
debate someone about Sitch. You still haven't proven anything. This is what I don't understand. And this is what triggered me about Noelle in her conversation on Twitter. I love you, Noelle, but this is what triggered me. It was very clear in our conversation on Twitter that she didn't know, and most people I know that when I talk about Flynn, they don't know anything about the Turkish lobby stuff at all. They only and I don't know why. This talk about bearing the lead. Whenever people talk about Flynn, for some reason, whenever the media talks about him, they don't talk about the Turkish lobbying shit, which to me is the fucking red flag. They talk about all the Logan Act violation bullshit, which I don't care about.
Oh my
So I don't understand. I don't understand why that doesn't get brought up whatsoever. So most people when I talk about, they don't know that fucking Flynn was an unregistered foreign agent for the fucking country of Turkey.
An
while he was
unregistered
serving-
sex offender?
Right. They don't know that.
Oh.
And so then it's like, well, then people try to like defend it after fact, or someone in the chat said, well, I didn't prove it. I don't need to prove it. Flynn admitted to it. He literally admitted to being an unregistered agent for the country of Turkey.
He
Like,
admitted
this
it
is
when he registered.
He said that he did it. I don't know what am I supposed to prove? He wrote an op-ed sucking Erdogan's dick, saying we should deport that guy to satisfy Erdogan. I don't know what am I supposed to prove here? He said it. The only thing that wasn't proven, I said, was the claim that Woolsey made about the secret meeting, and I said that was totally unproven. So, Bass Pro for $5 says I was in Turkey during the coup in 2016. Wow, really? That's crazy. Complete false flag by Erdogan. Wow, wouldn't be that surprised, but I didn't know that.
I remember. Sorry.
Well, no, finish the super chat. Flynn's
Yeah, finish the super
Turkey claim is dubious.
Flynn's Turkey claim is dubious. Flynn was exonerated. FBI is the problem. Flynn wasn't exonerated for being an unregistered Turkey agent of Turkey at all. He admitted to it.
He was
he
was
literally
pardoned,
admitted to it. He's
right?
not exonerated for that. I don't understand what
A pardon
what
is not
anyone's talking about.
exonerated.
No, but okay, here's the problem. You have to separate. People keep conflating things. The FBI charging him had nothing to do with him being an unregistered foreign agent for Turkey. That had to do with him lying to the FBI and possibly violating the Logan Act. That had nothing to do with the Turkish stuff at all. Okay. So Trump's not pardoning him or dismissing him, nothing to do with Turkey stuff. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't prove. Glib says in the chat, prove that he said it. Just type in fucking Flynn a Turkish foreign agent. There's a million articles. He registered. There's a document. He had to register with the government and say that he was working as a foreign agent or foreign lobbyist. I don't know what the terminology is for the government of Turkey. So that's where he admitted to it. Lord of the Nerds, see, it's sad when a man can't admit when he is wrong. I agree. It is sad when you guys can't admit you're wrong. No one is giving me any actual information. They're just saying you're wrong. No one's. You're just saying, Sitch, you're wrong. This is like the.
Well, Sitch was wrong about Kelly Marie Tran. She is pretty hot.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, but it's like the Scott Adams thing. If you're gonna say I'm wrong, fucking give me a reason. Don't just say, well, I'm wrong.
Yeah, you gotta have a reason. God,
Right.
you love Scott Adams, don't you?
I like Tom's a lot of things, but he's also crazy about a lot of other things. So he literally admitted to being a secret New Ager, which I had suspected for a long time.
It's a mixed bag.
Secret New Ager? What's that?
He believes that affirmations change reality.
Yeah.
Huh?
He believes positive affirmations change reality. So like you know, like in The Secret where you like they tell you to like visualize what you want and you'll get it.
Sure.
He believes that that's true.
Sweet.
And I had suspected for a long time that Scott Adams was a secret New Ager. So
Did you see the Periscope?
Is that why he's sorry?
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Is that why he's constantly talking about how Trump is playing 800D chess? Because if he says it enough, it's true.
Well, no, the Periscope is very interesting because I understand why. I understand why he likes Trump now, because he kind of views the world as like not based on fact, and it's just people changing reality with their energy alone. Like that's kind of the way he views the world. So if you view the world through that lens, you say, oh, well, Trump's full of energy and he seems like he can change the world based on bullshit. So that's why Scott Adams likes him.
Yeah, he's a bullshit.
Why didn't he support Marianne Williamson then?
She's too far. She's not persuasive enough. So so Lord Nerd says, just ignore the entire chat. First of all, everyone knows I ignore the chat 99% of the time. So see, Patrick, you're literally proving my point. Patrick Bradbury, why did the case get dropped? Because the case had nothing to do with Flynn being an unregistered Turkish agent. Did I not say that, Adam? Am I going crazy? Am I taking crazy pills?
You are.
Did I not just say that you have to separate
pills?
Flynn being an unregistered agent for the country of Turkey had nothing to do with the case the FBI had against him at all. I don't know how many times I can say that.
Stitch literally carrying the water for the Stasi. I saw that in the chat. That's pretty funny.
So I don't, but this is what drives me crazy because people are like, oh, they give you reasons. We prove you wrong. And then they literally say something that shows to me they don't know what the case is.
We love
the people
it.
who describe, Glib says in the chat, the people who described the alleged proposal said they didn't attend the December meeting and didn't have direct knowledge from Mr. Flynn or his. Give Glib the link.
Let's
give Glib the Zoom
let's
link
just
and yell at
ignore
him.
the entire chat for 15 minutes.
I won't.
And
No,
say,
you don't understand. I fucking
nobody
live
is
for
giving
this
me
shit.
a reason.
Give
Sitch
Glib
literally
the
carried
Zoom
one.
link. Okay.
I
want to yell at Glib.
Glib, DM me.
I want to yell,
and I'll send you the link.
Okay. I gotta yell at him. I need someone. To focus my rage at and be the embodiment of the stupid Flynn shit. Okay.
That's so bad. Come on. Why do you want to dwell on this?
Because
Sitch?
I'm looking at the chat and literally everyone is saying is wrong. Okay.
I know it's great.
They're
all against you.
Look at this.
Read that Streamlabs.
Laura the Nerd
one that
says you
Adam
aren't.
is
Laura the
God.
Nerd says you aren't arguing about the charges themselves. You're right. I said a million times I think the charges should be dropped. Okay. Glib, DM Adam on Twitter. Roy says, yeah, it's not like the FBI threatened his family to testify. Again, that had nothing to fucking do with him being an unregistered foreign agent. That was about him supposedly violating the Logan Act and lying to the FBI. These are totally unrelated things. How many times do I have to say it? How many times?
This happens with arguing with people online all the time. They they make arguments against points you never made.
I know, but this is like, come on, guys. You're supposed to be enlightened centrist here. Just listen to the words I'm saying, okay? Stuart Keating for $2 says, I'm on Sitch's side, just letting that out there. Thank you, Stuart. I appreciate it.
Finally, someone's on your side.
Thank you.
Jeez.
I appreciate it.
Read the Streamlabs from the Adam is God, and make sure you read the name.
Did you give Glib the link so I can yell at him?
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
Adam is God.
Adam is God for $1 says, I don't know if you talked about it already, but what do you think about the second debate with Destiny Nuance, bro? We did talk about it.
We did talk about it, yeah.
You said Destiny was like really acting in bad faith and being a jerk.
Yeah.
And Nuance Bro did, for the most part, did good, but I think they wasted a lot of time talking about dumb shit.
A jerky poo. Come on, Destiny. We like you.
Destiny
Be nicer to people.
Yeah, being a huge jerk. Gabe for $2.91 says, to answer your question from last stream, it is I, Felix. Oh, okay, that's what I thought. And I'm using the pseudonym just like yourself, Lex Friedman. So Gabe has a theory that I'm really Lex Friedman because apparently apparently Felix has been dreaming about me. Apparently Felix has been having lots of dreams about me. And in his dreams, he always views me as Lex Friedman. So I don't know how to take that, but I don't think I look like Lex Friedman.
All right, you guys argue. We can't hear you yet, Glib. I see her in the room. So
okay. Taker 610 for $2 says, in my state, Utah, a man killed a would-be carjacker caught in the act in a parking lot. The man called 911, had a concealed carrier permit, and informed the police he had the suspect held a gunpoint. The perp then lunged at him, forcing the shot. Guys in Arby's effed up big time. So wait, was the guy charged with anything for doing? I assume the guy would be charged for doing that. I don't think you're allowed to do that. Contrast for 131 says, I'd increase Kelly Marie Tran's midichlorian count all over her multiple times.
Oh my God.
I wouldn't even need my private Quintus picture collection. There you go. Hello, Glib.
Hey, how's it going,
Let me fucking yell at you. Tell me your dumb shit about Flynn that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
My question was, when was he an unregistered agent? Was that concurrent with when he was working for Trump, or was that just before he was working for Trump?
He says that he was an unregistered foreign agent up until the day Trump won the presidency.
Right. And
which is when he was serving as Trump's foreign policy advisor on the Trump campaign.
Ooh, that's a good point.
So
because his contract ended 3 days before Trump appointed him as an official representative.
So he claims.
Well, is that in the contract? That's
I don't know if a contract has ever been produced.
That's an interesting. I would love to see the contract to clear that out.
Well, I would
too.
too.
My thing is all about fact finding, but now I think I understand what you're saying now. So like, it's just that there's a conflict of interest when he's doing foreign policy advising for Trump during the campaign, but he's not necessarily working in an official capacity for this state.
Right. We don't know if while he was getting top secret information being national security advisor, if he was still working for Turkey. We don't know that. Right.
Right,
but we
according
do
to
know
the contract that's listed in the article that I can reference that we don't have access to.
Right. But we do know, at least for a fact, that while he's working on the Trump campaign as a foreign policy advisor, he's an unregistered foreign agent for another country, which to me seems pretty fucking shitty. So I don't understand the difference.
He's not working officially for the state government in that time period.
No, but he's still working.
It's not a legal conflict of interest.
Sure, but he's still
okay.
Well, first of all, wait a minute. First of all, it still is a legal conflict of interest. It doesn't matter who you're working for. Anyone that's working for a foreign government has to register with the United States government. So he is breaking the law.
Is he breaking the law, or is his company that is working the intelligence?
He is breaking the law, and his company is breaking the law. Anyone that's being paid by a foreign government to lobby on behalf of the foreign government has to tell the United States government that they are doing that.
What?
Is there proof that he was directly working for the Turkish government in that capacity and it was unregistered?
He admitted to it.
That was in the FBI investigation? Is that what?
No, it wasn't in the FBI investigation. It has nothing to do with the FBI investigation whatsoever.
So then why is there no investigation into that separate?
I don't know, because apparently no one cares about this for some reason.
Do they not care about it, or is there no solid evidence?
Apparently it's totally fine in the crazy America world, and I don't know why, to retroactively register with the United States government for being a foreign lobbyist. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I don't know. I agree with you. It seems crazy to me. I don't know why people aren't going after him for it. I don't know. People didn't go after Eric Prince when it turned out he lied to Congress. I don't know why. Who the fuck knows? I don't know. I don't make these decisions.
No, I agree with you. I think that it's insane what is happening, but what I'm trying to figure out is if that's a legal case, because I understand the ethical aspect of it. I disagree. Like I'm not even pro-Turkey, or whatever. I don't give a shit about.
I would hope you're not.
No, of course not. Of course not. But I also don't like Gulen either, or whatever. But my thing is that if there's no technicality that they can catch him on legally, then it sounds like something that would be in the news to just discredit him.
No, there's a name for it. Foreign Registration Act.
Is this a fake news argument? Are you saying it's fake news?
No, it's called FARA. FARA is a United States law passed in 1838 requiring agents representing the interests of foreign powers in a political or quasi-political capacity to disclose the relationship with the foreign government and information about related activities and finances. Now, I don't know what the history of the law is in terms of who's been prosecuted for violating the FARA Act. So I don't know. But to me, this seems like a pretty clear-cut violation of it.
Well, this is why I have a problem with it, because it's like, this is what I'm reading from the New York Times, so take it with a grain of salt. But Mr. Flynn, a retired Army Lieutenant General, registered as a lobbyist last year, but did not file papers with the Justice Department registering as a foreign agent, providing a fuller understanding of his role until Tuesday. While he did not work directly for the Turkish government, the firm that hired him, Innovo, is owned by a Turkish-American businessman with links to leaders in Ankara, and asked him to work on an important issue to the government. So this seems like bureaucratic obfuscation. Ethically, they probably were directly working for the Turkish government. It's kind of like how Chinese operates.
Bureaucratic obfuscation? I don't know what you mean by that. Because
technically, they can't get him if he's working for a private enterprise.
What does it
and
matter?
Then the guy that owns it isn't technically part of the Turkish government, but he's a private citizen that talks to people. Then it's hard to make that case in court.
If a foreign government hires a private firm that Michael Flynn works for, and they say
no, it's not. They didn't hire them. That's the thing. There's no evidence that they actually hired them. It's just that the guy that owns the company has ties to Turkey. So you and I know that it's probably accurate, but it's not
read the last line again. Read the last sentence of what you just read.
Okay. It's a kind of run-on sentence.
Hey,
While he did not work directly for the Turkish government, the firm that hired him, Innovo, is owned by a Turkish-American businessman with links to leaders in Ankara, and asked him to work on an issue important to the government.
Okay, so again, he's literally being hired by someone to advocate on behalf of the Turkish government. Okay,
right, but it's very hard to it's going to be hard to prove that in a court of law that there was a direct connection.
Why would it? Why would that?
Because it would all be corroborative and speculation about.
Well, I don't even know if the law. If the Wikipedia's, I know it's Wikipedia. If their description of the law is accurate, it doesn't matter who you're working for. It matters whether you're representing the interests of a foreign power. It doesn't say that you have to be directly being paid by that foreign power.
Well, what's the burden of?
Well, I understand what you're saying. You're saying that maybe they didn't have enough evidence to charge him officially. But if that was the case, why would he register in the first place? Why wouldn't he just deny it?
Well, he registered as a lobbyist, but he didn't register as a foreign agent.
That's what it means.
No, not necessarily. I don't think that you. I think that if you're a foreign agent for a government, there's a distinction between that and working as a lobbyist for a private enterprise that is operating in a different country or is owned by a different private business. That's the thing. Is that what I'm suggesting here is that the legal case is addled by the fact that there's private, like corporations, and there's business ties that are not intimately connected to government. They're only connected to government behind closed doors, which you can't prove. That's the whole issue. Is that it's very difficult to prosecute this case.
I understand.
My opinion is why they want it. They keep trying to get Flynn, and I know that you guys go for like the MAGA thing where it's like the deep state's out to get him and like whatever. But at face value, I think it's interesting that the director of intelligence, the DIA, is the number one guy that people in the CIA and the FBI are trying to nail, and the best that they can do is use a Logan Act, which has never been used before.
He was a national security advisor. He wasn't the DIA.
Well, I think that's good.
Hey guys, I think I'm gonna head out.
Okay. What?
Yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us, man.
This
This was a lot of fun.
Thanks for having me. Take care.
Yeah.
Later.
We'll drop a link to
So-
your channel in the description too. Thanks a lot, Steve.
Thanks. Yeah. Check it out.
I think I did.
He was national security advisor for Trump, but for Obama, he was the director of the Defense Intelligence.
Right, but Obama fired him or
Right.
something. Right. Yeah.
Right. And that's interesting that later he then said to Trump, "Oh, look out for Flynn." It's like, I would assume that because of how the intelligence system works, that someone at the DIA wouldn't be in the same jurisdiction and the same offices as the CIA and the FBI and all the.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, because there's different factions within the intelligence agencies. So I would assume that if somebody was upset with Flynn, if he had uncovered something that could be negatively relevant.
Oh, I see. You're doing
CIA
okay. You're doing the deep state. I got you.
Well,
Okay.
but this is the thing is that, I mean, it's like, if that appears to be relevant, then how can I deny that evidence? I'm not saying.
Well, I don't. It's not.
there
First
is-
of all, it's not evidence
not,
because
but I'm-
this
I'm
is
trying
all.
to
It's all
suggest.
circumstantial. What you're claiming.
Well,
I mean, if Flynn had some evidence, let me say first of all, according to this Washington Post article, he did file a FARA filing, so it is the same thing. He's filed under the Foreign Agent Registration Act. Okay, there's no distinction between being a foreign agent and being a foreign lobbyist. So that's the
Interesting.
first
Okay.
thing. The second thing is, I would assume if Flynn had some secret information that was bad for the Obama administration that they wanted to fire him or smear him for, he would have released it by now. Why would he not have already released it?
I think that it has to do with an ongoing investigation that has to do with Durham and has to do with the
I
Barr
don't believe
investigation into.
As a fact finder, Glib, I want some facts. I don't want your theories, okay? I don't want the circumstantial claims. I don't want the conspiracies. I don't want the boar with the string tying names together.
I know, but that's what this hunt against Flynn is basically. When it comes to the fact that the investigation had nothing to do with, like you by your admission, that it has his investigation on behalf of the FBI and his Russian collusion investigation has nothing to do with Turkey. Why would there be, if there's no agenda, then why don't they go after the thing?
Well, I'm not claiming
obvious
right.
instead of the
Well, wait a
thing
minute.
that was.
I don't know because maybe Washington's very corrupt and maybe there's shit tons of unregistered foreign lobbyists running around and this is just accepted. I don't know the answer to the question.
And to me, that is interesting that you know that the idea of the FBI and the CIA having a disagreement with somebody in the DIA, that makes sense if it's all corrupt.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying that that's evidence for that, but it's like what
okay. So
this is a separate issue. Actually.
I know it's a separate issue.
Right. And I don't
here's
want
the thing. I'm not okay. My point was that I understand if you look at if the motion to dismiss is painting the accurate picture, and they're saying that the FBI wasn't sure if Flynn was lying or just didn't remember, and the FBI claims that even if he was lying, it wasn't material to their investigation, and supposedly other people have claimed that the whole Logan Act thing is not a big deal because everyone does it, and I'm swayed by those arguments. That's all I'm saying. I'm swayed by these harmonica playing arguments.
What is that?
I don't know. Adam is being a problem, I assume.
I guess he's bored of the argument, but
Adam, why are you doing this?
I thought you guys were going to start singing. I was hoping. I was thinking, we are the world. we are the children.
I'm not. You're pressing me for all this information, and yet I want some information about a secret conspiracy to get Flynn fired because he knows some secret thing that makes Obama look bad.
Well, that is a huge argument. I don't even know if we could cover all the bases for that. That's
well,
like a big rabbit hole.
My point has, and here's the thing: whether that's true or not has nothing to do with my point.
Right,
My
and
point
that's why
is
it's like why go into it?
My point is he was an unregistered foreign agent while working for the fucking person who became the fucking president, and I think that's really fucking shitty.
I do too, but I'm questioning if that is illegal.
There we go.
That was my whole question, is that because the idea that they're out to get him, let's say, doesn't have anything to do with if what he did was illegal. And then there's also the question of ethics. I'm 100% with you that it's ethically retarded to have some guy working on behalf of any Turkish private business. I'm 100% with you. But
unless
legally,
you're feeding
I
them
think
bad
that there's
information and just taking their money, then it's genius.
Right, but we're not.
Well, that's the thing. I don't want to get into that kind of thing. I don't want to do the 4D chess thing unless I have some sort of receipt for that. You know, I fall into that a lot with the QAnon people, and it's like I don't believe everything. You know what I mean? I don't believe anything at face value unless I see the evidence for it first. But I think that there is this thing where there's so much focus on Flynn that part of my brain wants to know why. Especially when there's multiple investigations that are attempting to be overlapping, and the lie that they wanted to catch him in, which they declassified the documents, shows that they did have a vested interest in. Like, they were like, why are we here? I didn't think that was, by the way, I didn't think that was definitive evidence that they were trying to get him to lie, that they were trying to get him to perjure himself.
Mm-hmm.
But the question about what we're doing here shows that they didn't know exactly why there were certain players in there going after this guy for this.
Well, no. At that point, they were interviewing him because it was after they had just found out about, not just found out, they had found out a week or two before about the whole, they picked up the call with him talking to the diplomat about not responding to the sanctions. So they knew like substantially why they're there, but yeah, they didn't know the tactic they were going to use and whether, what their goal was, which I agree is not a great look, obviously, for any law enforcement to have. Though I assume that that's basically how all law enforcement operates.
I just think that it's interesting that, and without using the words deep state, without using any names, I think it would be ridiculous to assume that the Democratic side of the aisle hasn't been trying to get rid of Trump since he won the election.
Well, of course. I mean, they literally had a fucking impeachment trial. I don't think anyone's denying that. But the thing is that even if what you're saying is true, even if the conspiracy is true, Flynn knows some dark secret that why they're out to smear him. It doesn't matter because he's still a piece of shit person, and that's all I'm saying. He's all I'm saying. That he's a piece of shit.
I don't have enough information yet. I think that there's so much obfuscation because of the news and because of the slow trickle of information that's come out about it. And I also think that
well, you said you morally disagreed with him.
I think that he's unethical about acting from the Turkish side, but I don't know the details of those engagements.
All right.
But I think that anybody that works for a foreign government as a lobbyist is a piece of shit in that endeavor. Yeah. But I don't, again, intentions I cannot ascribe at this point because I don't know the details of those things, and I really don't know, again, with the Turkey thing and with the idea of having that coup and that failed whatever was going on there. I have no idea what Turkey's trying to do in Syria other than a basic land grab. I have no idea what Gulen and his association with American intelligence agencies is. And I have no idea what Trump's relationship with Erdogan or whatever and Ankara is, especially considering how the nuke situation has been dealt with. So I don't trust Turkey. I'm part Slavic from Montenegro, so I fucking have a.
Isn't that Young Turks guy from Turkey too? Oh man.
Yeah, I hate Cenk.
Yeah.
You're not even white. Get off. We only let white people on.
What's going on? You can't trust that guy. He's like in the little bubble.
I am a radical centrist with you, and that's why it's like we're contending over details, and I think we generally agree on ethics and civics. And that's I think that you're 100% right about the right wing in this country, that the Trumpublicans, as it were, that have kind of taken over from the Renos who did nothing. They are inoculated to think that everything that Trump does is perfect and evenly beveled on every edge.
Did you just say Renos? That's worse than me saying progressive.
I hate party systems. I don't want a part. I would just, you know what I mean? Like vote for this person based on their individual issues and judge them as such, which is why
that sounds like centrist talk.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We like that.
That's why I watch you guys.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you agree that it's unethical, though you're not willing to take the deep dive that I am in calling him a piece of shit, but I accept it. I accept unethical moral behavior.
If you ever want to have me on again to go into the fun deep state rabbit hole that could go on for hours, that would be really interesting, because I am firmly in the camp that the Obama administration and the larger global economic forces like the George Soroses and all that conspiracy stuff. I think, like, I used to be a conspiracy theorist on one hand, always doubtful. And it was because I was disenfranchised by the Ron Paul thing that didn't work out. You know what I mean? Like, I never thought he would win.
Interesting.
But seeing how many people, like, if he's presenting almost 100% constitutional arguments, right, give or take a couple issues or whatever, but he's trying to be really constitutionalist, and then there's just a lack of people that are like that, and most people are just populists. Then it's like, I'm obviously going to be disenfranchised. And then I start looking as to why people are programmed a certain way. You look into all these different conspiracies and you start eliminating them. Like UFO alien shit is so stupid. Flat Earth stuff is so stupid that there's no way that that's like an organic conspiracy. Whereas someone trying to figure out what fluoride does in water to people, that should just be a science experiment. So like, I think
What
that all
about
these
the
conspiracies,
simulation?
I don't know. Anything that I can't tell that's anything solipsistic is in what is it? Not ontological, but like foundationalist
Ontology is
argument.
about how you come to believe things.
Right. So epistemological, right?
Yeah,
the
that's
right word?
epistemology.
Okay, so like it's an epistemological argument. It could be, it couldn't be. I would never have any information to verify it. I don't know. It's outside of the universe. You know what I mean?
Right.
But when it just comes to the conspiracy thing, I only believe that there's like one conspiracy. It's not like everybody's in on it. I think that there's just a bunch of corrupt people, and then people that have a lot of money that study all this ritual shit get a bunch of crazy ideas, which is how you get a Bill Gates who's like depopulate the planet and do this shit and all that.
Oh no!
I'm not saying that.
Bill
I'm not
Gates wants to
saying
depopulate the planet. Oh no!
I'm saying that's how you get that kind of conversation.
I see.
That's so you get this entire worldview that's centered around this Illuminati sequence, and you have all
Well,
that kind of
maybe we can have you and Mouthy Buddha on, and you can argue with each other.
Oh my
about
God, that'd be
which
awesome.
conspiracies are true and which ones aren't.
Oh, that'd be fun. I'd love to do that because it's like it's not, if it's a conspiracy, it's not definitive, right? It's
Since you got to go
trying
on
figure out the
camera though, you
information.
got to eye roll with me. There's got to be a lot of eye rolling in this.
I'll animate my character.
I'm
so I roll.
predicting a lot of eye rolling.
Well, it's like that. Look, people didn't know about Kim Philby being a Soviet agent when he was a Soviet agent, but then the information came out later, and I was like, okay, I guess that conspiracy is accurate.
Confirmed.
But
Yes.
you know, the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, that was a real
Right? No, that's obviously there have been lots of conspiracy shit that's been proven true. I think Joe Rogan's right about the moon landing, where he says they probably faked a lot of the photos and stuff because it was too hard to actually take photos. But that doesn't mean they didn't actually get there.
See, like, how could someone have such a definitive thing if it's a conspiracy? And that's why it's like the problem that I have is that the main definition of conspiracy is legal, and that's what I go with. Like,
sure,
are people conspiring? You know, are people discussing in private a way to commit a crime? That's all I'm concerned with. And the idea from the COINTELPRO conspiracy theorists that it's like conspiracy theorist in and of itself is a word that's used to deny investigation into that kind of stuff and to dismiss things. It's like the obvious thing here is just to use the scientific method, right? Just give us the information. Anybody trying to obfuscate that information obviously has an agenda. That's the way that
Right. That's why I'm pro investigation.
Yeah. So I can't come out here and make a definitive statement and be like, there's this deep state that's doing this. But when I bring up things that are annoying to hear, it's because it's like, what about this circumstantial evidence? Like, why would this do this?
Right. So you reminded me, we have to give a shout out to Mouthy Buddha, who he made a video about, I don't know if I believe it all, but he made a video where he talked about secret pedophiles and stuff like that.
Right.
And the video was blocked, I think, and was taken down, and he had to go through all this hassle to get the video. I think it's still down. And then someone has been actively trying to hack his Twitter account.
Wow.
So obviously he's pissing someone off. So I like Mouthy, even if I disagree with him about his conspiracy stuff. I still like him. So you guys can show your support and love.
Friend of the show.
I mean, it goes so deep that there's like so many fun things that you can go into. And I think the idea of like entertaining things is more interesting to me than being like, I'm going to come up here and I'm going to say, we never went to the moon definitively. Fuck you. You know what I mean? That just doesn't.
Right. But the problem is that so much of this stuff, it's so like circumstantial. Like, oh, well, I found this, and it sort of makes it like it's none of this shit is ever definitive, and that's what drives me crazy.
That's why it's fun to talk to you and hear it back from you, because it's like obviously the skeptical side of it,
right?
Versus the what if side of it is what I'm interested in, and then. The thing that really bothers me is that because things stay in the conspiracy world and they don't make it over to any kind of like mainstream condition set. So it's like, oh, this is a thing that we should investigate. Let's all get in it together, which makes me just think that like there is some sort of multifarious forces that are out there trying to alter things. And you can say that it's like the SJW agenda. That's obvious. And then the
Yeah,
conspiracy,
but you think I don't think that's a conspiracy.
right? But then like the conspiracy angle is like, oh, the SJWs, they're created by the Frankfurt School, and it's the Alinsky shit, and it's like we can do that if we want to. We can go down a line of thinking, but it's not going to be
right.
Entire holistic argument.
Did you? Because have you read Confessions of an Economic Hitman?
I've heard it's on my book list. I haven't read it yet.
Very interesting book. When we talk about conspiracies that are actually true, that's one I presume is true. So it's sort of about how America and other rich countries kind of in debt poor countries into serving them basically through debt schemes.
Absolutely. That's
So-
China's entire soft power base.
Right. And see, because I see something like that and I go, oh, that makes sense to me. What doesn't make sense to me is like demonic rituals. So
No, the way that I've been able to relegate that in my mind is that the use of magic and rituals in reality, like not like we believe in it, is a hypnosis technique. It's an indoctrination technique, and it's like how the military does certain things. Like you do this, you get this result. You do this, you feel this certain way, and it creates a mindset within a person. And I would say that like a good example of that practice is in the movie The Holy Mountain, where they're trying to obtain enlightenment.
oh God.
You know?
Do you like that movie?
I like what it I like the symbolic transmission of
That's
stuff.
like that
It gives you
movie's
just a
so
bunch of
fucking-
ritual information.
That movie is so fucking goofy.
It is
and
absolutely
terrible. The
Did
end
you-
is amazing. I think the end is hilariously amazing. Where they
Yeah.
zoom out and he's like, "It's a movie," and you're like, "What?" But it's so boring.
I understand how you could be bored by it. I mean, I think I went through this whole hippy dippy phase because
I
I'm
see.
from
Have you seen his other movie, El Topo?
yeah.
So
He's got a lot of good ones, but it's like it's not narratively like
Well,
logical.
that El Topo is frustrating because the first half of El Topo, before he goes in the pit with all the people with no limbs, that is a thing that happens in El Topo.
Yeah.
What's the guy's name? He does all the weird movies.
Alejandro Jodorowsky.
Right. He did the people talked about him. He was going to do Dune and it was going to be totally crazy.
Yeah, and I
But
don't
he-
want that. I wouldn't want that.
He does all these like really insane, like 1970s esque hippie movies where it's all bizarre symbolism. You've probably seen the animated GIF of the guy who has like tigers for nipples and he's shooting milk into someone's
Yeah,
mouth.
yeah.
That's from Holy Mountain. But El Topo, the first half of El Topo is like there's a genius story in there. Okay, I wish that would be remade by someone like in a standard narrative structure.
Right.
The idea that there's like a gunslinger challenging the four greatest gunslingers in the West to kill them, and they all have like spiritual, like supernatural powers is like super cool. It's like a great anime setup, but I don't like obviously I don't like all the hippie
Right.
shit.
That's the whole thing for me is that I went through the phase of like trying to
I see.
because I was surrounded by it and I was just all these hippie types, new age types, and
I see.
all that bullshit. I was like, all right, so where's the system behind this? What's
There you go.
you have a cult leader, you have a Crowley or whatever. What is he actually talking about? Because to me, it's equivalent. This guy is just like L. Ron Hubbard. It's just like what measure of bullshit are we taking from here? And so I tried to study all that information, and that's why I found the Holy Mountain to be good because it's like
So
it's just a dump of symbolism for these.
Adam is yelling at me. He wants to stream in. So thanks for coming on, Glib.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Sorry for
I
keeping
didn't
you
say
out.
anything. What are you talking about?
No, it's all good. I
Adam
like you
friendly
guys.
for $5. When is this crap over?
Yeah. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy.
Thanks
your
for coming
Adam
on,
Bucks.
Glib. Come back.
Thanks
Yeah, no
for coming
problem.
on, Glib.
Definitely come back on.
Enjoy, man.
Star Wars prequels are shit. Thank you. The Wooster for 199 says boring topic review Ben Shapiro's violin playing. Thank you. Asa Yar for 2 Aussie bucks says I'm on Sitch's side unless it's about giant quids. Well, I'm sorry, Asa Yar. I've never talked about giant quids, so I don't know what you're talking
Oh
about.
my God, he meant giant squids. It's from the book.
No, he says giant quids.
It's from
and
the
he's
book.
don't
It's
they have-
right here. It's
Don't
right
they
here.
have quids in Australia or England or something? That's like a unit of like currency.
So
giant,
close.
Like, quids.
So
They have
close.
quids.
Just
There's something
didn't
about
reread
quids.
the super chat.
Something about quids. I don't know. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says Glib is about to redeem himself of the Mahler stream. Yeah, see, I don't know how Glib feels about that. If you agree with him about Flynn but disagree about Star Wars prequels, I think understanding that the Star Wars prequels are objectively poorly written movies is more important than any political conversation we could have. Hamad Rado Rodriguez Madron for $2 says, hell yeah, longer stream breaking Rector Day. I hope not. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says Glub should have argued like this on Mahler's stream. He did argue like this on Mahler's stream. You just disagreed with him, Lord of the Nerds.
My
pulling back the veil. You
my
understand.
logo on YouTube has always been the Illuminati.
There you go. Stuart King for $5 says, let us pay homage to Elon's JRE appearance with 20 seconds of awkward silence. There we go.
That's not awkward.
I know. Gabe for 123 says, more harmonica, please, as my birthday present for Thursday. Is it actually your birthday present? Is it actually your birthday? Or Felix always says it's his birthday, and it's never his birthday. So I don't know if he's being truthful or not. If so, happy birthday. If not, fuck you. Adam is God says, end the stream with this banger. Oh, so is Adam is God? Is that enlightened centrist?
What's a banger?
He wants us to end with. He made a song. I thought we talked about this. He made a song.
Oh yeah,
using Identikit's "You're Decapitated" loop, and that's why we never played it because we have mixed feelings about the decapitation loop. So.
Oh, okay. I don't remember.
But we can play it for a little bit.
Oh, it's a bad loop. You don't like the loop in the song? His songs are usually pretty jamming. I was telling him to make some. Oh, I took down the watch together, so that's not going to work.
Oh, you took down the watch together?
Yeah, are you watching it there all by yourself?
I was. Okay, never mind. I was watching it together. Okay, we'll watch it. Well, yeah. He made Enlightened Centrist made a loop for us that he thought we could play before streams.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if Adam would want. Do you want to have like a music video playing until we're ready to stream?
Not really.
Or not?
No.
Not really. Yeah, I figured you didn't really want
I like
to
get
it,
straight
so.
into it. It was a little confusing today.
So.
But it's okay.
So I don't know if we'll do it, but we'll show it. Enlightened Centrist worked hard on it. I will show it.
Well, I can bring up the watch together if you want to show it now.
Well, it's late. We'll watch it tomorrow or next week, I mean.
Okay. We'll intro the show with it.
Yeah, we'll intro the show with it. Gabe for 114 says, do these look like quid to you? I knew that was going to trigger some Aussies. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for staying with us. Happy Mother's Day.
Yes.
I hope you all said some love to your moms everywhere.
Yeah. Say hi to
Hope
mom.
you're all doing well. Hope you thank you very much for giving us money and staying through this entire journey with us as we watch this terrible video that now Sheep will complain that we were punching down and we're horrible.
Even though he's welcome to come on and we can punch straight across.
There you go.
He's welcome to come on and battle us. It'll be fun. Right. It'll be a lot of fun. We'll do it. He may even get a song may come out of it. Who knows?
Maybe a song might come out of it. Felix says his birthday was on the 7th for reals. Oh, okay. Well, happy birthday, Felix.
Yes, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Corey Roberts for Judge says, after Epstein, anything is possible. Maybe not anything.
Yeah.
But some
I
things.
don't know.
Something.
I'll talk to the simulation people. But for now, bye-bye.
Bye for now.